Just being a dark elf in Warhammer. Chapter 1. Boundless thick fog enveloped the three-masted ship, and the light shining through the portholes became weak and grey. Darkus, who had been in a coma for 2 days, woke up to the sound of waves lapping against the hull of the ship. After waking up, he lay on the bed panting, his back soaked with sweat, and the fragmented memories in his mind kept overlapping and intertwining, as if they were trying to tear his soul apart. He stared blankly at the black pine deck above his head, unable to accept the fact that he had traveled through. "I just picked up the new car." Darkus, who had been lying for a long time, calmed down, then struggled to sit up and looked at the simple luxury cabin. There are several exquisitely crafted purple silk robes and brown thick leather khaton hanging in the wardrobe without cabinet doors. The candles in the candlesticks on the table have long been melted and extinguished. A complete set of plate armor forged from black steel is displayed on the armor rack. On the weapon rack there are noble curved swords, messer knives, and a drushi halberd nearly 2.5 meters long. Next to it is a set of pear wood dressing tables and round drum stools with different styles. On the table are placed bronze mirrors, wooden hairdressing and makeup. Darkus immediately reached out and touched his crotch, and sighed in disappointment. "It's not bad." Then he sat up with his legs crossed and put his hand on his chin to look at the Persian vase carpet on the floor. What kind of weird style are these? Yes, they were all looted and put to good use. Darkus began to recall, "I was convinced by this guy. He actually fell into the sea when he went to the toilet. What's wrong? Is it actually the medieval Warhammer world, or is it the dark elf drushi? The Nagaro's slave owner gang? How do you say that? Bretonton is an old farmer, Sylvania is a blood slave, drushi is a slave, and Skawen will be the slave rat, and the green skin will be the bastard, the ultimate honor." Darkus smiled bitterly and continued to recall, "Fortunately, this brother is a drushi noble, and he is a big noble. He has no biological brothers and sisters, and has an unreliable cousin. Uncle Dolias is the admiral of the Dark Ark of the Malevolent Temple. Clan Mother Anasera is an old woman over 6,000 years old. She is the Knight Governor of Krikarond, Morath's best friend, Drushi's powerful spellcaster, and Hecate, the goddess of magic. Servant. Young Master Nukul is an old man over 5,000 years old, Valahar of Krikarond, a famous fear lord and master of drushi tactics. Good guy, black magic is so awesome. It's so good at it." Krikalan was first ruled by 3 knight governors. After a Byzantine political struggle, the military and political power of the city is now fully controlled by the Hell Calamity family. Those who opposed it were either killed or fled to Black Ridge. The mountains have become a shadow. Dolokai has only 5 core cities built on the basis of the Dark Ark, plus the fortress city of Galund that defends the northern barbarians. Krikaland is mainly responsible for shipbuilding and making the Dark Ark, and providing food to other cities. What is this concept? This is the town of Weibofan without the overseas combat debuff, the Anatolian military district of eastern Rome. System. Where are the promised benefits for transmigrators? No, if the Warhammer world had a system, it would be very tsianch. This noble status might be Goldfinger. The noise on the ship became louder, and Darkus glanced at the porthole. It was foggy outside, and there were sounds of wiping the deck and moving around above his head. If you want to survive in Druka society, you have to be a lunatic and a psychopath. If you act like a normal person, you are a psychopath. It's time to face a new life. After speaking, Darkus stood up staggeringly and put on the thick leather chiton and silk robe. "Fortunately I don't get seasick." At this time, there was a slight knock on the door. A young female Druza said, "Sir, are you awake? Do you need breakfast?" Darkus went to open the door and saw a young female Druza wearing a tight black silk dress, holding a dining table at a sword's length from the door. When the female Druza saw the cabin door open, Darkus revealed half of his body expressionlessly, and said with a look of surprise, "Good morning, sir, are you feeling better?" Darkus looked at her calmly, as if looking at 40 gold bricks, and said in a hoarse voice, "Good morning, Alyssa. Is there any water?" Alyssa said eagerly, "Sir, yes, there is some soothing soup I made for you. Do you want me to push the dining car in?" Darkus nodded, stepped aside, and walked back to the table. Alyssa lowered her head and slowly pushed the dining cart to the table. Then she slowly stepped back. When she reached the door, Alyssa said, "Sir, just call me if you need anything." After that, she slowly closed the door. Darkus complained, "You don't even have to bring an attendant on board the ship, you have to have a sorceress serve you. People are iron, food is steel, ogres eat iron and chew steel. As he spoke, he put the food in the dining car on the table. Pickled salted fish of unknown type, white bread, beef and mushroom soup, quiche, thick black soothing soup, and a bottle of water. Speaking of, what does Drushi eat? This question is too high-end. Only how does Malekith go to the toilet, and how many people in Drushi can compete with it? It's really good. There is no dark cuisine, like what is so exciting unappetizing horse patties, pickled fish meat and forest spider spinnerets sandwiched between 2 slices of toasted sweet bread. Cold fart brains, bread made from Tomb King bone meal. Show off, show off. Darkus drank half a bottle of water first and began to eat, thinking while eating. Is this dark soothing soup? Was it an accident that fell into the sea before? Or is someone trying to cause trouble? Darkus ate the bread, looked at the bowl of soothing soup, and carefully thought about his fall into the sea 2 days ago. I was standing on the side guardrail to urinate and was blown down by the crosswind? Is it so outrageous? I am a freelancer who has never gone to high school. I also know that you should go to the bow and stern of the toilet on a sailboat. This is a member of the Takaya family. The 3 brothers and sisters were found by my cousin. They were going to the kingdom of Sheris in Ulthuan to complete the family's traditional White Lion ceremony. After that, they assisted me in completing the trials of the Haxaya voyage. The crew and soldiers were all from the family. I am not some illegitimate Black Blade, I am a direct descendant of the Hell Calamity family. If something happens, everyone on this ship will be buried with me. After finishing breakfast, Darkus scooped out the viscous requiem soup with a spoon and poured it out the porthole. He sat in front of the dressing table and looked up at his face. He tied his long black hair back into a ponytail. He wore the black steel Haedrika around his neck and 3 spiritual rings on his pointed ears. In the bronze mirror, the purple eyes unique to the pure Nagareth bloodline exuded a demonic look, and there was a hint of indifference and cruelty on his sinister face. He smiled at the mirror, with an indescribable evil nature. Haedrika lowered her head and caressed her chest. The scarlet family emblem of a multi-headed snake entwining around the Tower of Destruction was engraved on the card. This big gold chain is fine. He stood up, put on the noble curved sword, and walked onto the deck carrying the Drushi halberd. The game begins. Chapter 2. The bitter winter sailed on the vast northern ocean shrouded in fog, its black sail stretched to its limit and making a hunting sound. The crew members wore worn-out thick leather catons and worked hard to wipe the deck. The bosun waved his long whip and scolded them, his eyes full of malice. The soldiers conducted morning exercises under the leadership of Centurion Edmund. Captain Dastan Lengian was steering the ship. When he saw Darkus walking up to Class A carrying a halberd, he quickly asked the first mate to take over the helm. The captain and Centurion walked to the 2 swords of Darkus, bowed their heads and said, "Good morning, my lord, young master." Darkus looked at the captain and thought in his mind, "Dastan Cold Eyes? The one who made a bet with Roxia Corrupt Heart and broke the 3rd Dark Ark in the Sea of Claws? This is also a legend, but it is still a bad captain." Darkus waved his hand to Edmund and told him to continue training, and then opened his mouth and said slowly, "Morning, my captain, how long will it take for us to reach the kingdom of Sheris?" Dastan Lengian said directly without thinking, "Master, we will arrive at the kingdom of Sheris tomorrow." After hesitating for a moment, he then said, "Master, last night we encountered a ship with the emblem of the kingdom of Iris. Warships, we used night and fog to throw them off. Ulthuan is like a toilet seat, made up of the 10 kingdoms of the outer ring and the inner ring. The coasts of the outer ring are connected to the vast ocean, while the land of the inner ring surrounds the inland sea. The endless ring of mountains stands between the outer ring and the inner ring, making it insurmountable. Only a few specific mountain roads and tunnels can pass through, and huge fortresses stand on the mountain roads. Darko's first stop was the outer ring of Ulthuan, the kingdom of Sheris in the north, while the kingdom of Yrys was in the east of the outer ring. Darkus was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, "Iris's warship? Appeared in the waters of Sheris?" "Yes, master. You used to come here often." Dastan Lengian raised his head proudly and said, "Yes, master. No Drushi is more familiar with the sea areas of Ulthuan than me. I often transport some spies here." Darkus suddenly remembered a saying from his previous life. To get ahead, a person must have a unique ability. Then he nodded and complimented, "Awesome, go ahead and do your work first." Dastan Lengian lowered his head and saluted and was about to leave, when Darkos asked again, "Do you know how many years in the imperial calendar it is now?" "Master, it's the year 2008. Darkos was stunned for a moment and thought in his mind, "Good guy. I will still be born in the 1990s in this life, but if I am lucky this time, I can survive for 550 years. Darkos walked to the edge of the deck and held on to the guardrail, looking at the Reaper ballista wrapped in canvas, and then at the thick fog outside the ship. The summer monsoon caressed his face, and strands of black hair fluttered in the wind. Darkos heard the footsteps coming from behind, and turned around to see 3 figures approaching, only 2 standard Sichuan sword distances away from him. Franz, the eldest brother of House Takaya, wears an old set of articulated plate armor forged from black steel. He is tall and burly, with a standard Drushi aristocratic face, full of ruthlessness, a head of glossy thick black hair, and the whole person is restrained and calm. Hardrika, who wears the emblem of the white lion around her neck, is outdated and tacky and complements the age of her armor. The second child, Ren, was the complete opposite, wearing a set of beautifully crafted black steel articulated plate armor decorated with polished gilding. He looks very much like his brother, almost cut from the same mold, with a hint of extravagance and flamboyance. Alyssa, the youngest, wore a tight black silk dress with a violet cloak draped over her left shoulder. Wearing a spiked crown, black hair draped over his right shoulder, and a pair of captivating amber eyes, like an unruly leopard. He held a staff in his hand, with a golden snake entwined on the staff. The snake's mouth was wide open, holding a huge emerald gem in its mouth. The 3 brothers and sisters saluted and said in unison, "Good morning, sir." "Morning, we will arrive at the Sheris coastline tomorrow. Can you tell me about the White Lion trial?" Franz glanced at Ren, and Ren said knowingly, "Sir, our Takaya family came from the kingdom of Sheris before the Great Division. To be worthy of this surname, family members must return to the kingdom of Sheris and hunt. And kill a white lion and leave this land with its fur. Of course, killing the white lion lackey of the false king can prove your worth even more." Darkos remembered that his cousin told him before setting off that the Takaya family was one of the first families in the kingdom of Sheris to recognize Malekith as the legitimate Phoenix King. Kaladol learned about it while hunting in Sheris. After hearing the news that he would become the next false king, he immediately set out on the road to the Asurayan temple. On the way, he was intercepted by the Druzi assassins led by the Takaya family. House Takaya would have succeeded if it weren't for a group of Sheris woodcutters who burst out of the forest to protect Kael'dir. Afterwards, the group of woodcutter became the lackeys of the false king, bringing disrepute to Sheris, and the White Lion lackeys also drove the Takaya family out of the kingdom of Sheris. When the 3 siblings were in their 20s, their parents were killed by Kane assassins, and they were later taken in by an uncle. But that uncle had severe mania. In desperation, the 3 brothers and sisters killed their uncle one night when they were in their 50s. They were then taken in by another uncle Kowlin who had completed the raid. Kowlin was still alive when their parents were still alive. He proposed adoption when he was young, but his father rejected it. Kulam discovered early on that his nephews and nieces were very attractive and talented compared to their father. Kowlin used the few sovereigns to provide the 2 brothers with more and better aristocratic education, and sent Alyssa to the Tower of Destruction to learn to control the Wind of Gur. The 3 siblings are now more than 110 years old. The youngest Alyssa has just completed 12 cruel trials from the Tower of Destruction and successfully graduated as a beast warlock. Kowlin followed the elders of Darkos to participate in the Dark Ark raid and has not returned yet. The 3 Takaya brothers and sisters were unable to maintain the maintenance of their ancestral home, so they were called by Darkos' cousin to help. In a word, we are our own people. Darkos didn't want to go into the woods, so he shrugged and said, "I wish you success, it's time to train." After saying that, he walked towards the training soldiers with his halberd and started to warm up. The 3 siblings looked at each other and shook their heads. Darkos and Centurion Edmund sparred, practicing movement and coordination as well as stretching and distance. Although Darkos was only 16 years old, his years of noble training made him master all kinds of Drushi techniques. The use of weapons is very skillful. No one mentioned the fault of falling into the sea, and no one dared to mention the fault of falling into the sea. Chapter 3. In the morning, Darkos opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling of the cabin. There was a slight knock on the door, and Edmund said outside the door, "My lord, it's time to get up and eat." Darkos sat up and asked, "When is it?" "My lord, it's past 9 o'clock. After breakfast, Darkos walked onto the deck. The fog had dissipated, and the three-masted sailing ship had been moored in an extremely secluded corner of the sea cliff. Edmund said, "Sir, the boat arrived at about 4 o'clock in the morning. The three brothers and sisters have already climbed up the sea cliff along the rope." Dastan Lengian also came over and saluted and said, "Master, they asked the ship to wait for a day. If they haven't come back by night, there is no need to wait for them." Darkuz asked, "Is there anyone on guard on the sea cliff? Is this place safe?" Edmund responded quickly, "My lord, a team of soldiers has been sent up to be on guard." "Master, it is safe here. This area is full of sea cliffs, and there are reefs outside. Under normal circumstances, no ship will pass here, and even if it passes here, it will not see us." Darkuz looked up at the sea cliff, frowned and said, "Then why do I feel uneasy?" Dastan Cold Eyes and Edmund looked at each other. Then Dastan Lengian said hesitantly, "Sir? Will the three brothers and sisters be in trouble?" Darkuz frowned even more tightly, and his inner uneasiness became more intense. He looked at Edmund and asked, "Are there any soldiers who can track him?" "Sir, there are 2 captains and the animal trainer who will track it." "Dastan, you stay on the ship," Edmund orders someone, "and we go after him." The 2 Druzais were so frightened that their faces turned green, and they said in unison, "Sir! Young master! You can't go." Darkuz looked at the 2 of them, and his inner uneasiness was about to reach the critical point. He said, "Execute. What a bad luck." After that, he quickly walked back to the cabin to put on his equipment. Back in the cabin, Dastan Lengian followed, stood at the door and said, "Master, can I assist you?" Darkuz, who was putting on full body mail armor, nodded. Dastan Lengian took off the noble curved sword from his waist and slowly placed it on the ground. Then he took out the 2 serrated daggers from his left and right boots and placed them on the ground. Finally, he took out the fist dagger from his inner thigh in a weird posture. Darkuz looked at him dumbfounded and wanted to call him a good guy. "You kid is pretty good at hiding." Dastan Lengian walked over slowly with his hands raised in the air and helped Darkuz put on the plate armor. Drushi's wartime equipment usually wears thick leather chitin as the innermost layer, then puts on full body mail, silk robes, and finally plate armor. Darkuz tied up his long hair, put on a strange-looking helmet, and looked at the Gothic-style black steel gilded Archduke's gauntlets on his hands and the pointed shoe armor on his legs. Did the second set of Cold Lizard Dread Knight broadcast gymnastics, which King Malekith is calling. The black steel is fused with the blood of sacrifices. The armor engraved with powerful talismans is extremely light, and the joints can move freely without feeling the weight at all. Wear the Mercer knife engraved with talismans and carry the Drushi halberd. Looking at Dastan, Lengian said seriously, "You must be careful about the ship." Dastan Lengian frowned, stared at Darkuz with a serious face and said, "Master, I still don't agree with you going." Darkuz sighed, patted Dastan Lengian on the shoulder and said, "Stay on the boat and stay there. We will be back before night. If an accident happens, we will grab a boat and see you in Leonis." Dastan Lengian wanted to say something else, but the words were stuck in his throat and he sighed. The uneasy premonition in Darkuz's heart became stronger. He walked onto the deck and saw 5 more ropes draped on the sea cliff, and the soldiers were climbing. "It's really a rock climber encountering a landslide, and he's crazy." Edmund. "Grown-ups. What is the configuration of the team?" "Sir, 2 teams have already gone up. The teams are mixed. 1 team is equipped with the captain, 4 fierce spearmen, 4 dark swordsmen and 2 black sharp crossbowmen. There are 2 teams of black arc pirates and 4 animal tamers." "Master. Do you need to hoist your cold lizard up?" Darkuz looked up at the height of the sea cliff, shook his head and said, "I feel like it's too late, so bring a few more harpoon crossbows." After saying that, he jumped onto the shoal, walked to the bottom of the sea cliff and climbed the rope. After climbing up, an animal trainer with a braid that reached into the sky knelt on one knee and said, "Sir, I saw a unique dome on the tree. The Lu-Chi mark was left just this morning." Edmund, who was the last to hold the line, also climbed up. Darkuz took the harpoon crossbow and hung it on his waist, and received the eagle-shaped black pine-clad steel shield from an alert soldier. He glanced at the 3-masted sailboat below the sea cliff and praised, "This location is really tricky. You can't even see it without flying in the sky." Set off. There were exactly 50 Druzais in total, and 2 animal trainers led the way, followed by 2 mixed teams, Darkuz and Edmund, and 2 animal trainers pressing behind. 2 black the Ark pirates were scattered on the left and right, and began to advance into the forest. In the mysterious forest of the kingdom of Sheris, the white war lion is the most famous beast. They are deadly muscular hunter cats, with shoulders almost as tall as elven war horses but much stronger. They can break bones with every sweep of their claws, and even helmeted heads cannot withstand the weight of their sharp teeth. Even with a light bite, cold lizards are no match for them. Deep in the forest, 5 ferocious white lions were lying on the ground. They had been dead for a long time. 2 of the lions were obviously penetrated by magic. Next to the body of the white lion, Franz was using the Drushi halberd to engage in a life-and-death duel with a white lion guard. Ren held up a shield and a serrated sword to protect Alyssa behind him. Alyssa was leaning against the tree trunk, her face pale and breathing heavily. 2 white lion guards watched the duel in the distance. The remaining dozen Azure, some holding giant axes and some holding bows, surrounded the 3 brothers and sisters to guard the outside. Alyssa whispered, "I will try to hold them back for a while. Just run away when you see the opportunity. Don't look back." Ren responded firmly, "If we want to die, we will die together." The duel between Franz and the White Lion Guards was extremely bloody, and both sides used life-exchanging tactics at the same time. Franz received an axe blow on his left shoulder, with bones visible, and the White Lion Guard suffered a huge wound in his right calf. Both sides have long recognized each other's family emblems, and the enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. The White Lion Guard stared at Franz and said fiercely, "You guys of the Kaitaya family still have the nerve to come back. Shut up! The Puppet King's lackeys. You have completely embarrassed the Sheris kingdom." The 2 sides started fighting again. Franz made a left defensive challenge, but was blocked by the giant axe of the White Lion Guard. Then he made a move, and the giant axe hit Franz, and Franz turned sideways to the limit. He dodged and slammed the halberd towards the White Lion Guard's chest. The giant axe struck the air, and the halberd hit the White Lion Guard's chest hard. The White Lion Guard took a step back, threw the axe at Franz, and then stepped forward to grab the halberd pole with both hands. Franz was hit in the chest by a giant axe, and the axe head was embedded in the plate armor, and he vomited blood. The White Lion Guard looked at Franz with a ferocious smile and pulled the halberd back, as if he had seen the ending. Franz grabbed the halberd shaft with one hand, pulled out the giant axe with the other and threw it on the ground. He sprayed a mouthful of blood at the White Lion Guard, then dropped his halberd and threw himself at the White Lion Guard. The White Lion Guard reacted. Before he could lean back, Franz pulled out the serrated dagger from his waist and plunged it directly into the White Lion Guard's neck. Chapter 4. Enemy Attack. Franz fell to the ground on top of the White Lion Guard. The 2 White Lion Guards rushed towards Franz with their axes. A harpoon cut through the air and penetrated the neck of a White Lion Guard. Darko stared at the White Lion Guard with blood spurting from his neck in stunned silence, and then looked at the harpoon crossbow in his hand, feeling a little doubtful about life. Is it so outrageous? Can this be shot? The Drushi soldiers began to gather around, shouting, "Druki! Spear and shield!" The Black Ark pirate held a repeating crossbow in one hand and held the Sea Dragon cloak in front of him with the other, charging. After the 4 trainers fired their harpoon crossbows, they hid behind the charging Dread Spearmen and Gloomy Swordsmen to reload and follow up. The Black Rui Company crossbowmen were also in the formation holding shields and raising crossbows to advance forward to suppress the firing. Alyssa manipulated Gurjai Feng to summon a scorching amber spear, which penetrated the body of the White Lion Guard. The White Lion Guard looked down at the big hole in his chest and fell down with a look of disbelief on his face. The Black Ark pirates' repeating hand crossbows shot down a large area. The remaining Azures holding giant axes tried to launch a desperate charge, and the archers also tried to fight back. Unfortunately, the 6th round of arrow rain came, and there was no Asur left standing on the field. Some were injured and lying on the ground but not dead. They struggled to take out a dagger and stab their hearts or slit their throats, choosing to commit suicide. Those who lack social experience or are unable to take care of themselves are in dire straits. These poor little guys were tortured mercilessly by Drush. The cruel laughter of the torturer and the screams of the victim mixed together to form a painful and cruel scene. Symphony. Darkus ignored them, quickly ran to Franz and turned him over, trying to undo the hinges on his shoulders. Ren and Alyssa also ran over to help. Darkus yelled, "Stop playing around!" He said to the 4 animal trainers, "You guys go and skin those white lions." Then he said to the Black Ark pirates, "A few of you take off your cloaks and use your spears to make a stretcher, while the rest clean up the battlefield." Under Edmund's command, the soldiers began to move, beheading, removing armor, collecting weapons and skinning. Several soldiers worked together to put Franz, who was breathing weakly, on a stretcher. The debris on his chest and shoulders had been cleaned out and powdered. At this moment, the rough roar of a group of crows came from the forest. Darkus followed the cry and frightened him. I didn't know when there was a figure in the forest, a rickety old woman wearing a hood and ragged clothes, carrying a broken bag on her back, and holding a wooden stick in her hand. Although Darkus couldn't see her face, he was sure that the old woman had been staring at him. Other soldiers also heard the sound and looked over, and the scene was still for a while. Darkus shouted in disbelief, "Hey! Old lady!" The old woman was obviously stunned for a moment, and then disappeared out of thin air. What the hell? Am I dazzled? Cane on top? Could it be the Soul Keeper? No way. Darkus and the several Druzais next to him looked at each other and asked doubtfully, "Have you all seen it?" "Sir, I saw it." Alyssa said with certainty, "Yes, Prophecy Weaver Marayag, that's right." Darkus shrugged indifferently and said, "Should I say something at this time? Asuryan's fire." To express shock. Ren and Alyssa stopped what they were doing and looked at Darkus with confused expressions. Then Ren looked at Alyssa and said, "Sister, has our destiny been rewritten?" Alyssa shook her head and said, "I don't know." "Sir, thank you for coming today." After saying that, she lay on the ground. "Make a big bow." Darkus stopped her and said, "It's strange. It's like I received some kind of omen today. Maybe it's really the guidance of fate." Centurion Edmund began to loudly order the soldiers again to continue working. The battlefield has basically been cleaned up, and there are still a few soldiers who want to peel off the skins of Azul's cousins, because these things are in short supply for Drushi. Darkus said to Edmund, "Don't leave any traces, we should retreat." Then the group of people carried Franz and the trophies back the same way. When he walked to the sea cliff and saw the soldiers who were still on guard, Darkus breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no accident. The crew and the remaining soldiers began to disembark, pulling the ropes to lift the three-masted schooner out. The soldiers who climbed down from the sea cliff also joined the ranks. The sailmaster on the ship was adjusting the sail. After all, this three-masted schooner was the plunder ships or ordinary Krikaron shipyard products without magic or engines. Darkus stood on the sea cliff watching all this and sighed, "What a bunch of old seals." Franz was lying on the bed in the cabin, breathing weakly. Alyssa sat on the bedside and cleaned the wound again. Ren said to Darkus, "Sir, thank you very much for today." Darkus leaned on the bedside, looked at Franz with his arms folded, and said indifferently, "Sister, I seem to have told you? Take good care of your brother." After that, he went out. Returning to his cabin, Darkus prepared to dismantle the plate armor. A crow flew gracefully to the porthole, tilting its head and looking at Darkus. Darkus stopped and looked at the crow. "You don't belong here." An old female voice sounded in Darkus' mind. Darkus was not surprised at all, after all, such outrageous things as transmigration had happened. Besides, there are powerful people everywhere in this ghost place, and no outrageous things happen to them. Darkus said in his mind, "Asuryan's fire. What's wrong? I thought you could take me back? Then I'd really like to thank you. Destiny has changed, and you have a chance." Darkus looked at the crow with disgust and said in his mind, "What are you talking about? Can I end the arrival of the end? What is your relationship with Lilith? I'm not familiar with you. I can't see into the future with you. Your fate is unpredictable. My grandma, be practical. I have given you my blessing." Darkus thought of some legends. Legend has it that the elven archers believed in Mora ig Heg, and they believed that the crow would guide the arrow to hit the enemy. Thinking back to the previous harpoon, a casual shot from a long distance can actually hit a running object, or the neck. How about riding and slashing? "Oh, my dear grandma, what's the price?" The crow ignored him, turned to look at him, and flew away. Darkus shouted several times in his mind, "Hello, grandma? Dear grandma? Old lady? Okay, bye." Really, no manners at all. Chapter 5. The bark re-entered the fog and headed towards Bretania. Darkus lay on the bed and wanted to sleep, but couldn't fall asleep after tossing and turning, so he reluctantly picked up his halberd and prepared to go to the deck to exercise. On the deck, Dastan Lengian was still at the helm, and Edmund was still leading the soldiers for training. What was he doing if he was just sitting around and not training? Darko stood on the deck and waved to Stan Lengian, who was on the upper deck, and shouted, "Edmund!" The two of them put down what they were doing and walked over quickly to salute. Darkos leaned on the deck rail and blew in the sea breeze and said, "How is the situation?" "Master, the ship has set sail and will arrive at the coast of Britannia in 2 months. This world has 24 hours a day, 8 days a week, and 400 days a year." Darkos nodded and looked at Edmund, who looked confused and didn't know what to say. Darkos looked at the head hanging behind the mast again and said, "The head of the one who duelled with Franus should be kept safe. It is his trophy." "How many sets of armor were captured?" Edmund replied, "Sir, I will arrange for someone to keep it. There is a white lion breastplate that is completely useless, as well as 2 sets of white lion armor and 14 sets of light armor." Daxus said boredly, "Are we here to do business, or are we here to have fun?" Dastan Lengian said with understanding, "Master? Do you want to visit our cousin's village? Otherwise? Send someone to call Ren and let's study it." The 3 Drushi did not continue talking. Dastan Lengian and Edmund were thinking, and Darkos looked at the mast boredly. After a while, Ren also walked over quickly. Darkos said, "I have a plan, a big plan." Then he said in Drushi language, "Come here, let's go to a village." After that, he stood up and walked to Ren, looked at Ren's brown pupils and said, "There is something you need to do." At night, the 2 moons Manasrib and Morsrib hang in the sky, and a tranquility shines on the land of Ulthuan with the silver mist like moonlight. Ren appeared on the official road along the Ulthuan coastline wearing a white lion armor and carrying a giant axe. Looking at the city wall with flashing lights in the distance, he took a deep breath and started running into the wind. The village and town were surrounded by a 5-meter-high city wall. Seeing Ren's arrival, the defenders on the city wall began to be alert. Panting, Ren ran to the city gate, banged his axe on the ground and gasped. The captain of the sea guard on the city wall looked at him warily, and the other soldiers drew their bows and pointed them at Ren. Ren raised his head and said, "A group of Drushi pirates landed, and our team participating in the White Lion trial was ambushed and killed." The captain of the sea guard was not used to his problems and asked, "Which family are you from?" "I am a woodcutter from Talgurd, not a noble." "What is the name of the daughter of the head of the Rikai family?" Ren's heart skipped a beat, but he said, "Why didn't I know that Lord Solka had a daughter? Do you think I'm a spy?" "Last question, what is the name of your Excellency Solka's son?" Ren shouted impatiently, "Kohler, are you done?" After knowing the situation, the general guard of the village rushed to the tower and nodded secretly after hearing the conversation. He poked his head out of the wall and asked, "How many Drushi pirates are there?" "It's about 40. We broke through and ran away. I'm here to inform you to be on guard. I'm going back to find my companions. Lord Anna of the Larian family is still in the woods," he said. "Turn around and go back." After hearing the noble name, the garrison chief became active and said, "Wait a minute, I will send a Triton 100 to follow you." The centurion of the centurion held a torch and observed Ren's brown pupils with a wary expression. He was relieved to see that they were not the black and purple pupils unique to the kingdom of Nagarath. Ren led the centurion and began to sneak up, luring these unlucky guys into the ambush circle deep in the forest. When he saw the ambush circle, Ren said, "Should we put out the torches? Why is it so quiet around here? We are not being targeted." The centurion looked at him suspiciously and handed him the torch of the soldier beside him. Said, "You hold the torch to lead the way. Others extinguish the torch and stay close together. Don't get separated. If there is danger, form a formation as soon as possible." Ren looked at the centurion with an angry look, took the torch and walked in front. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a tree trunk and looked at it. Then Ren said, "There is a mark on the tree, and my people are nearby. Praise the god of deception." After saying that, he threw the torch out, rolled his body behind the trunk, and shot an arrow into the trunk where Ren had just stayed. "Superior!" The centurion fired the arrow and roared, "There is an ambush, form a formation." The Triton guards gathered together and relied on the tree trunks to form a small square formation. The Triton guard's archer in the middle of the square was half drawing his bow. The forest was dark and nothing could be seen. The Triton guards were panting nervously. In the distance, Alyssa climbed up from the ground, raised the golden snake staff and began to control Gurji Feng. She uttered a spell with Gilu in her mouth. Several fierce spearmen also got up, and lined up and raised their shields in front of Alyssa. "In front of you. The woodlands are animated by Gerswines. Strong winds blew through the trees, and a storm composed of nearby branches and leaves rolled towards the Tritons. The branches were whipped and thorns were entangled, and the Tritons trapped in them screamed. The Tritonians were screaming over there, and Darkus was running away here, muttering in his mind, "It turns out there are more than 6 magic spells. Is this the resurrection of the woodland or the awakening of the earth spirit? Aren't those all life spells?" At this time, Alyssa finished casting the spell and leaned against the tree trunk, panting, with cold sweat on her head. Looking at Darkus, he said, "Sir, I released the forest awakening spell. Their formation should be in chaos." Darkus joked, "You are a little weak, you need to make up for it." Then he shouted, "Edmund!" Edmund shouted knowingly, "Attack! Drushi, spear and shield! Praise Cain!" Still following the old routine, the black sharp repeating crossbowmen and the crew members they brought out began to shoot with the repeating crossbows. The dread spearmen and the gloomy swordsmen pressed forward with their shields raised, while the black arc pirates and beast tamers followed up and shot behind the spearmen and swordsmen. After the 6-round crossbow box was empty, the black arc pirate directly hung the repeating hand crossbow on his waist and drew out the weapon, fishing net, grappling hook and barbed steel chain. The animal trainer also took out his whip after shooting the harpoon. The formation of the Tritons could no longer be maintained. Some were shot to death by flying crossbow arrows, some had their eyes scratched by leaves, and some were tripped by thorns and fell to the ground. Charge! Darkus also fought with a sword and shield. The black arc pirates threw the fishing nets and steel chains over and began to engage in hand-to-hand combat. The killing begins. Chapter 6. The battle ended violently. Darkus effortlessly hacked to death 4 sea guards. Was he injured? Non-existent. There is no violent reaction after killing a person, just like killing a chicken. Although he has never killed a fish in his previous life, in his dream he is a perverted murderer, the kind who is cruel in his methods and cannot be caught if he commits crimes continuously. Ren held the serrated dagger and walked towards the Triton centurion with a sinister and vicious expression. At this moment, the centurion, who had more air in and less air out, was lying on the ground looking at Ren with hatred, vomiting blood from his mouth, and seemed to want to spray Ren in the face. "Ask you to shoot me, and I will use a sharp dagger to peel off your scabbed skin and muscles, cut open your ribs, and see your shrunken organs. I will use hooks to make your pathetic face a mask." Darkus shook his head upon hearing this, walked over with an impatient look, and chopped off the centurion's head with a single blow. He kicked the head to Ren and said, "No time to play, Edmund." Edmund was in charge of directing the cleaning of the battlefield, and ran over quickly when he heard the voice calling him. "How many people were killed?" "Sir, 5 people were killed in the battle, and more than 10 people were injured." Darkus curled his lips and said with a look of disgust, "What a piece of trash, take off the armor of these sea guards. Let some of the crew and the injured escort the prisoners, armor and corpses back. Who the hell kills people? Yeah, I'll kill him. Did you even hear that?" Drushi, who was cleaning the battlefield, responded one after another. Darkus began to remove the hinges on the plate armor and said, "Replace it with the armor of the sea guard. We are going in a circle." The group of people wore Triton armor and made another large circle in the opposite direction from where Ren went to the village. The sky had just been clear, but now it started to rain lightly. They marched in formation to the bottom of the village and town walls. By this time, the rain had started to pour heavily. The captain of the sea guard on the city wall looked at the sea guards below and shouted, "Who are you?" This time it was Darkus, who shouted, "We are the Oak Patrol ship Triton of the Kingdom of Iris." "I've never heard of the Oak, how come you people from the Kingdom of Iris are here?" "We intercepted pirates on the west side of the Withered Islands. A group of Drushi pirates landed here. The captain asked us to land in the south to look for traces of the group of Drushi raiders. Did you find anything? Can we come in to avoid it? Rain, can you replenish your supplies? We have to go back before dawn." "What are the names of the 2 brothers of the Iris family?" "Lords Eltharion and Aglan." The captain of the sea guard nodded and ordered his soldiers to open the gate. "Come in, there's nothing found. The pirates should have landed in the west." A White Lion trial team was attacked. The city gate opened, and Darkus led his people directly in, heading straight for the city wall. Fortunately, it was not a Barbican city. The captain of the sea guard also realized at this time that something was wrong, and shouted sternly, "There is a problem. Put down the gate. Shoot the arrow." There were 2 unlucky Druzi under the city who were directly killed by the falling gate. Darkuz raised his shield and drew out his mercer and took the lead, cursing and spitting out sweet things, saying things that no one on either side could understand. A certain Yan family member from Diulate Tower was shoveled to death and thrown into the street. Use his shield to block the thrusting spear, and kill the sea guard who was not holding a shield with a sword from close range. Hot blood spurted all over his face, and he could barely open his eyes. The black arc pirate who rushed up from behind protected him behind him, dropped his shield and drew out a double blade, a fist dagger, a serrated dagger and a classic 3-piece suit, and started a close-quarters fight with the sea guard. It was a completely crazy life-changing style, fierce. Extremely. Alyssa quickly released a spell of Wei-Shen's wild form, giving a buff to the Drushi soldiers who rushed in. Then she cast the Claws of Fury spell, discarding the golden snake staff, and turned her hands into sharp claws to start fighting. Darkuz became more and more courageous in killing, and in a short time he nailed one with the spikes of his shield and hacked to death 3. The soldiers who rushed up, led by Edmund, desperately pulled the city gate, and the Drushi soldiers downstairs who raised their shields to defend themselves against the rain of arrows also swarmed in. In the forest in the distance, Ren was playing with the centurion's head. When he saw the city gate opened again, he quickly put the head on his waist. Charge! Remember the signs and don't hit your own people. In the forest, number 50 or 60 Druzi raised his shield and rushed towards the city gate. The sea guards in the villages and towns who were sleeping and waiting for their rotation were awakened by the shouts of killing. They rushed out of the barracks and lined up to fight towards the city gate. Since the reform of the puppet king of Ulthuan, all the people of Asur have become soldiers. When a 16-year-old man comes of age, no matter whether he is a merchant, a fisherman, a poet, or what he does, he must receive armed training. The militiamen put on their equipment and rushed to the city gate with spears, shields, and bows and arrows. The Drushi soldiers who rushed into the village, led by the captain, lined up and rushed directly towards the sea guards who came for reinforcements. The 2 groups of former compatriots were extremely jealous and stabbed each other desperately with shields and spears. The Air Company crossbowmen and crew members climbed up to the top of the house and used their repeating crossbows to provide long-range support. The militiamen who came later were shot down, and some unlucky Drushi shooters were hit by bows and arrows and fell down. Darkuz on the city tower saw that the sea guards on the city wall had been cleared, and the soldiers rushed in and said quickly, "Edmund! Go below to maintain the front. The Black Ark pirates follow me." The duration of Alyssa's wild claws had expired, and her hand returned to its original appearance. She picked up the golden snake staff, and released another Wei-Shen's wild form spell to the Drushi soldiers who were fighting below. Darkuz led 2 teams of dissatisfied Black Ark pirates around the town. After walking around for a long time, I saw that Ren was also leading people around. The team and Flo were blocked directly behind the militiamen. The Azures were blocked together and could not move forward or retreat at the same time. Screams, wails, and fighting echoed throughout the villages and towns. Asur in the streets fought to the last moment, and with the fall of the garrison commander, the battle ended. There was no morale left, and the team collapsed. This is Azul's home, and they have no way out. Darkuz raised the messer knife above his head and shouted, "It's carnival time. Catch everyone alive for me, don't kill them for me. Isn't this the moment we fight for?" The Druzi all praised Kane and Darkuz in unison. Then they dispersed with excited shouts and began to plunder. The loot must be handed over and distributed, but the process is important. Darkuz walked back to the tower alone. The rain began to lighten at this time, and a symphony of pain and cruelty sounded in the villages and towns. The captain of the Sea Guard, who had many problems, had been hanged on the city gate, his body swinging in the wind. On the city tower, Darkuz looked at the twin moons in the sky. "So what if I am not me? Do you know that I am me today? Ha 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 ha." Darkuz threw away the messer knife in his hand and let out a wild laugh, a kind of scream, half showing terror and half showing pride, like the kind of sound that could only be made from hell, like being punished for being punished. The sound that comes from the throats of souls suffering from hell and devils cheering for souls to fall into hell. Accompanied by the symphony, Darkuz walked, kicked, spun, and jumped in the rain. Sometimes he looked like a fool, sometimes he was heroic, his mind wavered, and he acted as if no one was around. He let go of his arms in the rain and let the rain wash over him. Alyssa walked up to the tower at some point and looked at Darkuz quietly in the rain. Darkuz stretched out his hand and said, "Let's just dance. How could I refuse an invitation to dance with you?" Chapter 7. It was another early morning, and today Darkos woke up earlier than before, because the whole ship was restless, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. On the deck, Dustin Cold Eyes was still at the helm, and Edmund was still leading the soldiers for training. Darkos observed Drushi on the ship and felt that they were working and training more diligently today, as if they couldn't wait for the time to pass. Darkos leaned against the deck railing, smiled with a hint of understanding, and called Dustin Cold Eyes and Edmund over. "Good morning, my lord, young master. Are the statistical results out?" Dustin Lengian said cruelly, "Young master, a total of 363 Azures have been captured, and the loot is still being counted." "Hey, good guy. Have you achieved the target this time? How many soldiers died in the battle?" As he spoke, Darkos clapped exaggeratedly. Darkos has to complete the Haxaya trial, which is a Drushi tradition. After the nobles reach adulthood at the age of 16, they need to conduct a plundering voyage, plundering along the coastline, and gain family status and wealth based on the amount of wealth plundered. Position. Azure is valuable only when it is alive, and it is said to be equivalent to weight in Druka society. Drushi nobles would buy them at high prices to do unknown things, but most of them were sacrificed to Cain or made into leather goods that Drushi were crazy about, such as boots, carpets, catons, sofas and sails, some type of. Dustin Lengian began to compliment, "Yes, congratulations, young master, no one will try to plunder Ulthuan in Haxaya." Darkos smiled, looked at Edmund and asked, "Loss?" Edmund also complimented, "Congratulations, sir. 39 soldiers were killed in the battle last night, 8 were seriously injured, and many others were slightly injured. Appease the soldiers and crew, and the trophies will be weighed and distributed after they are returned. Don't let me play to death, they are all golden sovereigns. How long will we continue to float?" Dustin Lengian organized his words and said, "My lord, there are still nearly 5 months." When he heard that there were still 5 months left, Darkos looked pained, because he really didn't like floating on the sea. "Then let's go to Bretonnia for a walk." One midnight 2 months later, Darkos was awakened by Dustin Cold Eyes. The Winter encountered a Bretonian merchant ship, and the other party turned around and ran away when they saw them. After putting on his armor, Darkos stood on the deck, looked at the escaping ship in the distance and asked, "Where is it?" "Master, we are almost at Bordeaux. Brian was robbed by Lacasa not long ago, right?" "Yes, master, only 35 years. Go after it and sink it. Drink the wine on the hour 82. Dustin Cold Eyes began to order the pursuit in confusion, the alarm bell rang, and the soldiers and crew began to take up positions. The Reaper ballista wrapped in canvas was revealed. This thing is Drusha's killing weapon. The heavy weapon composed of a heavy hammer and a crossbow can fire a hail of bullets, or a shot that can pierce the skin of a giant dragon. Crossbow arrows. Arrows are all equipped with barbs, making them difficult to pull out once they hit. Those victims who were hit by arrows but did not die will all suffer great pain when they pull out the arrows. Those who survive by chance will become useless and useless, worse than slaves. The other side was just a merchant ship similar to a carrack. The 3-masted raider ship quickly caught up with it. The cutter ballistay on the deck began to shoot at the waterline of the merchant ship. The merchant ship burst into pieces and sawdust flew. After 3 rounds of shooting, the 2 ships began to sail side by side, and the Reaper ballista began to switch to shot mode to aim at the sailors on the deck. The Bretonian sailors on the opposite side let out desperate screams, firing catapults and repeating crossbows. The crewmen fell like leaks on the deck of the merchant ship, and corpses were scattered everywhere. The wailing sound made Darkos heartbroken. Darkos looked at it and shook his head, thinking, "It is wrong for a good old farmer to come out and run a ship." After thinking about it, he laughed loudly, pointed at the merchant ship with his index and middle fingers and said, "I am a powerful person. If you are kind-hearted, you cannot listen to this voice, and leave no one behind." The soldiers and crew members looked excited after hearing the order, and began to throw the hooks and ropes over. Some Black Ark pirates and crew members couldn't wait and swung directly over. The gang-hopping war began, and there was no doubt that it was still a one-sided massacre. Dustin Cold Eyes and Ren also jumped over, and Dustin Cold Eyes stayed behind again and again, having not moved his muscles for a long time. Alyssa stood at the spot where Darkos' sword was with the golden snake staff. She looked at Darkos' side face and showed no interest in fighting. She didn't even bother to cast a spell. Darkos felt that Alyssa had been looking at him, lying on the railing and staring at the merchant ship opposite. As the sound of killing sounded, Alyssa mustered up the courage and slowly came closer. Darkus had no choice but to turn back and look at her calmly. Alyssa stopped and looked at Darkus, who wanted to say something, but couldn't. Darkus looked at her suppressed red face through the firelight, and quickly said, "Why don't you go to the other side to have fun?" Alyssa shook her head and said, "Sir, it's boring." Darkus stood up and shrugged and said, "Then I'll go over and see if there's any good stuff on the ship." He jumped over as he said that. Alyssa walked back to the cabin in despair. Franz lay on the bed and looked at her, sighing and saying, "He rejected you? That's fine." Alyssa yelled at her brother angrily, "Brother!" He turned around and walked back to his cabin. The battle is coming to an end, except for the poor guy struggling with the beasts in the lower cabin. Darkus hacked to death a struggling sailor lying on the ground, stepped over his body, and sighed, "Oh, my dear, may Lilith bless you." "No, I'm sorry, may Manon bless you." When the curtain is lifted, the warehouse is filled with oak barrels, and the rich aroma overflows from the barrels, which is intoxicating. Darkus took a deep breath and praised, "Asuryan's fire." "How do you say that? Wine may not be better as it gets older, nor may it be more expensive, only the one that suits you. The best." Boom! A lead bullet shattered the deck next to Darkus' feet and was embedded in the oak barrel next to him, making him jump in fright. A woman's shrill roar and the clash of weapons were heard from the lower cabin. Throwing into the street, "What are you doing?" Darkus was in shock, cursed, and hurriedly walked down the cabin with the knife in his mouth while holding the knife in his mouth. "Who the hell fired the gun?" Dastan Cold Eyes faced off against a woman holding a dueling sword with double blades in hand. The still smoking flintlock pistol had fallen to the side. The Black Ark pirates took out their repeating crossbows and formed a circle to point at her. Darkus leaned over and looked at the woman. She was just that long, wearing a palace skirt and big waves, but he always had an indescribable feeling. "My dear Captain, I bet you that this woman is older than you. The bet is 10% of the spoils after weighing." Dastan Lengian took 2 steps back and looked back at Darkus in shock, with a "you're not kidding" expression on his face. Darkus looked at Dastan Cold Eyes with a provocative smile. Dastan Lengian gritted his teeth and said, "Bet on a treasure map. What does it mean to be addicted to food?" Chapter 8. Darkus showed an extremely exaggerated noble etiquette and said to the woman in imperial language, "Hey, beautiful old lady, do you need us to serve you?" The woman's eyes widened, and she opened her mouth to speak, but was afraid of the crossbow next to her, so she hesitated and hesitated. Ren and Edmund heard the gunfire and rushed over. Then Darkus said, "It's nothing." "Where are you going?" The woman suddenly burst into tears and opened her mouth, "I want to go to Musilong. My father is seriously ill and I want to go back to see him for the last time." After speaking, she wiped her tears with her hands. Darkus yelled directly, "Why is a 100-year-old woman acting like a virgin?" This shout frightened Druza next to him. Ren and Dastan Lengian burst into laughter without breaking. Edmund and the Dark Ark pirates next to him looked confused. Darkus said again, "Why didn't you say you were going to the Silver Spire? Do you believe I will nail you into an iron coffin, tie you to an anchor and sink you into the sea?" The woman was completely panicked. She couldn't even hold the sword steady and fell directly to the ground. She also collapsed on the ground. Darkus continued, "Let me guess? Are you running away?" The woman quickly adjusted herself and stood up again, and said gracefully, "That's right, those Lamian sisters reported me." Darkus laughed, and then said to Ren and Dastan Lengian in Drushi, "She is a vampire lurking in the human world. She was formerly a member of the Lamian sisters. Now she is reported to the police by the sisters." Officially, his identity was exposed and he ran away. Ren and Dastan Lengian looked at each other after hearing this, and then Ren joked, "Why does this routine sound so familiar to me?" The group of Drushi burst into laughter, and the cabin was filled with joyful air. "Old lady, how old are you? What is your name?" The woman's face turned red, she gritted her teeth, and the veins on her forehead popped out as she said, "My name is Tetlin, and I am almost over 400 years old." As soon as he said this, Dastan Lengian's face turned green. Even though he was in his early 300 years, he still had little experience. He was trembling with anger and pointed at her with the blade in his right hand tremblingly. Druxi loves all forms of betting and gambling, even if it means risking his own life. No one likes to lose. You can cheat or cheat, but it depends on who the opponent is. "Damn, I thought you were Genevieve. Who are you, Mrs. Melissa Dark?" Tatlin looked at Darko's in shock and said, "That's my grandmother." "Who are you? How do you know so much?" Darko's nodded and said, "Since you asked sincerely, I will tell you with great mercy. Whether I change my name in practice or my surname in sitting, Drushakalund Karl, the famous Loxia corrupted heart." Ren and Dastan cold eyes almost collapsed again. "It seems that you can't say hello to Ms. Neferida on my behalf. I'll send you to Musalon to see your father. You can figure out the rest by yourself." Then he said, "Let's go and start moving the goods. This ship it's all wine, drink it to your heart's content today. The water on the dam boat is covered in green hair. Why did Darkus let this woman go so happily? Because this vampire will most likely become the longest reigning Tsar of Kislev, known as Bloody Tatlin." The palace ministers were all female vampires, and Mr. Boyer couldn't stand it anymore. Finally, her son Pavel stepped forward and asked her to have a forced stroke. Darko seemed to understand what that indescribable feeling was. It was fate. When we walked out of the cabin, it was already dark. After eating, Darko's returned to the cabin to catch up on his sleep. When he got up, Dastan Lengian sent over the treasure map. He opened the sheepskin treasure map and studied it, and asked, "Where did it come from? Do you have any ideas?" Dastan Lengian said, "I have kept it in my hand for a while since I won it in a bet. I can't tell where it is." Darkus gave Dastan a cold look. "Does that mean you are fooling me?" Dastan Lengian hurriedly explained, "Master, last winter the Black Ark Shadow of Despair was repaired in Krikaran Devi. I won it from the Admiral. If I hadn't served the Hell Calamity family, it can kill me." Darkus thought, "You really don't have martial ethics." Nodding reluctantly, he handed the treasure map to Dastan Lengian and said, "Let's wait until you become the Admiral. This location is the Dragon Islands." Dastan Lengian took the treasure map, knelt down and paid homage. "This is what I was waiting for when I came out. Okay, okay, okay. Keep it safe and bet less in the future. It doesn't matter if you lose the treasure map. Don't risk your life by it." 5 days later, Musalon coastline. Darko said to Tatlin, "You can swim, right?" Tatlin looked at the coastline that was still some distance away speechlessly. Alyssa and Dastan Lengian beside her couldn't wait to kick her down. Alyssa wanted to kick her because the vampire always wanted to get close to Darkwu these days. "Sri Lanka. Can you give me the weapon back?" Darkus turned his gilded flintlock pistol with his fingers, suddenly stopped, and arched his body. The flintlock gun was pointed at Tatlin at his waist, a proper American style of cohabitation. "If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten. If you stay on the ship for 5 days, it will be your fare. Take out the bullets and strips." "You." Tatlin had no choice but to take it out and throw it on the ground. "What's your attitude? You can leave now." Tatlin glared at Darkus and gritted his teeth and said, "You are such a gentleman. Thank you for your compliments. Goodbye. Dear lady, we will visit you when we have the chance." Tatlin ignored Darkus and jumped directly into the sea and swam towards the coast. Darkus raised his gun and aimed at Tatlin, who was pawing the dog, and said coldly, "Give her a boat. When she gets ashore, she will definitely kill the sailor who rowed the boat, drain his blood, and demonstrate to us." Dastan Lengian asked doubtfully, "Master, I still don't understand why you let her go." Alyssa checked the strip and bag to prevent any magic, blades, traps, etc. After confirming that they were correct, she picked them up and handed them to Darkus. Darkus first opened the barrel of the gun with a purge, loaded the gunpowder and put the lead bullet into the muzzle of the gun, then pushed it in with the purge, and raised the gun to aim at Tatlin, who was still pawing at the dog. There was a bang of gunfire, and the bullet hit the sea next to Tatlin, causing a splash of water. Darkus shook his head regretfully. "Loxia corrupt heart. I remember you. You bastard. Don't let me meet you again." Tatlin dug harder, his voice fading away. Darkus blew on his gun. "Don't ask, asking is your destiny." Chapter 9. The bitter winter swaggered to a halt at the mouth of the Grismurray River at the junction of Bordeaux and Mousalon. At the mouth of the sea, there are cliffs on the Bordeaux side, while the Mousalon side is a low-lying swamp. The height difference between the two sides forms a tall and winding cliff. Tullis Watch Lighthouse stands on the headland on this side of Bordeaux. As a lighthouse, it has a reputation as one of the most reliable lighthouses in the Old World, although no ships now sail here. In fact, it was the temple of Verena, the goddess of wisdom, and its main purpose was to spy on Musalon. It is said that the priests of the temple can use the powerful magic given by the goddess of wisdom to spy on the entire cursed principality of Mousalon. They refused to say what they were looking for or what they would do if they found it. At the same time, the priests insisted that they could not enter Mousalon themselves. It is known that the prophetesses of the lake god, and even the lake fairy, have visited the Tula's warning lighthouse, but the purpose of the visit remains a mystery. The priests here will give advice to those who come to ask for help, and it is good advice. The temple sells many books, and anyone who buys any book here will automatically get a hearing. Priests also sometimes offer unsolicited advice, especially advice to adventurers venturing into Mousalon. To sum it up in 2 words, landmark. The people in the lighthouse temple must have seen the bitter winter, but they could only look at it with big eyes. Darkos didn't believe that there would be prophetesses or lake fairies visiting at this moment, and then a comet Casadora hit the ship. How could there be so many coincidences? Besides, when the comet hit, there were also magical wares the mast. Since Duke Leonis, who had long been at odds with Mousalon, killed Duke Merovingian in 1814 of the imperial calendar, most of the territory in the north of Mousalon was annexed by Leonis. Since then, only a piece of land has been left in Mousalon. The place. You can still vaguely see figures of neither people nor ghosts in the swamp. They should be hard-working swampmen, professional snail catchers and frog hunters. Their work is tedious and time-consuming. All creatures in the swamp are legally owned by the lord. To become a swampman requires the acquiescence of the local nobles. Some nobles require a long apprenticeship and an oath. Only when they call themselves swampmen are they allowed to hunt in the lord's swamp. Otherwise the end will be extremely miserable, and will be treated as the crime of stealing the lord's finances. This group of swampmen must always pay attention to what's going on around them when working. It is said that there is a huge worm in the swamp that can suffocate people. From time to time there were dead floating objects floating in the river, not to mention bandits and beastmen. The captured prey is then cleaned by the frog wife, who is not only an expert cleaner of frogs and snails, but is also an important part of the social fabric of Bretonnian villages. On the deck, the 3 brothers Darkos, Takaya, and Dastan Lengian, 5 Drucky nobles, were basking in the sun and drinking afternoon wine. Franus can already walk on the ground normally, but he can't train normally yet. It has to be said that the elf's physique is really strong. Darkos wanted to eat trout from the Grismary River, so the trainers took the Dark Pegasus out and went to the swamp to ask for some snails from his fellow villagers. Edmund and the first mate were fishing with some crew members and some soldiers were on guard. Just now, a crew member was so lucky that he caught an apiao. The apiao wanted to climb on the boat to visit, but was stopped by the fearful spearman. He was stabbed mercilessly by the sky piercer. Fortunately, Nat Pagel didn't possess him and fished up the specialty dragon leech in the Grismary River. It was a snake-like undead creature 8 meters long and 1 meter wide. Its skin was soft, slippery, and already rotten. There are no bones in the body. A mouth part full of teeth, extremely disgusting. These 5 Drushi nobles were chatting about the customs of Bretonnia, from the noble knights to the truffle dogs, and to the tomb of Duke Merovingian. Darkos sat slumped on the chair, eyes half closed, legs crossed, leaning on his chin with his left hand, and spinning the flintlock pistol with his right hand, which was extremely comfortable. He told a few baiter jokes casually, which made the 4 nobles laugh. They didn't know whether it was really funny or not. Ren revealed his idea of exploring, but was ruthlessly rejected by Darkos. Who knows where the mausoleum raised by the knights is, and Merovingian was lying in it waiting to see the light of day again. The armor and black. I'm not interested in the lily rune sword Darkos either. A side plot? It doesn't exist. After completing the KPI, he just wants to pass the garbage time. Besides, we can't stay here for too long, and the Bretonnian navy is not just for a living. Sailing is boring, especially the kind of staring, and the kind of not working is even more boring. In addition to Alyssa, who can also use the crystal ball to chat remotely with the sisters, Darkos, in addition to practicing combat skills every day, is archery. He decided to add 3 skills to himself, namely cooking, painting and musical instruments. Originally there were 4 and 1 Go player, but the Drushi society was really not suitable for this kind of thing. There were no chess friends, and they were too close to each other, and they were trying to cheat in every possible way. The ship's kitchen is very advanced. The entire cabin is made of Hague Graves black marble, with an open fire and a bread oven. The fish was killed by the crew, and Darkos, who was powerless, really didn't have the courage to kill a living life. Darkus used the only ingredients to make a dish of Bato-style baked snails and pan-fried trout, and after finishing it, he sent some to Edmund and the first mate. The four nobles applauded after eating, but Darkus felt that it was just ordinary. It was just cooking. Everyone just had fun eating. After eating, Darkus exercised on the deck for a while and then went back to sleep. Now the ship is in urgent need of fresh water. There is not much fresh water left, and it has been left for too long, and green hair has grown on it. Now Darkus drinks wine when he is thirsty. Drushi's body does not need oranges, and there is no such fruit in the plantation of Krikalund. However, Darkus does not want to land in the exiled land of Mousalon. Who dares to drink the water here? Besides, the knights here all have some weird things, such as bat-wolves, blood knights, black knights and streetjars. It's a thankless task to catch a bunch of zombies and go back. There are no bicycles for them to pedal in Nagaros, and they don't need to generate electricity. The old farmers of Bader, led by Lord Mantawolf, bravely resisted the Druza pirates. Darkus didn't dare to think about such a difficult thing. The ship continued to sail north. After Lyonese annexed Mousalon, it became the duchy with the longest coastline. The coast within the territory is rugged and has many small islands. Offshore currents are tricky for outsiders but easily predictable by locals, and the islands have better harbors than the mainland coast. Most of Lyonese's coastal villages are actually located offshore, scattered across the islands. Even old farmers in some villages would lure ships to the rocks and then plunder the shipwrecks. Further north, the Duchy of Le-Angoulan has a short coastline and rugged terrain. In most coastal areas, towering cliffs plunge directly into the seabed, and reefs stand out in the water. The currents on the shore are also extremely dangerous, and even with skilled pilots, the boat often overturns. Dastan Lengian told Dacus that this place is almost industrialized, and some Drushi captains have even become strategic partners with local knight masters. The Drushi captains specially brought people to their partners, so that those black blades or unpopular heirs could die gloriously, and the knight master would gain fame. In addition, the knight master will regularly send unlucky people to Nagaroth in the form of goods to experience the local customs and hospitality. The Black Blade is the illegitimate son of Drushi society, such as Valahar of Hagrid Grave, and Malus Black Blade, the sixth son of Lehan Fallen Blade. Snakes have snake ways, rats have rat ways. Upon hearing this, Darkus was dumbfounded and his outlook was shattered. It's really outrageous. Growing up, it's a big departure. Chapter 10. The next morning, I encountered a small Drushi schooner. When I saw the winter, I immediately avoided it without any intention of communicating. Maybe I was afraid of taking advantage of others. On the afternoon of the third day, I encountered another Drushi schooner. I also saw the winter and turned around and ran away. At this time, Darkus realized that his Drushi three-masted plundering ship was indeed a bit of a supermodel. This kind of ship was used to match the Black Ark, just like the large cruiser in the aircraft carrier battle group. On the fourth day, we took advantage of the darkness to bypass the city of Leonis and surrounding islands, and headed towards the northern city of Sorrel, preparing to find a place to land. More than 20 Bretonian cavalry stopped and raised their hoofs to the turf. The evening sun filtered through the woods, casting dappled light on their armor. On the mountains to the north they could smell the sea and hear the distant waves. The mounted squires were returning from the hills. Their steps and demeanor suggested they had found what they were looking for. The leading knight took off his helmet and shook his hair, revealing his young face. When he turned to look at his flag officer, a proud smile appeared on his face. He smiled proudly and said, "Looks like we have found our prey, hey? My dear Bastine." Bastine lifted his mask. He was also a young and handsome knight. He said in a low voice, "That may be the case, Joneva." But the expression on his face was equally triumphant. Because they all know that they are about to become heroes again. Less than 2 hours north is the village of Avignon. Since the beginning of summer, it has been under attack. Of course, there were only a few hundred old farmers in the village, and there was nothing valuable to rob. But every knight's duty is to protect the weak, and the young chivalrous knight quickly jumped at the chance to prove his worth. Now it seems that Joneva and Bastine, the best childhood friends, are about to become the saviors of Avignon. The captain of the valet dismounted not far from them, trotted over, took off his helmet, knelt in front of the two noble knights, and reported to Joneva with joy. "We found it, sir. It's a group of Drushi. There are about 10 of them. They are on foot, without mounts, wearing armor, and have a small camp. Joneva asked, Druxi? Are you sure? The captain of the squire replied, Yes, my lord. I am sure it is Drush and not a Norscan. Joneva and Bastine looked at each other, and then Joneva said to the attendant, Well, good job, very good, ready to fight. Joneva drew his sword and said, Are you ready to fight, my friend? After saying that, he clamped his legs tightly on his mount and began to jog. Bastine said wisely, Let's not be impulsive. Think about it, our number is more than 3 times theirs, and they are all cavalry. We will directly overwhelm them. Of course, if we can capture these Drushi alive, if we do, we can get a lot of reward, and His Excellency Duke Herpans will also be very grateful to us. Joneva understood Basidine's hint, laughed and said, Ha ha ha. Bastine, you undoubtedly have the mind of a lord, no wonder I am responsible for commanding you. Bastine showed a bright smile and said, Just go ahead. Then he turned to the horse-riding attendants and said to them, Attendants, let's catch some Druish pirates now. They will regret setting foot on the land of Leonis. The sound of horse hooves thundered, and the Bretonnian cavalry marched forward bravely. The reconnaissance of the mounted squire was accurate, and as the sun set over the bay, the 2 brothers Darkus and Takaya, with a band of black ark pirates, set up camp and made a fire to cook. A large black and purple tent stood behind them, the flag on the top of the tent swayed in the wind, and a small boat ran aground on the beach. Darkus was picking wild fruits, and he felt that uneasy feeling in his heart again. He frowned and asked, Have we released the people on guard? Franz put down the wild fruit in his hand and said, Sir, we arranged to go out in the first 2 hours. Darkus cursed and said, Damn, that's weird. Bastine looked at Drush in the distance and said, They don't even have bows or pole arms. I have already seen the goddess of the lake smiling at me. Joneva smiled at his flag officer and said, The noble ladies will definitely like our stories and can't wait to fight with us. Bastine shivered and said, My dear friends, ladies can fight better than any warrior I have ever met in battle. The 2 laughed loudly, and following Basidine's order, the attendants galloped across the hill in unison, rushing toward Darkus and the others. Seeing the Bretonnian cavalry rushing in the distance, the 2 brothers Darkus and Takaya jumped up from their chairs. The Black Ark pirates dropped what they were doing, drew their weapons, and lined up around Darkus. Franz said hurriedly, Sir, you go first. We will try our best to stop them. Ren also quickly said, Yes, sir, you go first, we will buy time for you. Darkus laughed angrily and said, Damn, what the hell is this? There's no reason for me to leave first. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Delay. Delay time. Put down your weapons. Let's surrender. Darkus walked out of the formation and raised a Bretonnian military salute in the face of the galloping cavalry. The Black Ark pirates also lowered their weapons under the order of the captain. When the Bretonnian cavalry saw Drush raising his hands to surrender, they slowed down their horses. Joneva stopped gracefully in front of Darkus, pointing his lance at Darkus, with the tip of the spear a little further forward. His words almost touched his nose. Darkus didn't take a step back, he raised his hands and raised his head to look at Joneva. Joneva retracted his lance and raised it to the sky, then took off his helmet with his left hand, raised his chin and said arrogantly to Darkus, You are now the Baron of Valence, the savior of Cologne, a savior of Vignan, prisoner of Joneva de Valence. You will be judged for your crimes against this land, and until then I guarantee that you will not be mistreated. Darkus looked at the chivalrous knight in front of him and thought, What a stinker, his mind is full of nightly dreams. Then he smiled politely and said elegantly in Bretonnian, Dear Baron my lord, please forgive us. They are fully aware of their crimes, and so am I. I am Bardic Blackblade, a descendant of Calond Cal's 1000 Bites. I offer you my sword. We will obey your authority, and there will be no more disputes today. Tomorrow we will face the trial calmly. As he spoke, he deftly took off the noble curved sword from his waist, and raised the sheathed noble curved sword towards Joneva with both hands. Bretonnian and Imperial have the same differences as High German and Low German, except for some grammatical differences in some words. Chapter 11. Joneva nodded with satisfaction at Darkus' answer, because this was the most respectful and humble surrender he had ever seen so far. Well said, Baldec Blackblade of the 1000 Devours. I accept your surrender. You will be treated fairly before you are handed over to our Duke Herpans de Leonis. Darkus then said politely, I wonder if you can give me one last help? The moment I prepared dinner, you captured us. Can you give me a chance to have the last meal? If you, I would be honored if you would join. Joneva and Bastine looked at each other, and Bastine said, why not? Joneva said enthusiastically, I'm a little hungry too. He handed the rifle to the attendant, turned over, dismounted, and took the weapon. The noble curved sword of Kuz. Bastine also turned over and dismounted, looked at Darkuz, and imitated his father's intimidating tone and said, be careful, Drush. If you make any abnormal move, you and your men will be punished with the most painful death. Walking alone, do you tell Drushi about the most painful death? After thinking about it, Darkuz smiled and said, I assure you, my lord, the food is cooked by me myself. It is neither poisonous nor harmful. I won't give you any medicine. I swear to Loik, the god of faithfulness, that you will eat your fill and leave the tent unscathed. He made an elegant noble salute. The interior of the tent was woven with Druza-style patterns of silk and was illuminated by ceiling candles. A small feast was laid out on a beautiful long table, and the tent was filled with aromas. 2 Drushi nobles and 2 Bretonnian nobles sat opposite each other enjoying a feast. Joneva held the wine glass and curiously asked Darkuz, you said you are from the Thousand Bites family, so why are you called Black Blade? Shouldn't you be called Thousand Bites? Darkuz smiled, poured the wine into the glass and said, this is my life experience. This story is too long to tell. Are you willing to listen to this story? Joneva said in a curious tone, tell me about it. Joneva and Basset remained vigilant and alert to any unusual movements. But stories are the best pastime at the tables of Bretonnian nobles. Darkuz took a sip of wine gracefully and said, this is a very cliché thing. Then he cut off a piece of the barbecue on the plate. He continued in a heavy tone, a long time ago, chaos erupted from the rift and swept the world. We followed the steps of the first Phoenix King Enarion, drove out chaos, closed the chaos rift, and saved the world. After that, our legitimate Phoenix King Malekith was not recognized, and the civil war started. Father and son brothers of the same family drew swords at each other. The mother chased the child with a sword on the street, and the child stabbed the mother with a spear. After a long battle, countless cities and villages were destroyed, our homeland, the kingdom of Nagaroth, was torn apart, and those loyal to the Phoenix King were exiled. My family came to Nagaroth on a black ark, and the name Nagaroth is to commemorate our former home, Nagaroth. The black ark ran aground on the shores of the cold sea, where the family settled and took root. Franz next to him was eating the steak in front of him calmly, and he understood Bretonnian. Bastine, this steak is unparalleled, you must try it. Joneva interrupted Darkuz's story and pushed the steak to Bastine. Darkuz raised his eyebrows and said, thank you for your recognition of my cooking skills. You can try this baked snail dish. I made it according to the recipe of Bretonnia. Bastine cut into the steak and said, please continue. I'm interested in your story. Darkuz continued his narrative. The war lasted for generations, and countless divided families fought countless battles for the Phoenix King and the False King. The war came and went, and each family believed that the other was dead or had been killed. Time has forgotten. During a battle, my father met my mother. When he was still in the kingdom of Nagaroth, my mother's family's manor was next to the Kyunyi family's manor, and the two families had been friendly for generations. Unfortunately, she gave birth to me. Franz was holding a wine glass and drinking Portuguese wine. Hearing what Darkuz had made up was so outrageous, he was a little overwhelmed and almost choked the wine into his lungs. Feeling the strange gaze, Franz put down the wine glass and said in Bretonnia, I'm sorry, my lords, I am recovering from a serious injury. Darkuz glanced at Franz and continued to preach in a sad tone, my mother died shortly after giving birth to me. I was ostracized by my family since I was a child. My father and brothers beat and scolded me wantonly, treating me as a shame to the family. Once, my brother stuffed me into a wooden barrel with a highly venomous stone viper in it. I squeezed its head tightly with my hands, and I stayed with the poisonous snake all night. Another time, I went hunting, and I was so happy that I couldn't sleep all night. I thought they finally accepted me, but it turned out. While talking, Darkuz suddenly stopped and looked up at the candle on the ceiling. The candle light shone on Darkuz's face, and tears rolled in his eyes. I was the prey. My brothers kept chasing me. I could only run as hard as I could and kept running. They deliberately shot arrows at my side, kept laughing, insulting me, and humiliating me. I want to turn around and face them calmly and fight with them, but I really can't muster the courage. I'm just a loser, I hate it so much. Darkus picked up the wine glass and drank the Portuguese wine in one gulp, adjusted his mood and then said, I am 16 this year. According to the tradition of Drushi society, when a noble reaches adulthood at the age of 16, he needs to go on a plundering voyage. During the trial, the captain threw me on the shore and drove away. I could never go back, and I never had to go back. There are a lot of loopholes in the Cav's story, but I can't stand anyone believing it. Bastine sighed, shook his head and said, illegitimate son, alas. Darkus continued, I have a brother named Lakasa. Joneva raised his head suddenly and asked, Drush invaded Brionne in 996 of the Bretonnian calendar, and Duke Corentin died in the battle. The leader is named Lakasa. Is he your brother? Darkus nodded and said, yes, that's him. Joneva and Bastine looked at each other, with surprise and then disappointment in their eyes. Joneva sighed and said, the Duke of Corentin's family is extinct. Darkus closed his eyes and listened to the sound of the rising tide outside. It was like rolling thunder, and the waves were getting closer and closer, as if thousands of troops were rushing in mightily. Feel sorry. Chapter 12. I just pushed a little too hard, but that's okay. After adjusting his mood, Darkus continued, sorry, I made everyone laugh. At this time, the laughter of the attendants came from outside. Bastine stood up, opened the curtain and took a look. Seeing that there was no problem, he nodded to Joneva and sat back down. Joneva picked up the wild fruit from the plate and said lightly, I'm sorry, these servants are just farmers. They are vulgar and impolite. I hope you don't mind. Darkus ignored the remark and asked curiously, I heard that Duke Herpans de Leonis is a lady. Upon hearing the name, both knights became interested. Joneva put down the wild fruit and said with great enthusiasm, yes, war girl, Herpans is a lady. Although she is younger than me, she is the pride of Leonis and the pride of Bretonnia. 3 years ago, a huge plague fleet anchored off the coast of Bretonnia. The fleet was so filthy that the sea behind it was dyed black. Chaos began to wreak havoc in northern Bretonnia, and we responded. The brave King Louis went to Cologne to join the king's army at the call of the king. During the lamenting battle, I saw with my own eyes Akram, the commander of the Skull Warriors gang, killed King Louis. In that battle, we were defeated, half of the knights were sacrificed, chaos surrounded Cologne, Bastine, and I managed to break out. Giovanni spoke with a heavy tone at the end. Bastine continued, during the breakout, our team was scattered, and then we met the war girl in a village. I will never forget that scene. She was wearing armor that obviously did not fit her figure, riding on a warrior. Immediately carrying the giant sword and holding the lily battle flag high. She called on us to muster up the courage to fight again. When I saw a young woman standing up to fight the powerful chaos, I felt extremely ashamed. I thought I have an obligation to follow her, no matter whether it leads to death or glory. Giovanni said proudly, we who have regrouped are unstoppable. We charge all the way under the command of the War Maiden and the Great One Henri Le Massif. The walls of Cologne are withered by the Chaos Lord. The war girl was shaking under the impact of Karen. At this moment, the war girl holding the lily flag high led us to kill. The army was neat and tidy, with heads held high and chests held high, drums and horns urging, prancing horses and spears. We formed a wedge formation. The war girl bravely rushed to the forefront, and we followed her, directly cutting through the chaos formation from the flank. When Karen, the Witherer, raised the giant sword over his ferocious face, he was struck by the war girl. Dazzled by the light emitted by the giant sword, he struck down the head with one sword. Cologne relieved the siege, and we chased the remnants of chaos all the way to the seaside. The enemy was driven out of the sea and killed in the name of justice. In order to express our gratitude, young King Louis granted her not only all the honors that the War Maiden possessed, but also the entire Duchy of Leonis. Darkus thought, the siege of Orleans? This is too strong, can it be more rigid? Then he clapped politely and said, this is really a great battle. The story of the two adults is very exciting. In my opinion, these two lords are perfect and glorious examples of chivalry. I believe that in the near future, the virtues of chivalry of these two lords will be spread throughout Bretonnia, and the people will be delighted. The chivalrous deeds of these two lords will go down in history forever. This rainbow fart made Joneva and Bastine smile and nod, their faces full of pride. Darkus raised his wine glass, closed his eyes, drank the remaining wine in the glass, and listened to the sound of the tide, as if the sound of thunder was close to his ears, and thousands of troops were standing beside him. The winds of Gur blew violently, and the curses of Alahil followed. Clouds filled with spiritual bodies covered the outside of the tent, and invisible claws pinched the enemy's throat. My lords, thank you very much. I must sincerely say that I have never had a more pleasant experience with human beings. However, now we must deal with those unpleasant things. Perhaps, we should set off to judge is there a place. The four of them stood up, and Bastine picked up the last wild fruit on the table. Joneva said, if we leave now, we can reach Avignon before midnight. My dear Balbec Blackblade, you are a hospitable host. The meal was wonderful and the story was wonderful. I will do my best to ensure that you are treated as a noble should while in captivity. Darcus made an elegant noble salute and said, this is my honor, 2 adults. I can't think of a better way to kill time. Maybe, I can entertain myself with one last story. I believe you 2 adults will find great humor in this. He said and opened the curtain of the tent. Achil invaded the armors of the 2 knights and went straight to Tianling Gai. Bastine opened his mouth wide, and the wild fruit in his hand fell to the carpet. Outside the tent, the attendants were organized into several rows and knelt outside the tent, with their hands tied behind their backs and stuffing in their mouths. Druka soldiers rode on the attendants, pulling their heads, and holding serrated daggers against their throats. The reins of the Bretonian war horses were held by their trainers, while the horses and inferior horses were held by the Druish soldiers. The horses remained quiet and peaceful. 2 brothers, Ren and Alyssa, stood outside the tent, their eyes filled with anger. Several black sharp repeating crossbowmen and black arc pirates pointed their repeating crossbows at the tent door. When they saw Darcus opening the tent curtain, they immediately lowered their repeating crossbows. In the distance, the corpses of several sentry attendants lay on the ground, with crossbow arrows stuck in their heads and throats. Joneva and Bassidine's faces were pale and full of shock. Their previous high spirits were long gone. They were shocked by the secrecy and coordination of the entire operation. After reacting, he immediately pulled out his sword and rushed into the tent. The Black Arc pirate directly used the classic 3-piece suit to control the 2 of them. Darcus stood next to the tent door and waved his hand. Great evil moon, Morse Rib. This ominous and terrifying moon is now hanging in the night sky. Its miserable green light shines on the earth, and this is the sign of death. The 2 people who were pushed out of the tent looked at the Drushi 3-masted plunderer parked on the sea in the distance and several small boats that kept going back and forth. The Cold Lizard and Disaster Walker chariots were unloaded on the beach one after another, and the following Drushi soldiers did not wait for the boats to dock, jumped directly into the sea, and lined up on the beach. Darcus walked out of the tent and said in a cold tone, this story is very short. 2 young and promising noble lords of Bretonia. They were deceived by the enemy's conspiracy and will be in Hagrid Graves' mine. Spend the rest of your short life. Chapter 13. Ren. Grown-ups. Why were you laughing outside just now? When he mentioned this, Ren's face turned dark, and he gritted his teeth and said, Sir, these idiots are humiliating me. Darcus leaned on the support pillar of the tent and crossed his arms, nodded casually, and said loudly in Bretonian, on the land of Bretonia, peasants humiliate nobles. According to the law here, how should we deal with it? Franus slowly walked out of the tent and said in Bretonian equally casually, the Lord will announce the judgment and punishment measures. Joneva began to struggle violently, as if he wanted to say something, but the Black Arc pirate next to him punched him directly in the face, and then punched him in the nerve under the armpit. The poor knight lay on his side on the ground, twitching like a prawn. Bastine knelt on the ground with despair, as if praying to his goddess. The long life and social customs of the Drushi have made no race in the world more proficient in human structure than the Drushi. Once, Darcus was walking around on the deck and saw a Black Arc pirate who was taking a rest, holding a book in one hand and gesticulating with the other. There are many books about medicine circulated among the people in Druzy, such as Shock. Secrets about the human body, some tips on human anatomy and some insights on the structure of the human body, fully combining theory with practice. Seeing Joneva's tragic situation, Darcus felt pity. After all, they had just had dinner together. He raised his head and looked at the pale green moonlight of Moore's Leap. He waved his hand and said, I am a powerful person with a kind heart. Don't want to see this. Tonight is a good day, sacrifice them to Cain. The fate of these more than 30 out-of-work farmers was casually decided by Darcus. Being a horse squire was undoubtedly the most coveted status among farmers, because it meant that they could serve as wardens and sergeants. It takes several years to graduate from the armed infantry and climb up to this point, and promotion is possible only by fighting bravely on the battlefield. All armed infantrymen dream of becoming squires, largely because of Bretonian fairy tales of squires who rose to the ranks of knights through heroic battles. However, no peasants were actually promoted because of this, and the nobles of Bretonia did not want to tarnish their status by being associated with these idiots. The smell of blood filled the air, and the cold lizard in the cage roared excitedly at the smell. Next, 3 squads of Drushi soldiers, led by their captain and Edmund, knelt in front of the tent. Darkus looked at them with cold eyes and asked in a cold voice, "According to Drushi military law, how should we deal with this kind of thing?" These 3 teams were responsible for perimeter security in the afternoon, and they were able to bring in a group of cavalry, which was outrageous. Edmund was a centurion. Although he had been on the ship and was responsible for arranging the night's landing, he also had responsibilities, as was the case in Drushi society. After hearing Darku's question, the Drushi present banged their weapons and shields and shouted in unison, "Cut! Cut! Cut!" The soldier kneeling on the ground did not argue or beg for mercy. He lay on the ground waiting for the next sentence. Darkus began to think, behead them all? Or kill the captain and kill 10 of the soldiers and draw out 5 of them? No, there are not many soldiers left. Don't overturn the situation. Ren, who was standing outside Darkus's 2 swords, seemed to notice something. He hesitated for a long time and still didn't speak. Darkus said, "Cain's sacrifice is enough. Each person will receive 50 whips, and the distribution of spoils will be cancelled. Before returning to Krikarond, you must be a pioneer in every battle. Let bygones be bygones." After returning to Krikarond, the scene was a bit still for a while. Everyone was surprised by the result of the penalty. These Drushi soldiers who did not take it too seriously to watch the excitement obviously made a bet. Several captains are still waiting to be promoted. Although the centurion is already the top for the civilian class of Drushi, unless he achieves such great achievements or is appreciated by a powerful person and is promoted, there are still a lot of Drushi. Strange common people flocked to it. Darkus heard the soldiers kneeling on the ground sigh in relief, and Edmund, who was also lying on his stomach, turned to look at the standing captains. Ren immediately praised, "What are you doing standing there in a daze? Why don't you thank me, sir?" The Black Ark pirates were executed on the spot, with whips hitting the back. 50 lashes were not painless for Drushi. Those who knew how to play could use these 50 lashes at the same point on the spine to finish the whole person. Also crippled, paralyzed. Of course, these Black Ark pirates are not so low in emotional intelligence. A disaster walker chariot came over quickly. It had a very unique shape and its one wheel was very wide and strong. It could withstand bumps. It roamed in wilderness, swamps, forests and caves, looking for suitable prey. The body is made of steel-clad black pine, with hollow frames and gilt copper-clad steel-swept wings. Equipped with a barbed hunting net and a hunting harpoon with a steel chain, it can accommodate a driver and 2 tamers carrying harpoon crossbows. After being sentenced, Edmund walked up to the 3 captains and scratched their ears. After the beating, Edmund began to give orders to move. The soldiers began to apply special potions, and their bodies emitted a slightly unpleasant odor. Cold lizards will think that the smelly person is their own kind. Of course, applying this potion for a long time will destroy the sense of smell and taste, but Sovereign can cure it. Ren was in charge of coordinating the situation outside just now, and now he was taking the time to eat. 3 cages containing cold lizards and a box containing armor were pushed over. In Nagorot, the most famous cavalry unit is Krikarond's Ebon Claw Cold Lizard Dread Knights, all descendants of Drushi nobles, and the war vanguard of the Witch King Malekith. There are standing teams, rotating teams, and reserve teams. Each aristocratic child must prepare his own armor and a cold lizard. Noble children without military positions during wartime must respond to the call and join the knights. If the aristocratic family of Krikarond cannot even get out a cold lizard and armor, then it is completely ruined. After confirming that all Druzi, including the 2 knights, were coated with potion, the 3 cages were opened, and 3 cold lizards came out restlessly, making a hissing sound. The Bretonian war horses and steeds were frightened when they saw the cold lizard. Darkus frowned, snapped his fingers, pointed at the horses and said, "Improve the food for the slaves, and tell the crew to will come and move." The 3 cold lizards are behemoths weighing 2 tons. Most of the cold lizard's weight is concentrated on its strong hind legs. With its long and powerful tail, the cold lizard can run quickly and even jump at the command of the rider. Its smaller forelimbs come in handy when walking, trotting, or catching larger prey. It pins its prey with its forelimbs and then tears it into pieces with its razor-sharp teeth. They hunt in packs and are particularly good at taking on prey several times their own size. Once the presence of prey is noticed, a large group of cold lizards will come. Some of them will directly move forward to bite, while the rest will surround the prey on the left and right. If prey is surrounded by them, death is imminent. There are also northern and southern cold lizards. The southern ones live in the jungles of Lustria. Their scales are dull grey-green and they have no horns on their heads and chins. The northern ones live in the underground mines of Hagrid Grave. Their scales are dark purple and they have horns on their heads and chins. In one sentence, a velociraptor that can ride. Chapter 14. The trainers opened the box containing the riveted black steel and copper-edged lizard armor, and put on the armor in an orderly manner for the cold lizards. First put on the mail on the back waist to protect the buttocks. Then install the head armor, neck armor, chest armor, leg armor, foot armor, claw armor, and tail armor. Finally, the silk woven with the family emblem was draped around the waist, and the saddle and reins were put on. Darkus watched from the side and thought, "It's so troublesome. The old lady wears cotton pants, one set after another, and she even has claw armor." After finishing the cold lizard's armor, the trainers helped the brothers Darkus and Takaya put on the armor. "Franaz! Grown-ups! Can we fight?" Franaz yelled with all his strength, "Yes." Darkus looked up to the sky and smiled, his smile was so weird and unpredictable. The steps for a cold lizard fear knight to put on armor are more complicated than that of a cold lizard, and they also need to have the so-called Drushi ritual. First, he put on black steel and gilt copper full leg armor and pointed shoe armor, which were still in Gothic style. A flintlock pistol was placed in a leather pouch on the outside of his right leg. The intelligence of cold lizards is relatively low. Knights usually kick the cold lizards in the abdomen with the toes of their shoes or hit them with the butt of their guns to control the cold lizards. As for the reins are there to give the knight a place to put his hands. Darkus was originally wearing a noble silk robe with purple outer part and dark purple inner part, and then put on Darakoi, which is called the power to fight death. It is actually a long mail shirt with soft leather sewn inside, and the length of the mail reaching the elbow of the arm. "What kind of cortex is it?" Darkus didn't dare to ask. Then put on a slit mail skirt outside the robe, a black steel gilt copper double-sided breastplate, a throat guard and shoulder armor, and a reverse blade one-piece arm armor on the forearm. The inverted blade is so exaggerated and strong that it can capture the enemy's weapon or be used to strike and stab the enemy in close combat. The helmet is composed of different parts and follows the typical Drushi shape, with the moon wings exaggeratedly flying backwards. Finally, a belt is tied around the waist, and the noble curved sword, messer knife, and bayonet are also worn. The number of weapons worn by the cold lizard Dread Knight symbolizes his noble status. Darkus is qualified to wield 2 weapons, but the 2 Takaya brothers are not. The noble curved sword, also known as the Soul Reaver, is mainly used for ritual battles and duels between nobles. Ritual battles usually occur during noble banquets to add to the fun and enhance the atmosphere. During formal duels, the bayonet blade is used together with the noble curved sword. The bayonet blade is used to deliver paralyzing blows to the neck or limbs. The usage is very particular. If the opponent cannot be immobilized and executed with the bayonet blade before the opponent dies, the audience will be dissatisfied. The thorn blade also has another function, which is to peel skin. The trainer opened a delicate box with a sense of ceremony, which contained 5 rune hooks like jewelry. They would be hung outside the armor in different positions, representing the loyalty and battle honor of a cold lizard fear knight. And family. Its complexity is comparable to medieval heraldry. This runic hook is called a spiritual ring and can also be worn on the ears. Drushi believes that this thing can drive away the evil spirits living in Nagaros. Darkus thought, "God, what is the evil spirit of Nagaros? What is the evil spirit? Besides, is there anything more evil than Drush in Nagaros? You can turn over and ride on a cold lizard without the help of a trainer, because Drush's armor is so light that you can even perform a Cossack dance, as long as you don't step on your robe and slit mail skirt." Taking over the repeating hand crossbow and the eagle-shaped black pinewood-clad steel shield, the shapes of Drushi shields also vary widely. Different emblems are engraved on the shields, representing legions, cities, families, etc. But one thing they have in common is that they are extremely offensive. There is usually a spike at the bottom of the shield, which can be used to stab or nail the enemy's feet. Then take over the Soul Eater, which is the lance used by the cold lizard Dread Knight. The shape of the spear point varied, but the joint between the spear point and the barrel must have a long silk ribbon or pennant, with runes embroidered on the ribbon, declaring the knight's devotion to Malekith, the knight's great deeds in his service, and a noble history of knightly families and ancestors. Having said all that, it actually took less than 5 minutes to get it done. Darkus sneered at the animal trainer, "Go to the north and find a village." "What is it called?" Franz added, "My lord, Avignon." "Yes, Avignon, find it." After finishing speaking, Darkus glanced at the two knights and said viciously, "I am fickle and changed my mind again. I will take them with me later. It is said to be a trial, but in fact it is just a pirate gang. There is no reason to replenish fresh water after landing. Does Darkus, a powerful man, have no face?" Alyssa was riding on her dark Pegasus, looking at the fully equipped Darkus with piercing eyes. The Pegasus was a warlock graduation gift from Anasara, the matriarch of the Hell Calamity family. The Drushi soldiers lined up beside Darkus, looking at him with envy and longing. "Praise Cain, tonight is going to be a good day. Let's go." Drush. Spear and shield. The woods were eerily quiet, the pale green light of Moore's leap illuminated the earth, the hoots of owls on the treetops disappeared, dogs, badgers and foxes stopped foraging in the dense bushes, and even the calls of grasshoppers and crickets, the sound also disappeared strangely. There was a smell of fear in the air, and the forest dwellers sensed it and wisely decided not to come out tonight. The acrid smell of smoke wafted over the woods. If you listen carefully, you can hear cries of fear and despair coming from the distant wind. Suddenly, the eerie silence was broken when a little boy burst out of the bushes. The boy was running, he was running faster than ever. His pounding heart felt like it would burst at the next moment, but he didn't care. As if a pair of hands woven with fear were wrapped around his neck, the boy ran through the bushes, ignoring the vines that pulled at him and the branches that would dig into his arms. Although he didn't realize it, tears continued to flow from his eyes, and a warm feeling came from his groin and spread down his trouser legs. Without warning, the boy stumbled and felt a sharp pain in his ankle. He fell to the ground and the skin on his palms was scratched. He let out a scream of frustration and struggled to stand up regardless of the injury. However, his screams turned to agony as he tried to put weight on his injured ankle. He was cursing hysterically. How was he going to get out of this situation if his ankle was sprained or broken? As he limped forward, he glanced back. He saw no trace of the enemy and breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe he has escaped? Maybe he still has a chance to escape? His ankles burned with pain as he stumbled forward. Who are these mysterious attackers? Why did they come? Chapter 15. The Lionessa were known for their internal strife and intrigues, which were attributed to the unusual geography of the area and, in particular, its many excellent fortifications. The northern region is dotted with mountains known locally as mounds. These mountains are roughly circular in shape, usually less than 30 meters high, with an almost flat top and very steep sides. There is an opening at the top, which leads to a complex cave inside. There is a drinkable underground river inside the cave. Avignon is built around this kind of earthen fort. There are buildings scattered in the village, and a 3-meter-high fence is built around the village. There is also a circle of horse traps below. Internal strife and conspiracies are the business of aristocratic gentlemen, and have nothing to do with Antoine. He is just a diligent and responsible stable boy, with a wife and children who love each other. His greatest hope is to make the two of them happy. The son can serve the noble lord and feed the lord good horses. It is best to become a sergeant or warden and shine in the family. The most outrageous thing I ever did was to show off the food that the noble lord had given me crazily during the Thursday festival. It was the only meal in the year where I could eat enough. When collecting tithes, they would play clever tricks with the tax collectors, and try different ways to evade taxes, so as to give the saved subsidies to their families. What is tithe? There is a popular saying in Bretagne, there is nothing in the world but the land of the king. Pay taxes and seek justice. The way of the common people is laborious. Only during the festive season can we take a break. When one measures his produce, he should pay 10/9. 1 out of 10 can be kept for oneself. Bretagne, the land of knights. This method loves the people, who dares not to be happy. How compassionate is this virtue for the people! But it's understandable, after all, the ancestors of the knights suffered a lot when Jill, the unifier, founded Bretagne. Are you still evading taxes? How unruly is this? How disrespectful! All the adult men in the village were mobilized tonight to prepare for possible attacks by beastmen, because it was too green tonight. However, I never expected that the beastmen did not wait, but a group of well-trained, well-equipped killing machines who were not afraid of death. Antoine could see clearly from the gatehouse. About 30 people, shouting words he couldn't understand, held their shields high, formed a formation and rushed towards the entrance of the village. When they almost rushed to the gatehouse, the old farmer above them reacting, rang the bell quickly. The guy next to him was hit in the head by a crossbow arrow flying from below because he was holding a torch. This group of people did not carry ladders or battering rams, nor did they try to climb in through the fence surrounding the village. Instead, they rushed directly to the gatehouse at the entrance of the village. As if it didn't exist, the group of people directly built a slope-like ladder, and several sad swordsmen directly took a running start, climbed up the gate tower and started killing. After all, Antoine had received military training. He had stabbed to death 2 inferior horned beasts and an orc boy. He had participated in the Battle of Cologne 2 years ago and stabbed to death a big man with an axe. Besides, his wife and children were still in the village, so can you bear this grievance? Antoine thrust his spear straight at a sad swordsman who was carrying him on his back. The sad swordsman heard the sound of breaking through the air behind him and hurriedly turned sideways, narrowly avoiding it. The sad swordsman looked at Antoine in shock, as if he didn't understand why Antoine was so ungrateful. Then the sad swordsman's face was filled with anger, and he ignored the old farmer before and blocked the spear with his shield. On one side, he struck with a sword, and then kicked Antoine down with a kick. Antoine's body fell off the gate, but his left forearm was still on the gate. He screamed in pain after falling. Fortunately, the gate tower was not high. With strong willpower and faith in his family, he gritted his teeth and struggled to get up, staggering towards his residence. At this time, the villages there were already scattered people on the road. These people ran out directly after hearing the alarm bell. Some of them didn't even have time to put on their clothes. People were running around like headless flies. Some wanted to climb up the mound and run into the hole, and some wanted to run out through the side door. In the woods, despair and fear spread throughout the village. Alan remembers waking up to a ringing and shouting, his mother dragging him and his brother out of bed and screaming at them to get dressed. He had never seen his mother so frightened. He rubbed his eyes and asked curiously, "Mom, what's wrong?" Alan's mother said with a trembling tone, "My dear Alan, we are about to embark on an adventure. Now we have to go through the woods to reach the cave." Big adventure? Or was his mother taking him and his brother? Is there anything happier than this in this world? Alan immediately cheered up and laughed happily when he thought of this. The mother and son had just walked to the door. A man covered in blood opened the door and fell to the ground. The mother and son screamed hysterically. Alan's mother recognized her husband and rushed to help him. Antoine struggled to stand up. The mother and son looked at Antoine's left hand in disbelief. Blood was still gushing out along the broken arm. Antoine's face turned pale, he raised his right hand and slapped his wife hard, and shouted, "My wife, cheer up, take the children through the gap in the fence, run out of the village to the cave in the forest, I'll see you there and I love you." After saying that, Antoine held his wife tightly in his arms and kissed her hard. He picked up the wood-cutting axe by the door, looked at his wife and 2 sons with nostalgia, turned around and rushed out of the door, into the firelight in the distance. The flames soared into the sky, and combined with the miserable green color of Morse ribbon, they formed a light green that was as dreamlike as a dream. It gives people an unreal feeling, like a gem, shiny, clear, and like a will-o'-the-wisp. The mother cried and grabbed Alan and his brother's hands and ran out the door. His mother's hands were still wet and bloody, but Alan felt that his mother was already dead. The sounds of despair and fear were very close, and Alan saw the back of his father. His father held a logging axe in one hand and charged towards the enemy with a howl. His mother grabbed him, and when he looked over, his father had fallen to the ground. What greeted Alan's eyes was a horrific scene of massacre. The fire began to spread to where they were, and thick smoke enveloped the entire village, exuding a suffocating smell. Terrifying sounds came from all directions, the clang of weapons clashing, the dying screams of the wounded, and the triumphant laughter. These sounds sounded to Alan like roars from hell, and were about to reach an extremely terrifying climax. Chapter 16. The air began to fill with the stench of fire and blood. A small group of old farmers roared hysterically with weapons and shields in their hands, and launched a death charge against the invaders, trying only to give their families behind them a chance to escape. Alan saw the invaders for the first time. They were a group of monsters who knew no mercy at all. They were wearing black armor and walking in formation on the narrow village road, hunting all living creatures they could see. The old farmers are very brave, but they are no match for a group of well-trained killing machines, and they cannot compare with them in terms of strength or speed. Soon, the battle was over, and the old farmers lay motionless in a pool of their own blood. They didn't even succeed in attacking their opponents. The invaders stepped over the old farmer's body and continued to advance into the village in an elegant manner. In fact, Antoine's decision was right. How could a group of well-trained killing machines see the commanding heights and not occupy it? The moment the village gate was opened, a group of soldiers charged directly to the commanding heights, and all the old, weak, women and children who were still climbing to the top of the earthen fort were chopped down to the ground. The flag of the Hell Calamity family stands on the earthen castle. The red flag paired with the green light in the sky is indescribably weird. The black sharp repeater held his shield and fired with his repeating crossbow. Some villagers tried to rush to the back door. The moment the door was opened, they were chopped down to the ground by the intruders who had been waiting for a long time. Then the intruders poured in from the back door. 2 intruders stood in front of Alan's mother, who tried to protect Alan and his brother with her body. 2 intruders grabbed her with weird smiles on their faces. 1 intruder inserted a serrated dagger into her abdomen. She let out a piercing wail, and then dragged her into a nearby house. Alan fell to the ground paralyzed with shock and fear, and his brother cried miserably. The 3rd intruder seemed to be about to follow his companions, but he turned to look at them with a displeased expression on his face, as if he was dissatisfied with the sound made by Alan's brother. He was about to raise his sword to strike at Alan's brother. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from beside him and knocked him to the ground. Alan recognized the black figure. It was the blacksmith uncle next door. Antoine always ridiculed him at the dinner table at home, saying that he was not good at making farm tools and insisted on making weapons for the night. Swordsmith. Not to mention there was no money to be made, and the production was so slow that he couldn't even get a wife. A few months ago, I made a weapon for a knight master. Not only did I not get a reward, I also received a beating, almost to death, because the knight master didn't like a small decoration on the hilt of the sword. After spending several months in bed, Antoine still brought him meals and took care of him. At this moment, the blacksmith uncle knocked the intruder down, grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands, and wanted to stab the intruder's neck with the sword. However, the intruder lay on the ground and used both hands to pin the sword of the blacksmith uncle with the notch in the middle of the sword. The blacksmith uncle screamed hysterically, and the sword did not move even with all the strength of his body. The intruder lying on the ground could not move at all. There was a joking smile on his face, and he stared at the blacksmith with his eyes, as if he was thinking about the cruel way to retaliate against the blacksmith uncle. Cold sweat broke out on the blacksmith's head. He stopped shouting now and started shouting with a trembling voice, "Alan! Let's go quickly, I can't hold on anymore. You and your brother go quickly, thank Antoine." Before the blacksmith uncle finished speaking, a steel chain was swung over and wrapped around his neck accurately. The black arc pirate with 3 heads hanging on his waist tugged hard on the steel chain, knocking him over. On the ground, the blacksmith uncle pulled hard on the steel chain around his neck. He felt like he couldn't breathe. At this moment, Alan's brother was so blessed that he took Alan's hand and ran. The flickering firelight illuminated his face and also illuminated the terrifying scene around him. He saw the muddy streets full of blood, and he saw that some people were still trying to fight back, but it was still in vain, and they were all chopped down to the ground. Alan's brother took his hand and went directly into the alley, running towards the gap in the fence. The gap was only the size of a dog hole, and his brother asked him to get out first. His brother was not so lucky. He had just climbed out halfway when a steel chain wrapped around his calf and pulled him back. Alan desperately grabbed his brother's hand, but there was still no way. He could only watch his brother being dragged back. His brother did not yell, but smiled at Alan and said, "Let's go." A black arc pirate stepped forward and took Alan's brother's collar, jokingly saying, "Praise Cain, the rich and powerful like this kind of little boy to serve as their squire." The person next to him also joked, "The ones you are talking about are the down and out powerful people, the kind who want to save face without sovereign. The real powerful people don't even have attendants, such as Duck." The black arc pirate immediately interrupted him, "You don't want to die? Don't hurt me if you want to die." After saying that, he looked around and found that there were only 2 of them, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he glared hard at the daredevil and kicked him hard. The daredevil also knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he shut his mouth and received the kick silently. The intruder who was lying on the ground suddenly stood up, took out a serrated dagger and prepared to throw it away from the blacksmith uncle's chest. The Black Ark pirate captain came over and stopped him, and said sinisterly, "Tonight, Kane's sacrifice is enough, and the rest should be dedicated to Lord Darkos." The intruder angrily kicked the blacksmith uncle, and then entered the house. The past few months at sea had exhausted him. Those cousins were commodities of equal value to Sovereign, and it was not his turn to sell them. Alan finally ran out of the forest, and then he saw a breathtaking scene. A strange-looking chariot was parked in front of the cave, and 3 animal trainers on the chariot were looking at the dark entrance of the cave. One trainer said, "I could feel there was something in there and it was very dangerous." "Say it like we can't feel it. You're just free. Your hands are itchy." The trainer driving the chariot frowned and said, "Don't look for trouble. We lost the claw competition last year. Now there is a shortage of war hydras under the Tower of Destruction. When I go back, I will apply to Lord Jaeger to let you catch it." "Catch?" The animal trainer immediately begged for mercy, "Spare me, I'm just saying, Why is there a child over there?" As he raised the harpoon crossbow, Alan felt severe pain in his body, and then flew away. He stood up, and then his vision went dark and he didn't know anything anymore. The animal trainer driving the chariot looked at Alan, who was nailed to the tree trunk, speechlessly, and said, "Why don't you usually shoot so accurately? You're back. Drive." Chapter 17. The 3 brothers Darkos and Takaya were on the high slope outside the village, surveying the chaotic scene in front of them. He had a vague premonition that something would happen in the middle of the night, so he did not let the 3 brothers and sisters go to the village to have fun but instead conserved their energy. He lay bored on the saddle and yawned. He even wanted to eat a goose stewed in an iron pot. He was wondering what to do with the goose, and then he was wondering if there was something wrong with his mental state. He was too deeply affected. Assimilated? Or is it just like that? In the afternoon, the Black Ark pirate team was still guarding Darkos. When they saw the 2 saviors of Avignon with their heads lowered, the pirates pulled their heads up fiercely, plucking their eyes, and forced them to accept it all. Darkos glanced at the 2 knights again. Originally, he wanted to bring people over and let the 2 knights have a duel with the old farmers. If the old farmers dare to win, they still have to be slaves. If the knights win, their faith will probably collapse, and the Lady of the Lake will no longer favor them. Maybe we can even see the goddess possessing her and angrily scolding Darkos. Then, just like a hornet's nest, the knights nearby received an oracle in their dreams to surround him. If you're lucky, the war girl and her Lionheart knights will also come over. Before boarding the ship, they might be able to put on a big show of the Drushi Cold Lizard Dread Knights versus the Knights of the Kingdom of Bretania. A pure fun-loving person, but Darkos always felt that something was wrong. Looking up at the twin moons in the sky, I have no urge to recite a poem. Darkos began to fall into deep thought. There must be a motive for doing things. The burning of the village now is in retaliation for having a lance pointed at my nose. And that meal at night, was the meal I cooked so easy to eat? The question is, am I ready to face this crazy bitch? Why is Darkos so taboo about dealing with her? Because this woman is really a scammer. Although there are 1,000 Harleys in the eyes of 1,000 people, Darkos believes that after getting to know her, these 1,000 people will say that she is a cheat. The problem is that there is no gain in irritating her, only temporary pleasure. Maybe I will have to go to Athel Lauren Forest for a tour in the future. After all, Val's incarnation is still there. If I remember correctly, her champion Ala Ross is there, too. And the 5,000-year-old Shadow King Eris Anar from Asur is something I can't afford to offend now. I can't resist intercepting him at sea halfway back. This you're not looking for fun anymore, this is seeking death. As for the magic genius? He's the same age as me, right? Mora Ig Heg said my fate was unpredictable. Maybe I should talk to her. Darkos began to ask, Franaz, what god do you believe in? Franaz hesitated for a long time and said uncertainly, Cain, the god of bloody hands. Ren, what about you? Cain, right. Darkos sighed, Asurian's fire. Alyssa, I guess you should believe in Hecate, the goddess of magic. Alyssa originally expected Darkos to ask her, but she didn't expect Darkos to say it directly and definitely. Yes, my lord. Darkos looked at the Black Ark pirate captain again and asked, where are you? My lord, I believe in Mark Elah, the lord of the abyss. Well, as expected, Darkos nodded, and then asked each Black Ark pirate to state his beliefs. 9 believe in Matharan, and 1 believes in Cain. Every race in this world has their own god. For example, the Greenskins believe in Gorge, the ogres who can't eat enough believe in the Great Maw, and the Skaven believe in the Horned Rat. Yes, yes. The Bretonian Knights believe in the Lady of the Lake, and some Night Lords in Bordeaux believe in both the Lady of the Lake and Manon. As for the old farmers who generally believe in folk gods from the south, the Knights don't like the old farmers believing in the goddess of the lake. Of course, money still has to be collected when giving alms. The foundation of the empire is steel, gunpowder, and faith. This faith is Sigma, who established the empire. He is the patron saint of the empire. Apart from Sigmar, the empire's main beliefs fall into 3 main categories: old gods, folk gods, and regional gods. Ulrich, Tal, Leia, Manon, and Mal are the old gods, representing war, nature, fertility, the ocean, and death respectively. Folk gods were introduced from the southern city-states through trade and exchanges, such as Verena, Mermedia, Thalia, and Ranald, who are the patron saints of wisdom, military strategy, mercy, and trickery respectively. Regional gods are generally there are some river gods and the like, as well as the extremely niche wine god and so on. There are also some cultists lurking within the empire who believe in Slaanesh, the god of love and art, and Psianch, the god of wisdom and knowledge. Hearing this name brings positive energy. Elf culture is steeped in mysticism and magic. Elves believe that their god is always watching over them and is a part of them. An elf believes that every action and thought he makes is mysterious in some way, so everything they do is somehow connected to God. The elven god is the belief of all elves, no matter whether it is Azure who lives on the toilet seat in Ulthuan, Druza who lives in the bitter cold land of Naggarot, and Asrai who squats in the tree of Athel Loren. Of course, there was a special period for the elves. The great Phoenix King, now the Witch King, His Majesty Malekith, and his mother Moratha once secretly organized a joy sect that believed in Slaanesh, the god of love and art. Anasera, the mother of the Hell Calamity family, was once a key member of the joy sect, and she was still at the elder level. Or how come she and Moratha have been good friends for 6,000 years? However, a long time ago, before the elves were divided, this sect was destroyed by Moratha's good son with a heavy blow, and staged a classic show of a loving mother and a filial son. Now this pair of best friends, Moratha claims to believe in Asadi, the goddess of desire, and Anasera believes in Hecate, the goddess of magic. As for what you believe behind your back? Darkos had not been blessed by Kern, the god of courage and glory, and did not dare to ask his clan mother. There are 22 elven gods, divided into the Kade and Caesarea gods, which are the gods of the sky and the gods of the underground, the remnants of the previous reincarnation. Morag Heg, who blessed Darkos, has many titles, such as Soul Keeper, Prophecy Weaver and Old Woman. She is the kind who abides by neutrality and does not offend either side. Of course, neither side will offend her. It is a typical acquaintance, but not familiar. The Azure who live in Ulthuan believe in the Kade pantheon, headed by the autistic Asurian the Riddler, the god of creation, followed by Val, the god of the forge, Aisha, the mother goddess, and Kurnos, the god of hunting, Hose, the lord of wisdom, Lilith, the pure girl, etc. are lined up in sequence. Azul will also treat Cain with caution, and will prepare a small number of sacrifices before the war begins, but Cain never offends them because the sacrifices are too few. The Drushi who live in Naggarot believe in the Thessere pantheon, headed by the Manic Cain, followed by Ethhai, the Pale Queen, Ain Slima, the wild hunting goddess, and Hika. Mention, the goddess of magic, Radley, the goddess of mist, Dracora, the queen of revenge, etc. are lined up in sequence. Drushi's official legal faith is Cain, and Malekith proclaims himself the chosen god of Cain and declares himself to be the incarnation of Cain. Actually no, it was just to meet political needs and achieve the unity of orthodoxy. In fact, he is Asurian's chosen one. There is another person chosen by Cain, no, there is also Azul, that brother should have been born, he is still the same age as Darkos, his fate is so unpredictable. The main altar of Cain's sect is located in Halgansi, one of the 5 main port cities in Naggarot. It is ruled by Cain's bride, the madwoman Heliben, who is also a pink-haired girl who has lived for more than 6,000 years. Cute girl. Turaris the Fear-bearer, the executioner of the cult of Cain, was also there. Cain, known as the god of bloody hands and the lord of murder, is the elf god of violence, war, cruelty, bloodshed, destruction, and murder. He is the Lord of Murder, the ruthless embodiment of evil creed. Why does Druxi believe in Cain? Because this manic patient is really awesome and responds to all requests. Sincerity leads to wisdom. Sacrifice blood before the battle to please Cain. If he is satisfied, he will really give you the blessing of killing. But it must be a sacrifice of blood, it doesn't matter whose it is. Darkus remembers one time when Turaris went on an expedition to the Neokara desert and chopped against the skeleton. As a result, Cain refused to accept the thing at all. In the end, he had no choice because he couldn't cut it, so he could only sacrifice half of it. Drushi, after winning that battle, Tularis took a boat and ran away without even bringing his head back. Therefore, being a soldier in Drushi is quite a tricky thing. In many cases, the damage in battle with Azul is higher than that of the opponent, because if you go forward, you will die 9 times, but if you go backward, you will die no life. Sometimes, as soon as the soldiers reported to the centurion to replenish their troops, their buttocks were still wet, and the previous battle was lost, the entire centurion was implicated and sacrificed to Cain. Many times, people die inexplicably. Where can I go to explain? But there is no way. The common people of Drushi are no better than the old peasants of Bretania. Although there are not only 3 nobles in 1,000 years, they are still very few, but at least there is a chance. In addition to being a soldier, he was going to sea, or he was a street boy, or he was selected as a city guard based on his connections. By the way, nepotism among the top management of Drush is serious. That crazy woman Heliben's father is Malkitha's good friend. The husband of Anasera, the matriarch of the Hell Calamity family, and the young Master Nukal's father was also a good friend of Malkith, but he died during the Great Schism. Krakaland, the city of the Southerners and the hometown of Darkus, is different. There is the landmark building of the Tower of Destruction. Above the tower is the place where sorceresses practice magic. It belongs to the 211st part of Drushi's magic practice. The Dark Witchcraft Monastery of 985 is located in the northern border fortress city of Grond, Morath's lair. One south and one north call each other, and best friends usually use magic balls to remotely video chat. The Tower of Destruction is filled with all kinds of beasts and is a paradise for beast tamers. There are also many sailors and pirates in this city. After all, Drushi's shipyard is here. Therefore, the mainstream beliefs in this city are Hecate, the goddess of magic, Ain Slima, the goddess of wild hunting, and Mark Elah, the lord of the abyss. The Cain sect has declined a bit and has to lean back. What people in the sect look forward to every day is for dignitaries to come and offer sacrifices to relieve their itching. After all, theory and practice must be fully integrated. The most anticipated thing every year is to have fun at the midnight of death. Before having fun, you have to step on the plate. You don't dare to go to the aristocratic area. If you go there, you will be beaten for fun. As for Drushi's aristocratic beliefs, don't ask Cain. Didn't you see that when people are not fighting, they still have to pay a high price for Azul and offer it to Cain? Don't worry about true and false letters, the Kung Fu must be done properly. Of course, some crazy people are true believers. The low-level civilians and soldiers of Druza basically believe in Cain, and some beliefs are based on occupation. For example, some blackguards of Nagarand believe in Edris, the Lord of Blades, and some fire sorceresses believe in Ardias, the god of fire. The Dark Riders believe in Nisu, the keeper of the ultimate gate. The witch spirit and the Cain assassins definitely believe in Cain. Of course, most Druza will also believe in Ethii, the Pale Queen, because this god can prevent their souls from being devoured and played with by Slaanesh after death. No one stipulates that you can only believe in one. In short, Drushi's belief is very, very utilitarian. As for the Israi in the Athel Lauren tree, headed by Kunos, the god of hunting, and Elsa, the mother goddess. After all, their incarnations are there. Therefore, every time in the middle of winter, the incarnation of Kunos will willingly walk into the pyre, just to get a thunderous rebirth at the beginning of spring. Each year on the eve of the spring equinox, the Wild Riders choose a young prince to bear the mantle of the incarnation of Kunos for the coming year. The true son will be guided to the giant tree of time and given the blessing and protection of Elsa's incarnation. There she will use the flesh and blood of her true son and the soul of Kunos to reshape her deceased husband and perform the miracle of rebirth. Question: how many male nobles are there in a sleigh? A sleigh's faith has no taboos, and he believes in both the Kade and Caesarea gods. According to their respective needs, those who work with Des believe in Val, the god of forging, the Eternal Guard believes in Edris, the Lord of Blades and the War Dancer believe in Loic and the Deceiver, and the warriors in Pine Cliffs choose to believe in Kuno. His enemy Ain Slima. Darkus suddenly thought of a story from his previous life. At the end of the day, Ulthuan sank. Someone asked an Azure what he believed in? The Azul held his head high and said proudly, I have no faith, I am a firm atheist. This joke is actually not funny at all, and these elves and gods all have a common habit, that is, I know everything, but I don't say anything. The thought of dealing with these things made Darkus's mind go crazy, and he said to the Black Ark pirate captain, go to the village and get as many pigs, cows, chickens, ducks, and geese as you want. Do you know these things? Sir, I know you. Okay, I'm going to eat goose stewed in an iron pot tomorrow, and you can have a share too. The difference between the champion and the chosen one is that the champion has the most likes and the chosen one is the one that God thinks is great. Chapter 18. Darkus turned over and got off the cold lizard, and fixed the helmet, lance, and shield beside the saddle. The little naughty pair looked up and smelled the smell of blood in the air, wagging its tail restlessly. Darkus walked up to it and patted its head, then scratched its neck. The little naughty pair ducked its head, opened its mouth and bit Darkus' hand, looking at it curiously. In Drushi society, cold lizards are also called little naughties. Every night's cold lizard has a name, and Darkus's is no exception. It was given by the brother before, and it was called Ripper Claw. Hey, be good. Darkus considered it and said to the three Takaya brothers, I have something very important to do now. Do you want to avoid it? The three brothers and sisters were all stunned. What important things need to be done in this ghost place? And this sentence is thrown out to let them choose, not an order. Franz's breathing quickened. He quickly fixed his helmet, lance, and shield beside the saddle. He immediately turned over and got off the cold lizard. He walked quickly and accurately to the position outside Darkus's two swords and knelt down on one knee. Then Ren and Alyssa knelt down next to their brother. I never mentioned that this sword is a unit of distance, one sword is 2 meters and 4 meters. In Drushi's Saitwan etiquette, the normal distance is 3 swords, the waiter or retinue is 2 swords, the most trusted lieutenant is 1 sword, and of course the lover and opponent are 0 distance. This was done to prevent Jing Kai from assassinating the king of Qin, because in Drushi society, assassinations often occurred. This set of etiquette was designed to deal with these things, at least the king could bear the sword. If the distance is not enough and it cannot be opened, or if it is in a military formation, that is another matter. Darkus didn't like talking loudly before, but now he has to stretch his neck when talking. Franz said firmly, Sir, after I woke up, I clearly remembered what happened on the day of the trial. It was you who went there that day, so the fate of our 3 brothers and sisters was changed. Marayagheg, the emergence of the company just proves this point. A crow flew over from nowhere and landed on Darkus's shoulder armor. Then what? After speaking, Darkus took a few steps aside. He was worried that the cold lizard would eat the crow in one bite, so he also avoided the 3 brothers and sisters. He teased the crow with his fingers, and the crow quickly avoided it and looked at Doc with disgust. Us. The 3 brothers and sisters saw the crow on Darkus's shoulder armor, and they felt even more confident. My lord, we wish to offer you our loyalty. Darkus looked at Jonava who was moving, took out the flintlock pistol from his right thigh, raised the gun, activated the safety, took aim, and fired. With a bang, Jonava fell to the ground and twitched. Darkus was speechless because he aimed for the head, but the lead bullet hit his body. Grandma, your blessing is unreliable, or are muskets not within the scope of your blessing? The crow looked at him with contempt and flew away. If Darkus guessed correctly, this crow came to stand for him and show it to the people behind Bastine. Darkus then said, there is a saying that everything in the world has a clear price tag. What do you want? Rebuild the glory of the Takaya family. It is our duty. Why do these words sound so familiar? You have to think carefully, you may not get what you want, and the road ahead may be more difficult than you can imagine. At this time, Ren said, Sir, I will never regret it even if I die. The 3 brothers and sisters of the Takaya family stretched out their right hands and clenched their fists and said, I, Franz Takaya, Ren Takaya, and Alyssa Takaya, swear in the name of Cain, and I will follow him to the death. Darkus, scourge of hell. If I break my oath, I will sacrifice it to Cain. In the presence of Morag Hague, the soul keeper, and Radalai, the goddess of the mist, I Darkus, scourge of hell! Accept your allegiance. Darkus walked back to them, said solemnly in front of him. The Takaya family is a small aristocratic family in Krikaron that can go bankrupt at any time, with no military position and no revenue. There is only a dilapidated ancestral house with no money to repair it. It used to belong to an uncle who suffered from mania, but now it belongs to an uncle who followed Darkus's fathers on sea raids. Moreover, Franz can only inherit if his uncle is extinct, because his father ranks third. Warriors like Franz and Ren can only hope to fight and make achievements, go to sea to participate in the Black Ark raid, or be loyal to the Fear Lords and Nobles, because they have not even lost their first pot of gold. The Cold Lizard Dread Knights can only receive sovereigns when they are on standby. They are of the reserve type, and the sovereigns issued have only symbolic meaning and are not enough at all. No noble will receive it, which will reduce their status. Generally, sorceresses who graduated from civilian families will work as shipboard sorcerers. Some will take on mercenary-like tasks to maintain their livelihood, or simply work as lovers for nobles. During wartime, they will be recruited to form a sorcerer corps and serve as power banks, responsible for replenishing the wind of magic. Noble sorceresses from well-off families have more choices. They usually serve the family directly after graduation. As for Alyssa, who has just graduated, it's like that, even a 211 graduate is not worthy of sovereign. Serving the Fear Lord has to consider it. Darkus's cousin was 9 years older than him. He was a powerful figure in Krikarond. He was surrounded by a bunch of aristocratic children and looked down upon small families like Kaitaya et al. The family pride in the eyes of the uncle is worthless in Drushi society. Well, there is a little bit of curl and a little bit of anxiety. You can only burn a cold stove like Darkus, and it is not considered a cold stove because he can gather his followers after completing the trial and returning. What's more, the 3 brothers and sisters still owe him a life. If Darkus had no obligation to help these 3 brothers and sisters complete the White Lion trial, it would be a big risk to sail the ship to Ulthuan. Wait a day. If you leave without waiting, your previous reward will be wasted. The 3 brothers and sisters were called to help because their uncle was a semi-hostage, and he was not eye-catching, and would not harm Darkus, so it was safer. After all, it's impossible to run back to Ulthuan and become an Azure, right? Be a woodcutter? A cousin of Darkus also wanted to come, but his cousin didn't agree because his cousin looked down on this guy. He had high vision and low hand, and he also liked to point fingers. If something happened to Darkus, the clan mother, the young master, his father and his uncle would bring great misfortune to his cousin. And these 3 brothers and sisters can only wander in the old world, work as war dog mercenaries, and have to face the pursuit of Kane's assassins at all times. Before calling for assistance, Darkus's cousin had already given the 3 brothers and sisters a portion of the sovereign, and promised to give 30% of the weight spoils to the 3 brothers after returning, that is, 10% for each person. This weighing means that after the ship enters the port, 40% of the loot on the ship must be presented to the Witch King Malekith, and then divided according to the total number of remaining loot. Of course, they can also be entrained, as long as they can deceive the group of stewards and tax collectors. These people belong directly to Malkis and are stationed at the ports of 5 major cities. If they are discovered, they will have violated one of the few laws of Drushi. The consequence is to be directly sacrificed to Kane. Get up! Darkus walked up to Bastine, and the crow flew back to Darkus' shoulder armor. Darkus raised his hands in the air, making a funny gesture. He began to mutter something. Radalai, the goddess of the mist, Lilith, the pure girl, the goddess of the lake, I long for your appearance. Chapter 19. You know how to cook it, and it won't burn when cooked. Bastine raised his head, blue aura began to fill his eyes, and some auras floated out and dissipated in the air. He prayed to his goddess all night next to Darkus. How could the goddess of the lake not pay attention? Speaking of which, Darkus really wanted to thank Mireille Yagheg, this kind old woman, whose blessing protected his soul. If it weren't for her, all the great powers might have come to her door long ago. It's like a group of professional basketball players suddenly appeared wearing overalls, which was too eye-catching, and the old lady quickly found a jersey for him to change into. Earth High, the Pale Queen, she only cares about the souls of elves after death. Don't be stunned, come here quickly, come quickly and help untie them, there are distinguished guests coming. I was negligent, I should have had midnight tea with the whole small dining table and chairs, but I will learn from experience next time. The 3 Takaya brothers and sisters were confused. They had been confused ever since Darkos started calling those names just now. They never expected that such a thing would be done. It was simply unheard of. And is there any connection between these three names? One is the underground god, one is the sky god, and the other is the god of Bretania. Alyssa picked up Ren's repeating hand crossbow hanging under the saddle, turned on the safety and pointed it at Bastine. The two brothers hurriedly ran over to loosen the bonds and took the thing out of Bassidine's mouth. Bastine stood up directly, looked directly at Darkos and asked in a female voice, "Who are you?" Darkos looked at Bastine and said sinisterly, "Me? I am from the Krakaland Hellscourge family, Darkos Hellscourge." Bastine said excitedly in a female voice, "No. You're not." Darkos shook his head, spread his hands and asked, "Then I have to ask you, who am I?" "Hey!" This question confused the person on the other side. How could the person on the other side know who he was? Bastine stared at Dacus for a long time, and the scene became a little still for a while. The crow just stood on Dacus's shoulder armor and looked at Bastine without any thought of making a comment. Now Bastine is no longer Bastine, something dirty has got on him. He is now Lilith van der Linde, the famous little Tsiench. As mentioned before, there are 22 elven gods, but that is not the case. One person wore 2 vests, so there were 21 elven gods. She also had a vest and was the lake goddess of Bretania. She is Lilith, the pure girl and the goddess of the moon. She is good at conveying messages through dreams and is also the patron saint of prophets and prophets. Asur pray to her for a clear future, prophecy and foresight. Darkos suddenly warmed up the show with a high emotional intelligence. "I heard that you are very good at dancing." "Ah, no, your hexagrams are very good. Can you show it to these 3 people?" He raised his chin and gave a thumbs up with his right hand, pointing at the 3 brothers and sisters behind them, looking like they deserve a beating. Lilith glared at him so hard that Darkos had goosebumps all over his body. She was in a man's body, and she was also a big man. Then she looked at the 3 Takaya brothers and sisters. This look didn't matter, but it actually made her fascinated. "I can't predict the future of the 3 of them." "Is this? You blocked them?" Crow shook his head. "Anyone who can see the prophecies of the 3 brothers and sisters is a ghost. Lilith can only see prophecies and dreams, but she cannot see destiny. Prophecy can predict what will happen in the future, and she tried every means to interfere, always thinking that she would deviate from the trajectory of the original prophecy, but she did not know that it was this move that successfully caused the prophecy to occur." The atmosphere suddenly became idealistic. Oedipus the king? No. However, fate was broken by the unreasonable existence of Darkos. Next, more people may have their fate changed because of his arrival, maybe for good, maybe for bad? But it was not bad now. Morag knew fate, but she couldn't break it, but Darkos could, so she protected him. Darkos looked disappointed, shook his head and said, "Tisk, tisk, tisk, eldest sister, your level is not very good. Is your so-called prophecy just nonsense first, and then when everyone believes in this prophecy? Will this prophecy come true?" You. Lilith's defense was somewhat broken, pointing at Darkos, her whole body trembling with anger. Darkos also realized that what he just said was a little too much. He found that he was really not good at chatting with girls, so he quickly found something to say. "They always imagine that you are a supreme being, but have you ever thought about their reaction after knowing that you are an elf god? Will they leave you? Will they spurn you? They won't always be kept in the dark. They will know the truth one day. What if it is detonated by someone with ulterior motives at a critical moment?" Lilith said harshly, "There will always be a way. I already have an idea. Besides, how did you know about this? Did she tell you?" Darkos looked unpredictable, shook his head and said solemnly, "Yes. Fate. Luck. You." Lilith rushed over and scratched Darkos, and a Drushi dignitary and an elf god started to struggle. The crow flew away immediately, screaming hoarsely, seeming to be mocking and scolding. Seeing the 2 people fighting, the 3 brothers and sisters couldn't stand it. They were new to the world and had never seen such a scene. "What? You crazy bitch, don't shame me, ah! My hair!" Darkos was careless. He did not dodge or stand within a few swords' distance. Who would have thought that a god would be so ungrateful to martial arts? Alyssa reacted and said, "Don't be stunned, go and pull away." Only then did the 2 brothers react and quickly pulled the person away. Lilith looked at Darko's embarrassed look and felt relieved. No time, see you again when we have the chance. Oh, by the way, there is a group of cavalry from the north heading this way. Damn it, you're really cheating. The first meeting was not very friendly. Darko straightened up his appearance and fixed his long hair that had spread out. Basadine's knees gave out and he half knelt on the ground, his eyes empty. His body could no longer hold up, and he lay on the ground, making a choking sound, and tears began to flow from his eyes. This man collapsed, because what is more terrifying than death is the collapse of faith, which still occurs in such a cruel way. Joneva was happy because he jumped onto the street with ignorance. Basadine's consciousness was always there when dirty things got on his body. Even if he couldn't understand the Elvish language, he understood it. Darko's made a gesture to the two brothers, then took out the stabbing blade, walked to Basadine's side and said in Bretonnian, without the Lady of the Lake, there would be no current Bretonnia. Maybe this land is the land still a group of tribes? Or is it like the southern city-states where greenskins and beastmen are rampant? Or has it become a territory of the Empire? When Gil Le Bateau, the unifier, founded Bretonnia, the empire next door had already been established for almost 1,000 years, but he did not choose Sigma, but chose to drink the holy water of the Lady of the Lake. At that moment, the price was already determined. Darko's raised his head towards Bastine, and the two brothers understood each other, one on the left and the other on the right, clamping Basadine's arms and pulling him up. Bastine's face was covered with mud and tears. He looked at Darko's shaking his head and crying. It was heartbreaking for a big man to cry like this. He choked and wailed, "This price. It's too heavy." Darko's stabbing blade went straight in between the two ribs. The tip of the hook pierced into the heart. He picked it up and pulled it out along the middle of the two ribs. The two brothers let go, and Bastine fell to the ground. May there be no Lilith in heaven. Chapter 20. A perfect shot. Simply neat. He tried to shake off the blood on the stabbing blade, but under the moonlight, Darko's did not see a trace of blood. I don't know if it's because of his superb skills or because the material of the stabbing blade is good. Darko's took a few steps to adjust and finally found a good position. Ren, come on. Ren walked over and asked, "Sir, come closer and stand with me." Ren moved over slowly. Although he was a little big-hearted, he was not big enough to think that he could stand with Darko's. Grown-ups. Look. From this angle, draw the confrontation between me and Bastine. He pointed to Bastine on the ground, and then draw you and the crow on my shoulder just now, the pale green in the night sky Moore's Leap, the burning village behind you, the shadow behind Bastine, understand? It's amazing. Maybe Ren's ancestors came from the kingdom of Sheris? In Nagaroth, a land of traditional art and its barrenness, he can actually paint. Ren thought for a while, nodded seriously and said, "Understood, sir. I will outline the frame after we get on the ship. If you are satisfied, I will draw it after I return to Krikarond. Don't mess with me, just draw Lilith pulling my hair." "My lord, I don't dare, I don't dare." Darko's walked back to the disemboweling claw, took off his arm guard, and began to reload the flintlock musket. The cavalry of Bretonnia is the best in the old world. It is not the kind in the afternoon, but the cavalry is composed entirely of knights. Maybe, our ebon claws will have to collide with them in a while. Hearing this, Ren didn't say a word, but looked at his brother. Franus said thoughtfully, "Sir, although we are not afraid of one-on-one, what if there are too many people on the other side? Look what you said, just run. Otherwise." Alyssa took the initiative to ride on the dark Pegasus and flew over the village to let the group of soldiers who were still looking for fun come out. She was not afraid of being caught by the smoke. Darko's put on his arm guards and helmet again, looked at Alyssa flying in mid-air, and shook his head. The Druka soldiers in the village began to gather in formation and march out of the village. Driving more than 50 brand new slaves, the blacksmith uncle and Alan's brother were also among them. There were also 2 carts pulled by horses, filled with chickens, ducks, and geese, and several soldiers driving pigs and cattle. Darko's thought, this poor village probably doesn't even have gold coins. As for denier and pennies, what's the use of those things? They're dead, just put them in your mouth and bite them? Should I just throw away the trophies and just go for it? Koran? How will these Druzes plan for me when I get back? Say I was scared away and didn't even see any trace of the enemy. The gold coin is the gold coin of Bretonnia. It is simple and elegant in shape and weighs about the same as the crown of the empire. On the front is printed the side profile of Gil Le Bateau, the founder of Britannia, the unifier, and on the back is a very classic Gil slaying the dragon. The date of Gil death is printed wrongly on the silver denier. I won't introduce the bronze and tin pennies. Anyway, you can't buy a £9 and 15 shirt. Calling the disaster walker chariot, Darkasun began to give instructions. In a while, we will press behind the team to investigate. Pay attention to the north. There may be cavalry coming. When you see the cavalry, blow the trumpet as soon as possible. The remaining it's up to you to decide, and pay attention to safety. As for the chariot, it jumps on it when it sees an opportunity, and runs or hangs when it doesn't. It's very flexible. Edmund. Slaughter the pigs and cows, and put the best meat in the car. Be careful when marching, there may be cavalry coming to attack you soon. There were many experts in Drushi's army, and the pigs and cows were dealt with in a matter of minutes. Darkus and the two brothers took the cold lizards and started eating to prepare for the possible battle that would follow. The team began to turn around. There is indeed a group of cavalry in the north. This group of kingdom cavalry consists of 11 knight masters, with their family members in the carriage, and a group of attendants. This group of knights had just returned to Sorrel after attending a wedding. As they were walking on the official road, they suddenly saw thick smoke rising into the sky in the distance, mixed with the light of fire. The knights stood on horseback to watch. A knight lord said, "That's Avignon over there." After saying that, he looked at a knight lord in the team, because that was the fiefdom under his jurisdiction. The other knights also looked at him. The knight's mouth was trembling a little, and he said, "Yes, that is Avignon. All the greenskins around here have been cleared, beastmen. It should be the beastmen. It's too green tonight. Those bandits are incapable of attacking Avignon, and the mudlegs don't even have decent weapons. Could it be those Drush pirates? Why would you come to a place like this if you don't go to so many coastal villages? Avignon has nothing. What you said is fine, I agree. Beastmen, too, I think." The knights were discussing, while the leader was still thinking and preparing to make a decision. "Go up. Let's go over and take a look." The leading knight said to the attendants, "I will escort the ladies to the nearest castle, and then you will go there too." The attendants who were waiting for the knight to wear armor all said so. Ladies opened the carriage doors and watched as their husbands or fathers bid them farewell. The knights looked confident, as if the fruits of victory had come to their mouths, and the goddess of the lake had smiled on them. Gondal was a famous exploring knight from Le Ango Ulan. He relinquished all personal property and all inheritance rights to his lands. He appointed another knight to fulfill the duties of managing and protecting the realm, and from then on made exploration a priority. The rest of his career will be filled with trials and difficulties that will test his mind, body, and soul. During the long process of searching for the Holy Grail, Gondar travelled throughout Britannia and fought everywhere. In the past 2 years, he also participated in the defense of Cologne. The path he chose was a difficult one. He vowed never to sleep in the same spot for 2 nights and would not give up his search as long as he lived. He looked mighty and savage, with a slovenly beard, shabby armor and equipment, stained with blood, and his coat and cloak were in tatters. He wields a huge knight's 2-handed sword and rides a tall and strong Bretonian war horse. The horse's back is hung with equipment, weapons, parchments, and scriptures. He didn't rest tonight, but kept searching. Because he knew that the rise of Morsrib was a harbinger of the rise of the Beastmen, and that there would be beastmen wreaking havoc tonight. He saw the fire rising into the sky in the distance, and he vowed to make those freaks pay with blood. Chapter 21. The Knights of the Kingdom were the first to arrive in Avignon. The knights were fully armed, their lances raised to the sky, and they stationed their horses at the place where Dacus had stayed before. There was a horrific scene in front of me. Fires were burning fiercely in the village, thick smoke was billowing, and there was the sound of crackling wood exploding from time to time. There was an unpleasant burnt smell in the air. The knight of the kingdom who ruled Avignon had a painful expression on his face. He didn't know whether it was because he failed to defend the people and the land, or because he had lost a share of tax revenue. A knight gentleman got off his horse and began to look at the 2 corpses on the ground. "Hiss, is this Joneva from Valence?" Immediately after saying that, "Check out the other body." "That's right. This is Bastine. They were guests in my castle a few days ago." The knight began to observe carefully through the pale green moonlight. "Their armor is missing. This wound? It's executed?" The sharp weapon and its tricky angle slit his heart. After that, he looked at Jonova's body again. It was caused by a firearm from the other side of the mountain. It went straight through the heart. A knight gentleman said, the door was opened from the inside. It was definitely not done by the beastmen. Vampires? Those dirty things in Mousalon in the south? But why are they here? There are horse footprints on the ground. What kind of monsters' footprints are these? They went south. The leading knight said, no matter what it is, we have an obligation to defend our people and land with our lives. Chase. At this time, there was a faint sound of horse hooves in the distance, and the sound was faintly visible. Gondel arrived, and the knights recognized him when they saw his figure. The north of Leonis was close to Liango Ulan. They had interacted with each other a lot before and heard that he had been active nearby recently. After understanding the situation, the cavalry joined forces and began to march south. The disaster walker chariot did not move around and stayed in a forest. This location is very tricky. After Darko's team passes through, if there is an enemy chasing from the west or north, this is the only way to go. The driver closed his eyes and rested his chin on a stone next to the chariot. Suddenly his pointed ears moved. Here they come, 12 mixed blood elf war horses. The pace is basically the same, they can be considered well trained. This beast tamer is no ordinary beast tamer. He has served the Hell Calamity family for nearly 200 years. He is one of the deputies of the high-level beast tamer Jaeger. He usually stays under the Tower of Destruction to tame beasts or lead a team to capture wild beasts in the Black Ridge Mountains. Last year, under the leadership of Jaeger, he represented Krakarond at the capital Nagarond Arena to participate in the Drushi Centenary Claw competition. As a result, in the critical game, he was defeated by Karaond Kalkyan. The family-loving Lakasa was crushed and defeated. The Great Majesty Malekith was very satisfied with such a clean and tidy victory and was full of admiration. Nukker, who was sitting next to him angrily, wanted to sacrifice him to Ainslima on the spot, but was later saved by Jaeger, but the alien and the nobleman promoted him away. Nukkel asked him to atone for his sins and participate in this trial voyage of Haxaya to protect Darkius. Hearing the sound of horse hooves coming closer and closer, he still maintained his posture and remained unmoved. The two animal trainers holding harpoon crossbows looked at each other, and one of them couldn't help but asked, Kalyan, what should we do? The sound of horse hooves faded away again. Kalyan stood up, patted his butt, and then straightened his braid that was not a mainstream style. What can we do? The young master asked us to figure it out ourselves. What do you think we should do? Catch up with them and play with them in the open space ahead. Drive. The 12 knights, who were jogging into the open space, suddenly heard the sound of wheels creaking in the woods behind them. The knights immediately reined in their horses, turned their horses' heads on the spot, and a strangely shaped chariot slowly drove out of the woods. It's not as aura as the legendary one, because the knight on the horse is taller than the chariot. After the disaster walker chariot rushed out of the forest, it immediately began to accelerate. With Kalyan's superb control skills and empathy, the chariot began to maneuver in an arc around the knights. An animal trainer mustered all his strength and played the trombone. This kind of trombone has been enchanted by warlocks, and its sound is extremely penetrating. The moment the horn sounded, the 3 animal trainers and the dark horse were a little overwhelmed. The leading knight said, "This is what is holding us back. Divide into 3 teams and deal with it. For the Lady of the Lake. For the people of Avignon." Then he pulled down his mask and began to control the horse to accelerate. The 12 knights divided into 3 teams in an orderly manner and began to attack and block the route of the disaster walker chariot. This group of knights has been trained as aristocrats under the strict supervision of their fathers since childhood, and they have experienced hundreds of battles as adults. They know how to fight efficiently rather than swarm behind the chariot. When Carlian saw the knights separating and preparing to outflank, there was a trace of solemnity on his face, and he said, "Oh no, you have underestimated these monkeys. Cheer up, we will be serious about it later. Ainslima will protect us." The speed of the disaster walker chariot became faster, and the 3 teams of knights also began to perform arc maneuvers. Soon an animal trainer holding a harpoon crossbow achieved the second victory of the night. The harpoon accurately penetrated the male behind the sheets, and the harpoon penetrated into the neck of the war horse. Badanai was running at high speed. The sub-war horse ran forward a few more steps with inertia, and then fell to the ground. The knight immediately took his feet out of the stirrups and prepared to rush out, but he was still a step too late. One of his legs was pressed under the horse and he could not move. The knight behind used superb equestrian skills to avoid his horse. Stomp on the suppressed knight's head. The knight who was pinned under his horse cursed angrily, but he had no choice but to have no attendant by his side, so he had to take out his long sword and start digging at the dirt on the ground, trying to pull his leg out. While he was digging, he suddenly saw something flying backwards out of the corner of his eye. He turned around and saw that a knight from the other team had a harpoon stuck in his chest. He flew backwards from his horse and fell straight to the ground. If he saw the decoration on the helmet correctly, the one who flew out was the knight who rules Avignon. Repeating crossbows and repeating hand crossbows have an arrow box with 6 arrows in each box. After shooting, the arrow box is reloaded. The repeating crossbow is called Olason, the Rain of Death, by Drush. It has 2 modes of adjustment, single shot at long distance and 2 consecutive shots at close range. It is generally equipped by black sharp repeater crossbowmen and city guards, and of course some gang members and mercenaries are also obtained through special channels. The harpoon crossbow is extremely powerful, but slow to reload. Its main targets are wild beasts, such as chimera, war hydra, manticore, and the like. Repeating crossbows can be understood as pistols. Repeating crossbows are assault rifles mounted with shotgun launchers. Harpoon crossbows are large-caliber single-shot anti-equipment sniper rifles, and Reaper crossbows are large-caliber direct-fire artillery and howitzers. On the open ground, Adruka's disaster walker chariot and the knights of the Kingdom of Bretonnia began to play games of siege and counter-siege, and inside and outside cuts. The scene was extremely chaotic and might require a football commentator. Commentary. Gondor's team has been performing an inward maneuver. Seeing that they are less than 10 meters away from the disaster walker chariot, if they work harder, they can cut off those 3 damn pointed ears. The animal trainer, who had achieved 2 victories, loaded the harpoon and aimed at Gondor. The harpoon slid out of the air. Gondor was worthy of being the half-step Holy Grail. He slashed hard with his 2-handed sword, causing sparks to fly. There was a sound of metal clashing, and he accurately hit the head of the harpoon. The animal trainer's eyes widened with a look of disbelief on his face. Then he reacted, took out the barbed hunting net and threw it at Gondor. Gondor's hands were numb at the moment. When he saw the hunting net flying towards him, he was hit again. Pick and chop, split the fishing net. The knight on the right side of Gondor had already raised his lance and was scolding angrily. He didn't know whether he was scolding his old friend for being weak or scolding the damn chariot for being too fast. The animal trainer next to him has already fired 2 harpoons, and the third one has been loaded at this moment. Kalian quickly looked back and said, "Get rid of the guy with the lance on the right. Hold on tight. I'm going to turn right. A little knight. Careful." The knight raised his shield to block, but the harpoon still rubbed the shield and slid into his helmet. The shield fell weakly to the ground, and the lance still blocked Gondar's path. Relying on the support of stirrups and armor, the knight was still sitting in the saddle, but his body was tilted back 45 degrees, as if he was looking at the sky. More sleep in. At this time, the disaster walker chariot suddenly came to an emergency stop, and then the 2 dark horses quickly stepped to the right side of the spot and accelerated, all in one go. Completed an in situ turn that violated the laws of physics. If Darkus was here to see the scene, he would definitely exclaim, "The donkey cart is drifting." Chapter 22. Gondor flew away, the lance blocking his path, then raised his sword with both hands and roared down it. At this time, the disaster walker chariot had completed its turn, and the 2-handed sword struck the gilt copper-clad steel-swept wing. The beast tamer, who had won 2 battles, hurriedly dodged backwards and looked at the missing chariot wing. Cold sweat broke out on my head. If it weren't for the lance blocking the road, he might have been killed at this moment. To the right of the knight who had just been hit in the head by a harpoon, a knight began to raise his lance horizontally, and the tip of the lance stabbed the heads of the 2 beast trainers, but at this time the disaster walker chariot accelerated directly, the lance passed by the head of the 2 victorious animal trainers towards the rear of the car, and the carriages and horses drove away in a staggered manner. The knight master cursed angrily, with overwhelming resentment, even if he could not understand the Bretonian animal trainers. The teacher can also feel it intuitively and clearly. The trainer on the left is shouting about the trainer with 2 results. Stop standing still and shoot. Then he aimed the harpoon crossbow at the back of the angry knight, achieving his 3rd victory tonight and achieving a lead. The knight master kicked his legs, and he was no longer angry, and became peaceful. Then, there was nothing more. The disaster walker chariot accelerated directly to distance itself, bypassing a team that was approaching diagonally. The knight who fell to the ground just now finally dug up the soil on the ground and pulled out his leg. It must be said that people in this world are in good physical condition, and his legs were not broken in this case. He struggled to stand up, but before he could stand still, he saw the disaster walker chariot passing by him, and a hunting fork was thrown at him. Without haste to dodge, it penetrated the armor and stabbed into his chest. He didn't have time. He screamed in pain and was pulled down by the steel chain behind the hunting fork. The disaster walker chariot went directly into the woods, and the Knight Master was also dragged into the woods. Drushi's hunting fork is specially treated and can even penetrate the thick scales of beasts, let alone the knight's armor. Are you okay? Are you okay? The beast tamer who had achieved 3 results said angrily. You. Kalyan said sinisterly without turning his head, I really want to kick you down. Why didn't that shot just blow your head off? The animal trainer who had won 2 battles withered. He didn't dare to offend Karlian. As an animal trainer, he knew Karlian's abilities too well. He had the ability to control a car and the beast with the same feeling of stopping and turning on the spot. Not everyone knows it, just like there is no second god of war in the world. And he also knew that no one could beat Lakasa in last year's claw competition, not even the high-level beast trainer Jaeger. The Calamity Walker chariot traveled through the forest, and under the control of Kalyan, it seemed like a forest dweller, walking on flat ground. 2 animal trainers pulled the steel chain back to prevent the captive from getting stuck in the tree. Kalyan, this monkey is dying. Karlian asked, do either of you speak this language? We don't know how. That's what the rich and powerful learn. Then chop it off and take the hunting fork back. The knights outside the forest did not rush in rashly. There were 12 high-spirited knights just now, but now they are either wilted or full of anger, and there are only 8 left. The 4 have already returned to the embrace of the goddess of the lake. There was nothing wrong with the tactics of the knights, but they never expected that the fame that was resounding throughout the continent, the treasure that the empire over the mountains coveted, and the war horses that Bretagne was so proud of could not catch up with that strange chariot. The chariot was always faster than them, and without the assistance of long-range troops, they lost 4 kingdom knights. This was the biggest loss for Leonis after the defense of Cologne. The leading knight I don't even know how to explain this to His Excellency, Duke Herpans de Leonis. It would be amazing if the horses of Bretagne could outrun the chariots. At first, the elven colonists abandoned the old world and returned to Ulthuan, and some hid in the forests of Athel Loren and Loren and became Asrai. A large number of elven war horses were left here. These war horses were combined with the local forest horses to form the current Bretonnian war horses. Gondal looked at the leading kingdom knight and said thoughtfully, Your Excellency, judging from their costumes and equipment, they should be Drush pirates, and only the elven horses are faster than our horses. I have seen them in the city of Le Ango Ulan, but the appearance is obviously different. Sir, there is a beach in the south where you can transport that kind of chariot up after the tide rises in the evening. It will be difficult after the tide recedes in the morning. Your Mightiness! Your Mightiness! Make a decision. The leading kingdom knight was stopped and he looked up at the sky. After killing 4 feudal knights of the kingdom and going back in despair, how should I explain to their families and the duke? To put it bluntly, why would he hang around here in the future? Who still listens to him? How will his political opponents orchestrate their attacks on him? He thought again of when he was young and single-handedly charged into the beastmen's formation and hacked them. He said firmly, Go to the south and try to hold back these damn pointed ears. Our attendants will appear at dawn, and then we will give them a thunderous blow. After saying that, he turned the horse's head and left. Gondal also followed the leading kingdom knight. He believed that everything today was a task assigned to him by the goddess of the lake on his way to seek the Holy Grail. He must complete this task to prove his bravery. In fact, the lake goddess has always ignored him. Several other kingdom knights looked at each other and turned their horses to follow. Again, wolf? Non-existent. Darkuz is not a black blade. The ship is parked there. The first mate and the crew are waiting anxiously. The beach is full of small boats. If the tide recedes at dawn, the hidden reefs under the sea will be exposed, and the 3-masted plundering ship will have to retreat farther away, and the task of transporting the loot and mounts will become very troublesome. The 2 brothers Darkuz and Takaya hung at the back of the team, because there was no medicine on the poultry and slaves. In midair, Alyssa flew back on a dark Pegasus. After landing, she said, Sir, there is no trace of the enemy in the east. Well, please work harder and bring back the disaster walker chariot. Alyssa flew away again. Shall we make a bet? Upon hearing what Darkos said, the two brothers' scalps went numb, because they knew how outrageously Captain Dastan Cold Eyes had lost last time because of the female vampire. One afternoon during a drink, Ren couldn't help but ask Darkos why he knew it was a vampire. Darkos said calmly at the time, stereotype, because she dresses like a vampire. Ren is not stupid, he will ask the vampire, but he will not ask what happened tonight. The sound of a trombone sounded again in the distance, closer this time. Darkos looked up at the sky. The green night was dissipating and dawn was about to break. He said nonchalantly, if you don't want to gamble, forget it. Chapter 23. The first batch of transshipments has already begun on Darkos' side. The slaves turned around desperately on the boat, looking at the land that was getting farther and farther away from them, the land that raised them, with tears in their eyes, and the tears were full of nostalgia. They don't know where they will be in the future or what their lives will be like. The Drushi crewmen who rowed the boats probably understood what these slaves were thinking, because they had seen too much. He rowed the boat and spoke some vicious words in Elvish to comfort the slaves, regardless of whether the slaves could understand them. The disaster walker chariot reappeared, hanging in front of the right side of the knight's route. It hung like this without firing the harpoon. Heaven! Pegasus! A knight holding a shield in front of him saw the dark Pegasus in mid-air. Alyssa saw the disaster walker chariot and the 8 knights running wildly. Instead of casting a spell, she showed off a flying stunt. The knights began to waver a little. They understood that the other party was just teasing them and bullying them for not having long-range weapons. The field and view gradually widened, and they saw the beach in the distance, the 3-masted sailing ship, the small boats that were constantly being transferred, and the black armored troops lined up neatly on the beach. Your Mightiness! The one who shouted the loudest just now was the first to stand up now. The leading knight knew it was over when he saw all this. He had many thoughts in his mind, wondering why he didn't stay one more night. He also thought about his son, wondering whether he would be able to manage the territory well in the future. Gondal held up the lance and shield of the deceased knight, and hung the sword with both hands on the saddle. He did not expect that the task assigned to him by the Lady of the Lake was so difficult. Is it because he was not pious enough? The knights seemed to understand what was going to happen next. The disaster walker chariot maneuvered to the left and the harpoon crossbow started firing. The harpoon hit the head of a war horse. The horse paused and the knight flew forward and rolled to the ground. After lying on the ground for a while, the knight struggled to stand up, walked back to his old partner who had been with him for many years, stroked it, closed its eyes, then took out the two-handed sword hanging on the saddle, and started running charge. Alyssa came back in mid-air, summoned a scorching amber spear, and hit the Lord Knight with incredible accuracy. The Lord Knight ran forward 2 more steps, and then fell on the charging road. Dastan Cold Eyes kept pacing on the deck, feeling extremely anxious because time was running out. A voice came from the mast overlook, saying that cavalry was coming. He took out his telescope and observed it. When he saw that it was a real Bretonnian cavalry, he cursed angrily, and then roared, "Sound the alarm! Everyone is in combat mode! Speed up!" Darkos did he can't decide anything, and he can't stop it. All he can do is try his best to protect Darkos. Protecting Darkos means protecting Dastan Cold Eye himself. The two brothers Darkos and Takai raised their lances high and looked at the battle in the distance, seeming to understand what was going to happen next. Darkos was a little frightened when he thought about hedging with lances, because this is a magical world. There are behemoths, dragons, giants, and other strange things in this world. The use and tactics of lances are completely different from those in the previous world. In this world, no matter what race the lances are made of, they are extremely hard. The kind that break when touched are usually used in training and spectator duels. There are some in Bretonnia. The lance is even a sacred object. It must be tributed at ordinary times, and can only be summoned out in times of danger. To fight against giant creatures, you need to get the lance into it and hit the vital point. Otherwise, the lance will break as soon as the tip of the lance penetrates the scales. What's the impact? What is impact? Cavalry hedging is also common. When fighting against the Azure Cousins of Ulthuan, the first target of the Cold Lizard Fear Knights is the group of Silver Helmet Knights, and sometimes the Dragon Prince on horseback. Whoever wins will be on the battlefield. Right-to-back rush. When cavalry fights against infantry, they use the tactic of charging through the iron felt with their backs, wearing the candied haws of sugar haws, and then directly slashing with their secondary weapons. He thought to himself, Grandma? I won't stay here today, right? It looks like we're going to have to fight with guns soon, 3 against 7, the advantage is mine. At this time, the first mate ran to the position outside the 3 swords, knelt down, and said, Master, Captain Dastan Cold Eyes has sent a signal, and the Reaper Ballista is ready. I know, keep busy, don't panic. Edmund also walked to the position of Sanjian, knelt down on one knee and said, Sir, I implore you to board the ship. Then what do you do? We will fight until the end. In the distance, the knights were getting closer. The 8 Reaper ballistas on the side of the ship began to shoot at the extreme range. 2 crossbow bolts hit the 2 knight masters. None of them flew away, but they were nailed to the ground directly. There was another one. It's a man and a horse. The group of knights began to maneuver in the opposite direction, leaving the shooting range of the ballista. They won't rush directly into the infantry, they will drag them until the attendants arrive. The second batch of transfer boats came over. Only the rowing crew was on the boat, and the other drushi were standing on the beach. Edmund, who was kneeling on one knee, shouted again, Please, sir, board the ship. The soldiers and crew all knelt down and shouted in unison, Please come on board. Darkus ignored them and turned his helmet to look at the 2 Takaya brothers, Are you 2 ready? Franus said calmly, My lord, always be ready. Ren was different. He said excitedly, Sir, my blood is boiling. Darkus shouted, Edmund. Let those 3 groups stay and the rest get on board. Grown-ups. Edmund wanted to say something else, and Darkus looked at him. Executing an order. Darkus patted the cold lizard on his crotch, picked up his shield, and began to control the cold lizard to jog. The 2 brothers sandwiched Darkus in the middle, forming a wall-mounted formation. Edmund, who was behind, saw that he could not stop them, and immediately ordered the black sharp crossbowmen of each team to stay, and the other soldiers boarded the ship. The soldiers began to push the boat. After pushing the boat away, they climbed onto the boat and started rowing fiercely with their shields. Drushi on each boat was rowing hard. Edmund looked at the remaining Black Ark pirates and a replacement animal trainer and asked, Don't you get on the ship? The animal trainer raised his head in the direction of the chariot and said, The young master and Kalian are still over there. The captain who had been following Darkus spread his hands and said nonchalantly, I am good at water and can swim back to Krikalund. What should I do now? Edmund glanced at the terrain, pointed to a place and said, Advance there and form a long-range shooting position to block the enemies who will come to support and cover the adults. Alyssa saw in midair that Darkus and her 2 brothers did not get on the boat, but rushed over on cold lizards. She began to pray in a low voice, Marayagheg, please bless me. After saying that, he began to control Gurji Feng. Crows appeared out of thin air in droves. They were spirits of vengeance, with sharp steel beaks and blood-stained feathers. They began to attack the heads of the knights. But she was still too young, and she chose the wrong magic. The knights' helmets were airtight, and they slapped the crows with their shields. After a while, the crows disappeared. The knights saw 3 cold lizard fear knights rushing toward them, and they didn't give up. They began to turn their horses. The leading knight shouted, For the goddess! For Leonis! For the companions who have returned to the goddess's arms! Charge! The hedging begins. The distance between the 2 sides was about 300 meters. Darkus's speed was getting faster and faster, and the knights also began to speed up. There is no such thing as jogging, running fast, then slowing down and riding the wall. Just speed up and rush, whoever is a coward will be a grandson. The cold lizard began to roar with excitement, and Darkus felt that the speed had reached 60 km per hour. He was also panting with excitement, and his whole body was trembling with adrenaline secretion. This feeling was much more exciting than riding an electric bicycle. Within 5 seconds, both sides began to accelerate. For 8 seconds, Alyssa once again manipulated Gurji Feng, releasing Pain's hard fur, covering the 3 Darkos with a layer of hard skin, giving them greater protection from weapons and weapons. Other forms of harm. 10 seconds later, the 2 brothers speeded up again and formed an inverted triangle formation to share the damage for Darkos. For 12 seconds, both sides raised their lances levelly. For 15 seconds, the 2 sides collided fiercely. The screams of war horses, the wails of people, the crackling of wood, the roar of cold lizards, and the clash of metals were intertwined. 2 fell on the opposite side, one was penetrated by Franna's Soul Eater, and a lance penetrated Franna's shield and penetrated his plate armor, lying on the back of the cold lizard. He passed out, and the cold lizard on his crotch began to fight with instinct, biting. Gondor's lance was thrust into the throat of Ren Lenglili, and the tip of the spear came out from the back of his head. He was already lying down staring at his legs. Ren was thrown away, rolled around, stood up quickly, drew out his messer knife, and started slashing at a knight who was charging towards him. The spear tip and half of the spear head were inserted into the inside of Darkoz's shield. His left hand had no feeling, and the jaw of his right hand was broken. The Soul Eater was nowhere to be found, his head was also confused, and half of the moon crown on the helmet was missing. The cold lizard under his crotch was penetrated through the chest, and he was also thrown out and fell to the ground. This time he fell firmly. After regaining some consciousness, he bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, stood up staggeringly, and dropped his shield. He spat out the blood in his mouth, pulled out the mercer knife, and held it tightly with both hands. A Knight Master just got up from the ground, and Franz's cold lizard bit him on the shoulder blade. The mandible exerted such force that the armor shattered with a sound. The cold lizard pinned his body to the ground with its front paws, and the cold lizard bit him and began to tear him apart. Gondal ran over, raised his sword with both hands, and slashed its neck along the joint of the armor. Franz fell to the ground along with it, and the knight who was bitten by it also fell to the ground. No more interest. Gondar's hands were numb, and there were gaps in the two-handed sword that had been with him for many years. Turning around, he saw Darkoz standing up, and Darkoz also saw Gondal. The two collided head-on, and Gondal's two-handed sword danced into a silver after-image. In his forward and rotating movements, he weaved a deadly image, constantly attacking Darkoz, and Darkoz he tried his best to dodge and parry this fierce attack. Over there, Ren had already settled the battle, with the knight's head on his waist, and Carlion also drove the disaster walker chariot over. The two trainers aimed their harpoon crossbows at Gondal, and Ren was eager to try. After being beaten passively for a few more rounds, Darkoz found that he really couldn't beat this half-step Holy Grail. His strength, skill, and agility were directly suppressed. This is not the Holy Grail Knight, is it? No, he doesn't have the Holy Grail emblem on his body. In this moment of distraction, Darkoz was struck in the chest, and Gondal's two-handed sword bounced back. Darkoz only felt a sharp shock in his chest, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood and took 2 steps back. Gondal took half a step forward and struck with a challenge. The blade of the sword caught the messer's knife and fell into the gap. Darkoz lost his weapon and fell backwards to the ground. Gondar raised his sword with both hands and was about to strike down. At this moment, he felt severe pain in his lower back, his vision went dark, and the head of the harpoon hit the inside of his chest armor. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Darkoz raised his right leg slightly, took out his flintlock musket, turned on the safety, aimed at Gondar and said sinisterly, "Ashina swordsmanship." Boom! This shot accurately hit Gondar's abdomen, and then another harpoon hit his back. His eyes were full of disbelief, and the expression of surprise and pain was forever engraved on his face. Ren rushed over and kicked Gondal with one kick. Gondar fell to the ground and uttered his last words, "Despicable. I'm sorry, meanness is a virtue of Drushi. May your soul return to the embrace of the lake goddess. Where's your brother?" Only then did Ren react and ran to the crowd to find his brother. Carlion drove the chariot over and 2 animal trainers got out of the car to help. Darkoz picked up the messer knife and shouted to Alyssa in mid-air, "Alyssa, go and provide support over there. I'll see you on the boat later." On the way here, the attendants only saw grazing or dead horses, and the corpse of their master. Following the traces all the way to the beach, what appeared in front of them were 2 Knight Masters crucified on the ground, a group of people in black armor waiting for them, a small boat on the sea returning, and a ship that had already set off. Black sailing ship. Several attendants who did not believe in evil took bows and arrows and prepared to go over to make some gestures. Before they could reach the shooting range of the bows and arrows, both men and horses were shot into a hornet's nest. At this time, a dark Pegasus flew across the sky. The Pegasus did not stay in the air and began to circle. Alyssa said in Bretonian, "Your masters have died in the battle. I suggest you to take out your wife and children before the other masters react. You need me to bring you the heads to confirm." A few sharp-eyed attendants had already seen the situation on Darko's side, but they were not sure. Upon hearing this, the attendants began to waver and began to chatter. All the masters died in the battle, so what are they going to do when they go back? To be promoted to the nobility? A few broke away from the team and ran directly to the west, bypassing here and heading directly to Musalon. Some ran north as if to go back to pick up their families. After a while, the people disappeared, and no one stopped the two masters who were nailed to the ground. Franz was carefully carried into the chariot. He was injured again, but not dead. Darkus looked up at the dawning sky and sighed, "It's such a busy day." Chapter 24. After returning to the ship, Darkus washed his hair and soaked in a hot bath. Looking at the cracked tiger's mouth on his right hand, Darkus thought, after all, he is a dish. Look at the higher brothers next door. He was able to defeat Slaanesh at the age of 16. I can't even defeat a knight. Still. You have to practice more frequently and experience more battles between life and death. He felt pain all over his body. After confirming that Franz's life was not in danger, he ate something and went back to sleep. The following days are very simple. Stew goose, stew duck, and fry eggs in an iron pot to show off. Get up early every day to exercise and compete with Ren, Dastan Lengian, Edmund, and Kalian, and experience different martial arts fighting skills. Law. He had always thought that the dual sword style was cerebrally paralyzing and had only ornamental value and no practical significance. However, after the discussion, he found that it was not the case. Practice bow and arrow at night. As an elf of Nagarath descent, it is reasonable for him to know how to bow an arrow. Besides, he has the blessing of Murray Yag-Hag. Repeating hand crossbows don't require practice. In Drushi society, only children can do it. Repeating crossbows are just that, and bows and arrows are more cost-effective. After finding an opportunity, he plundered 2 villages near the island. After learning that one of the knights was a strategic partner of Drushi, Darkos decided to take him back to experience the hospitality and superb skills of the people of Nagaros. Skill. After being chased away by the Bretonian navy for another day, the other party gave up after realizing that they couldn't catch up. The boat is fully loaded and the monsoon is coming. Go home, go home. What regrets do you have? That's because I didn't see Herpans and her Lionheart knights. Not surprisingly, there should be no chance of seeing him again. When he was traveling near Obian Island, Dastan Lengian told him that a mysterious island suddenly appeared on the sea. Except for Varanas, who was lying unable to move, everyone came out to watch. The Dark Pegasus has been pulled out, and the boat is ready, just waiting for Darkus to give the order. Face the great opportunity that suddenly comes. Darkus didn't want to make trouble, so he said he had no interest and just had a look. Sure enough, 3 hours later, the mysterious island that suddenly appeared suddenly and mysteriously disappeared, just like that mirage. In the cabin, Franz was lying on the bed looking at the ceiling. His sister had just changed his medicine. Ren asked for a few pieces of paper from Dastan Lengian, and a man was sketching there. After changing the medicine, Alyssa leaned against Ren and watched him draw. Ren glanced at her and asked, "What do you think of my painting?" "It's very good. Can you teach me a lesson?" Upon hearing this, Ren stopped the pen in his hand and looked at her seriously. Franz, who was lying on the bed, also turned to look at her. Ren sighed and said, "Sister, I understand everything, but..." He looked at his brother after saying half a sentence, which meant that if I can't say the next sentence, you, the eldest brother, should do it. Franz considered it carefully and said seriously, "My good sister, don't think about it, it's impossible." Then he sighed and said, "Don't you feel that I have been avoiding you? He is the disaster of hell. He can't decide anything about the family, he is destined to marry into a powerful family." At this time, Ren said again, "Sister, my brothers are still too weak. I'm sorry for you." Alyssa didn't speak, lowered her head and walked out of the cabin. "Why?" Franz said coldly, "It's better to cut off her thoughts, otherwise there will only be the tragedy of Black Blade. I always feel that what you said during dinner that night was actually meant for me." On the sea, an Imperial Galen sail was sailing against the wind. This group of Imperial explorers set out from Marienburg in the Empire and sailed to Lothern in Ulthuan. The current Phoenix King is Belhathor, not Fenubar. He should still be tasting the food in the old world. Bergman beer. Due to legal reasons, Azul prohibited them from going ashore, but still replenished them with some supplies. Not willing to return empty-handed, this group of explorers had no choice but to continue following the monsoon to the Lustria continent and landed at the Predator port. They went deep into the jungle of Lustria, and after losing half of the people, they found a long-abandoned city. They found a large amount of gems, gold, and several inexplicable gold-inlaid stone slabs in the city. On the way back, a group of strange-looking guys chased them and attacked them. Relying on the advantage of the flintlock and losing a few more people, they repelled the monster's attack and even captured one. After returning to the plunderer's port, the local administrators and pirates offered to give them half of the treasure. These explorers were unwilling to give away the treasures they had obtained. After some conciliatory negotiations, they took advantage of the opportunity to forcefully rush out of the port and beat off the pursuing pirates. The ship sailed towards Ulthuan, and after replenishing supplies in Lothern, it started heading north towards Marienburg. They were about to arrive home, and the treasures on board were enough to keep them fed and clothed for the rest of their lives, and make them famous all over the world. That day, just after dawn, the ship was still sailing normally. Suddenly, the lookout on the mast spotted a black three-masted sailboat appearing on the sea line. What a coincidence, this black sailboat is the ship where Darkuz is, and the lookout on the mast also spotted the other party. Darkuz was still sleeping when there was a rapid knock on the door, which woke him up. He picked up the repeating hand crossbow beside him, opened the safety and pointed it at the door. There was another knock on the door, this time more urgent. Darkuz roared angrily, "Who the hell is that?" A voice came from outside the door, "I'm sorry, young master, it's me, Dastan. We found an Imperial Galenic sailing ship coming from the south." Upon hearing this, Darkuz woke up, put down his repeating crossbow, rubbed his eyes and said, "Catch up, I'll pierce the armor first." The alarm bell on the ship rang. Except for Franz, who could not move, all the remaining Druza were in place. The canvas covering the Reaper ballista was also torn off, and they were gearing up. Their favorite part was about to come. Darkuz was dressed neatly, walked up to the deck, took the telescope from Dastan Lengian, looked at it for a while, and then returned the telescope to him without understanding anything. "What's going on now?" Dastan Lengian's face was full of joy, and he said with a smile, "Master, look at the waterline of that ship. If I am right, this should be a treasure ship." Upon hearing this, Darkuz also became energetic. This is not some weird ghost ship or mysterious island. Who doesn't want this for free? Good guy, force is better than hard work. Chapter 25. Darkuz asked Kalian to take out his bow and arrows, and he was going to try it out later. He had not yet shot a moving object. The treasure ship on the opposite side turned around immediately when it saw them and ran with the monsoon wind. The three-masted plunderer did not catch up until noon because it was loaded with a lot of things. Darkuz looked at the treasure ship getting closer and closer, and felt that strange feeling in his heart again. Dastan Lengian did not choose broadside bombardment because the treasure ship had artillery. Under his command, the pillager ship began to turn to the right, and the Reaper ballista fired first, and a salvo directly paralyzed the rudder of the treasure ship. Then he turned the rudder to the left and continued to attack the stern of the ship. The plundering ship maneuvered back and forth, and finally stuck to the stern of the treasure ship. "Major!" Then the flintlock muskets and repeating crossbows began to shoot at each other, and Darkuz also achieved two results. This group of Black Ark pirates carried their shields and started jumping in first, because the sea dragon skin couldn't stand the muskets. Then a group of Drushi climbed up along the grappling hooks and ropes. There was nothing to say, it was another round of killing, and when Darkuz climbed up, there was no hair left for him. This time Dastan Lengian did not fight but commanded the ship, leaning against the side of the treasure ship to facilitate the transfer of the treasure. Accompanied by the two brothers and sisters, Darkuz began to look at the loot. The cabin was full of dazzling gold, gems, and several gold inlaid slates. One look at the style of the treasures told him where the ship came from. "Hey, it's half a step away. It's a pity, it's a pity. I'm sorry, everyone, I accept it." Another cabin was opened. There was no treasure here, only a skink was chained up and lying on the ground languidly. Darkuz always felt that he would go to see the ancient saint in the next second. Seeing this skink, he understood why he had that weird feeling of fate just now. Darkuz turned to look at the two brothers and sisters and said, "Go find Tom Sui quickly." After a while, Ren came back with 2 buckets of water, poured one bucket directly on the skink, and placed the other bucket next to the skink. "You two go out and guard the door." The skink immediately reacted to the water, struggled to get up, and drank the water in the bucket. Darkuz said in Bretonian, "Thirsty." Hearing the noise, the skink turned its head and looked at him, then turned its head and continued to look at him, its pupils moving irregularly in its eye sockets, very smartly. Darkuz said again in Imperial language, "Can you understand what I am saying?" The skink looked at his reaction for a moment and nodded. Darko's said again in the southern city-state language, "Are you a brother? Or a sister?" The skink said something in a jittery voice. Darko's didn't know what language it was, maybe it was the language of the lizard people, but he miraculously understood it. Spiritual imprint? Automatic translation? He couldn't understand it either. Darko's thought, am I returning to my ancestors? What kind of strange ability is this? Then he said in Chinese, "My name is Darko's, Scourge of Hell. Chipa Coco, it's nice to meet you. Thank you for the water. I felt like I was going to die just now." Darko's watched the skink's head move around, and he followed suit. He said in Drushi, "Pikpokai." The skink's voice was murmuring again, "Pidgepoach? He is my good brother. We were hatched in the same batch. How do you know him?" Darko's knew which kind of immortal this was. These were Master Ma's two generals, Hexoder. They were the skink officials of Hesiota. They were notorious for being thieves, including thieves. Several notoriety. Skinks like this are also very rare in Lustria, South America. Skinks are hatched. Sometimes a skink hatch will not spawn an entire army of skink as is normal, but only a single skink. These individuals are favored by the old ones and will become God-given leaders or the best of their kind. This kind of skink can harmonize with the energy of nature, has the talent of magic, and becomes the skink priest, the sage of the tribe. Their mission is to serve as the servants of the powerful slan magic priests and the prophets of the lizard people, becoming the only interpreters and spokespersons of the slan. The daily work of lizard folk society is taken care of by skink priests. And their mission is to serve as agents of the Lord to ensure that the big plan is realized. One sentence summary: skinks are thin lizards that can stand on two legs and use weapons and tools, and some favored ones with particularly high IQs can use magic. Among the lizard folk, they are bureaucrats, astrologers, and prophets, responsible for managing and coordinating the operations of the entire lizard folk society. Ren. Go and call Kalian. Now. Alyssa, come in. Alyssa, try to communicate with him. The beast type actually overlaps a bit with the beast tamer. Alyssa and Chipakik stared at each other for a long time. Alyssa shook her head. Okay, you go out first and let Kalian come in. Carlian also came in, and after trying for a long time, he still couldn't get the same feeling. Darkus thought, it's so weird, what the hell is this? He shook his head and exited the cabin. Dastan Lengian came over at some unknown time. Darkus stood entangled for a long time. The changes he would cause after the entanglement were still the same. He didn't like things that were not planned, let alone things with uncontrollable risks. Darkus wanted to kill the skink directly, let the other Drushi chop it up, or just throw him into the sea. But he still doesn't understand the mechanisms of fate, astrology, and prophecy. If the prophecy in Lustria is that Chipakoko will die at the hands of Drush, and he goes to Lustria one day, then he will be in trouble. Have you gone up? In the absence of an introducer, as long as you are Drush and Chipakoko is killed by you, then you are the enemy. Chaotic neutrality is so strange. Dastan Lengian said that these Drushis were not loyal to him, but to the Hell Calamity family and the young Master Nukul. They are not stupid. Darkus has been in there for a while, and he can't hide Chipakoko from them all the way back to Krikaland. They will definitely be able to guess something. Besides, where will you put it after you get back? Put it in your own tower? Sleeping with yourself? Nukul will always know. The old man who has lived for 5,000 years is always uncertain. Dakus avoided him before. Who knows what he will ask Dakus to do? To put it bluntly, the core of Drushi's senior leadership are the elders who were kicked out of Nagaris, such as the Witch King Malekith and the Hell Calamity family. The higher UPS pursue a Machiavellian idea, and the Drushi civilians, including the new Fear Lords and Admirals who have acquired aliases, are just cannon fodder and tools in their eyes. These old men have only one purpose, to counterattack Ulthuan. Malekith came to Ulthuan as his Phoenix King, and the Hellscourge family returned to Nagaroth to continue as their lords. When you continue to suffer the chaos, don't care. Darkos looked at the two brothers and sisters beside him, Dastan Cold Eyes and Kalian, and said solemnly, you are either loyal to me or to the Hell Calamity family, now you need to prove your loyalty. The Drushi all knelt down when they heard this. Darkus waved his hands and continued, I don't want you to say anything, and I don't need you to swear any poisonous oaths. I need you to prove it with actions. The skink inside is very important to me and the Hell Calamity family. This skink needs to be transported. He is a little sluggish now, Kalian. I need you to take care of him all the way until we return to Krikarlund. Kalian kowtowed directly and said, Young master, don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Dastan Cold Eyes, mind your crew. Yes, sir. Don't tell this to other irrelevant people. Get up. It's time to go back. Several people packed Chipa Coco in a small cage, covered it with a black cloth, carried it back, and placed it in an empty cabin. The sailors and soldiers were collecting and transporting the treasure. On the soldiers' side, the captain set up layers of cards to prevent the soldiers from hiding it secretly. On the sailors' side, there were the first mate and bosun. 2 days later, Dastan Lengian reported the statistical results to Darkos. In short, it was a lot. The total value of these treasures and slaves was staggering, almost catching up with the Black Ark's plunder in a year. Sometimes having too many sovereigns was a worry. Darkos didn't dare to think about what would happen if the treasures and slaves from this robbery were brought back to Krikarlund. Famous Druzy? This bee is too big for Darkos to pretend, he can't grasp it, it's too sharp. Malekith and the Drushi dignitaries in the 6 major cities will know that there is a man like Darkos. Those famous Fear Lords and Black Ark admirals cannot plunder so much at the age of 16. These Drushi, what would the powerful think of him? Darkos didn't want to deal with Malekith. What follows? Refresh the adult trial record? What's the use of that thing? This adult trial is meant to be a house, and there are a set of default rules. Darkos will break the rules if he does this, and he will definitely get involved in the future. No matter how much you plunder, if you come back and say something like Darkos, won't that make people hate you? The powerful people in Krikarlund tell his cousin how your brother compares to you every day. As time goes by, I become sick even if I am not sick. The Hell Calamity family is originally a large vassal, and the core of the family is the clan mother and young master. Darkos doesn't need this fame. He can communicate with Chipa Coco, this skink, and other skinks in the future. He can also communicate with Slan, who is sitting on the gaming chair. Then will he be short of money again in the future? Having decided, Darkos called for Dastan Cold Eyes. Captain, do you know where the treasure is? Dastan Lengian looked stunned, and then said calmly, Master, I know a few places that are more suitable for hiding treasures. Is there any trading port outside Han Xin overseas? Dastan Lengian already understood after hearing this, and he said, Master, there is one. How about we go for a walk? Is it too late to go back? Captain. No problem, young master, we can rush back to Krikarlund before the sea is sealed. Then let's go for a walk. Darkos asked again, how are you doing in math? Chapter 26. In the following days, Dastan Lengian estimated the specific sovereign of this ship's cargo and calculated how much could be given out. If Darkos spreads some of his wealth, the rest will have to be made up in his share. Dastan Lengian also made it clear that he can give up all the profits from this voyage. Darkos agreed. He didn't really need sovereign at this stage, so he couldn't find it from his cousin. He wanted to ensure the interests of all the Drushs on the ship, and it was impossible to deduct their share. Would you rather be a friendly country than a domestic slave? Don't be kidding, everyone is still waiting for sovereign to take the blame. Sovereign is the currency of Drushi. The gold coin is dark red and gold, and the outer ring is engraved with Cain, the god of bloody hands, Ethii, the pale queen, Asadi, the goddess of desire, and Ainsrai, Ma, the emblem of the wild goddess of hunting. Representing the season of blood, the season of despair, the fallen season and the wild season, Drushi represents the 4 seasons of the year. The inner circle is printed with the portrait of the Witch King Malekith, and the reverse is printed with his father Enarion. The demon-slaying picture. As for the silver and copper coins, Darkos had never seen them since he was a child. He didn't know what they looked like, and he didn't need to know. Darkos continued his life, cooking and eating with different flours every day, practicing martial arts and shooting skills, and even going to Chipa Coco to chat and tease him when he had nothing to do. As expected of an animal trainer, Kalian took good care of Chipa Coco, so much so that Kalian complained to Darkos several times, saying that Chipa Coco took care of him while he was sleeping or when he wasn't paying attention. One time, he even took out his whip to play with and swung it around in the cabin, which made Darkos smile helplessly. One day, Darkos looked at Chipa Coco again, and when he entered, he saw him sticking his head out of the porthole. Kalian sat on the chair, bored. Seeing Darkos come in, Kalyan immediately stood up and saluted, then carefully exited the cabin close to the edge. He doesn't want to know so many things he shouldn't know, he still wants to live well. Want to go back to Hesiodha? Chupakoko knew that Darkus had come in and retracted his head. Yes, I miss Lord Mazdamudi. He will definitely miss me very much and miss the dried insects I prepared for him. He doesn't sleep? He misses you every day? Brother, you are a little confident. Chupakoko's head and pupils moved every frame, as if she was thinking. Pitch-poach, my good brother will definitely miss me. Darkus continued to tease him, ah, if I were Pitch-poach, I would also miss you very much, thinking that you would never come back, and that I would be able to take sole control of Hesiodha. Chupakoko broke through the defense and jumped, you are talking nonsense. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That's right, aren't you an aquatic species? Or are you going to swim back now? Are you joking? Darkus spread his hands and said with a teasing smile on his face, were you doing astrology just now? Yes, I am doing horoscopes, and there is no skink who can do horoscopes better than me. Which star is accounted for in broad daylight? You don't want to take advantage of Teto Iko. As soon as he said these words, Chupakoko was immediately silenced. You know us well. Yes, there is no Drush who knows you better than me. Darkus continued, you may not be able to go back for the time being. I have no plans to go to Lustria at the moment. You have to stay with me for a while. You have to correct your problems. If you are chopped into pieces, I don't care. The ship sailed for another 2 months, and the ship's mast and bow were hung with the Hellscourge family flag. From time to time, returning Drush ships could be seen. Driving to a small port on the outskirts of the chilling sea, this port is extremely secluded, with Drushi-style taverns and spears scattered all over it. There are many large and small ships moored in the port, and each ship has a story. Darkus wanted to hear their story. The ship stopped outside the port, the boat was lowered, and Ren entered the port with several soldiers holding the family flag. After a while, several small boats followed. The deck has been cleared, and there are 2 tables and chairs with drinks on the table, one for the guests and one for Darkus himself. Darkus is now lying on the chair, with 2 swords behind him. The 2 Takaya brothers and Dastan Cold Eyes are standing in charge of the position. He doesn't know much about things like heraldry, so he won't be fooled for a while. Franz was able to stand and move again. Ren got on the boat and introduced the first guest of the day. The tea party has begun. Darkus stood up to show respect, and then began to introduce each other. Lekagolade, a tribute to the Hellraiser family. This surname sounds like an old and powerful person. Darkus Hellscourge, how can I help you? Leech then talked nonchalantly for a long time, which made Darkus doubt his life. He looked back at his own people. They had plain faces and nodded in agreement from time to time. Darkus learned that the Golade family was a powerful member of Hal Genki. His father was a Fear Lord and he was the 8th eldest child in the family. He finally got a taste of the style of these Drushi dignitaries today. No wonder a meeting can last for 3 months. It's really ridiculous. Darkus couldn't interrupt him out of etiquette, so he could only continue to be tortured. After talking for almost an hour, Ren, who was standing behind him, began to wink at Leech. Leech took a look and seemed to understand. Sir, my ship had some problems after going to the Hangzhen Sea. I need some property to go back and deliver. Darkus may not have tolerated him and asked directly, what can I gain? The friendship of the Gorid family. Get out of here, uncle. When Darkus heard this, he wanted him to get out. He turned around and glared at Ren fiercely. Several dignitaries behind him also glanced at Ren when they heard this. That means you. Who are you looking for? Darkus slowed down for a moment and said, can you be more specific? Lai Chi thought for a long time and said nothing, and the room became cold. Darkus picked up the wine glass and issued an order to expel the guests. Lake was unwilling to give in and wanted to struggle. He took out a ring from his arms, put it on the palm of his hand, gritted his teeth and said, this is the Kotek ring. Dastan Lengian couldn't help but said, impossible. How could that thing be in your hands? Alyssa whispered, Kotek is a priest named Var, and His Majesty the Witch King's midnight armor was forged by him. Darkus also remembered who Kotek was. He was a renegade priest of Val. Malekith provided him with the knowledge of dwarven rune magic. He combined rune magic and black magic and was subsequently discovered, defected to Nagaroth to seek refuge. At that time, Malekith walked into the holy fire of Asuryan to become the next Phoenix King. As a result, he was roasted into shredded black pepper spicy chicken in the holy fire. He struggled to crawl out, and his mother Moratha used black magic to hang him. After his fate returned to Nagarath, the elf civil war began. Kothak used the hammer of Val to forge a set of armor for Malekith. Kothak fused his newly forged armor directly into Malekith's body. The pain and anger ignited Malekith's will and supported everything. The long years of pain endured, the burning will never stop. Afterwards, Kothak made many weapons and equipment for Malekith. Although he was a traitor and turncoat, he was not a fool. He knew he lived within the vagaries and uncertainty of Malekith, and so he built an arsenal of weapons for himself. In the end, Kothak did not die at the hands of Malekith, but was poisoned by Morathi. The contents of the weapons depot were also divided up and their whereabouts are unknown. These are things that have been going on for almost 5,000 years. This ring is made of obsidian and black diamond. Wearing this ring has the effect of magical defense and deflecting errors, such as shooting magic like the amber spear. Attacks on the wearer will have a high probability of deflection. Darkos became interested. This ring was of great use in Drushi society. Alyssa walked over, took the ring in her hand and looked at it, and then nodded to Darkos to confirm. How to say? I hope to mortgage it for 100 years in exchange for some belongings. Darkos snapped his fingers. Arrange. Chapter 27. The arrangement that Darkos mentioned was not to arrange property directly for Leech, but to select a lucky player from the bottom of the boat. He is not that stupid. What if this thing is a parallel import? Then he will go to Hal Genki to question Leech? As a master of telling lies, he had reason to suspect that the name Leech was fake, and he was not the 8th oldest person. Darkos calls this game Drushi's Wheel. The gameplay is very simple. All you need is for the lucky player to wear the ring and stand still. Unfortunately, he couldn't move even if he wanted to. Dastan Cold Eye asked the sailor to hang him up. If the amber spear misses him 3 times, let him go free. Darkos always keeps his word. Alyssa began to stand outside the 8 swords, summoning a scorching amber spear. When she was still 1 sword away from the lucky player, a magical scene happened. The tip of the amber spear actually lifted up, directly fly into the sky. A sword is 2.4 meters. Alyssa didn't believe in evil, so she moved forward 2 more times. This time, the amber spear deflected to the right at the first sword position, grazing the lucky player's head and flying out. Leech's heart broke as he watched this scene. This time, Alyssa walked directly to the position where the lucky player had 2 swords. Darkos shouted, "Sarah, stay away." He waved his hand. At this tea party, only Darkos wore the Hardrika, not the 3 brothers and sisters and Dastan Lengian. After all, not every deal can be negotiated. It would not be good to be resented by the paranoid Drushi. Alyssa stepped back 2 sword distances, but this amber spear still flew away. It made her feel a little unconfident. Although she was on the coast, Gu Zhaifeng was a little weak. But what she was best at during her training was using the amber spear to attack from various angles. This was her special skill and special skill. It was with this unique skill that she passed the 12 sorcerer trials, otherwise she would have returned to the arms of Ethhai, the Pale Queen. Frannis saw her sister's doubts and said, "That's the Kotek ring. Maybe this human being is really lucky." Darkos nodded with satisfaction. This business was profitable, and then he snapped his fingers. Arrange. Dastan Lengian directly asked the sailors to untie the lucky player and congratulated him. He took the ring and threw the person into the sea. He was free. After a while, screams were heard, and Darkos looked at Dastan Lengian in confusion. Dastan Lengian spread his hands and said indifferently, "It seems that he is not very lucky this time. The lucky one is the shark under the cold heart sea. May Cain bless him and thank nature for its gifts." Alan's brother was taken out of the dark and damp cabin, staggeringly walking in Class A, looking up at the sun he had not seen for a long time. After listening to what the fellow villagers in the cabin had to say, he seemed to know what was waiting for him next. Leech returned to his boat, cursing. "That's the Kotek ring. It's what my mother left for me. It came back in a pile of garbage." Ah! He thought about the scene in the experiment just now, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and then he kicked the barrel next to him hard. He knew the name of the Hell Calamity family, and he said it was mortgaged for 100 years. It was just for the last face, and he would never get it back. But what can he do? If he returns from the trial empty-handed, he will become the laughingstock of the Golade family, and he will become the laughingstock of Hal Gonsi's powerful people. His father has always been good-looking, and he can't imagine what he will face next. His father will kill him, and his good brothers will punish him even harder. He had taken every precaution, but in the end, he was tricked by his good brothers. As soon as the ship left the Hangzhen Sea, something went wrong and it was unable to sail long distances. Leech saw Alan's brother. The little guy was walking with his head lowered in fear. He took out his stabbing blade and gritted his teeth viciously in Bretonnian, "You! Come here!" The sailor pushed Alan's brother out hard and he fell on the deck. Leech pulled his hair and cut his tattered clothes with the razor blade, and then cut it into the skin of his chest. Lychee yelled at Alan's brother, "Don't scream! Hold it! If you want to ask me to kill you." Alan's brother understood, tears welled up in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth desperately to avoid screaming. "No! Sue! Cry!" Leech made a long gash on brother Alan's chest. His skill was very exquisite. It would only bleed and not even leave a scar. "Okay, very good. Little guy, from now on you will stay by my side to serve me and raise horses for me. This is my meeting gift for you. I hope you like it." Under the education of his father, Alan's brother has a dream. That is to raise horses for the knight and serve the knight. Now his dream has come true. "Invite the next guest." This time, a female Drushi noble came. She looked just like that. She went straight to the point and said that she wanted to be Darkuz's lover. She said that she could practice it on the spot. Darkuz didn't even bother with her. "Just tell her to get lost. Let's invite the next guest. This one is even more of a heavyweight. He hopes that Dacus will give him some property, and he hopes that Dacus will not be ignorant of praise. Damn it, where did all this weird stuff come from? How did you live to be 16? The Drushi in this port can allow him to survive until now? Roll." Several dignitaries kicked him out and kept yelling and cursing under the boat until the repeating crossbow on the boat started firing. Darkuz played with Kotek's ring and asked, "Isn't there a normal Drushi in the port? Why are they all suffering from cerebral palsy?" "That's right, who's going to be normal?" In Druka society, whether an elf is considered normal or abnormal is a philosophical issue. This port is a place that provides shelter to those who fail the Haxaya trial. As mentioned before, although this trial is just a child's play. But there are many ways to do it, such as partners in Bretonnia, people who write letters to their families at this port to send money, speculators who exchange benefits for trialists, people who send money to ask for a promise, people who rob and overturn cars, and loan sharks who pay back the money. There are people like Darkuz who come to make friends. Of course, these are all crooked ways. There is a saying called natural selection, survival of the fittest, and the law of the jungle. The children of powerful people who can come here are not suitable to hang out on the Drushi stage. If you can barely get through this level, what about the next level? Ren was already breaking out in a cold sweat at this time. He had ruined the job. "Sir, a ship just left the day before yesterday, and many ships have left since then." Darkuz understood that it was either just here yesterday, or just some scraps, such as the weird thing just now. His head hurts a little, and he can't even give away money like this. Darkuz said without looking back, "How many more are there?" "My lord, there are 2 more. Invite the next guest." His young and handsome face had a hint of gloom, his black hair was tied back by a simple bandage, and the black steel headry card was shining brightly on his chest. Darkuz looked at the cold lizard on the emblem and stood up. "Malice Blackblade? Hagrid Graves Creighton Crooked Law's Lantern, a tribute to the Hell's Coat family." No. This surname sounds like a foreign name at first sight, and Darkuz still has the impression that this is one of the 8 powerful families of Hagrid Grave. Their Fear Lord is responsible for commanding Hagrid Grave's Cold Lizard Fear Knights. "Darkuz Hellscourge, how can I help you?" Creighton knelt down on one knee and said, "Sir, I need some property. I will pay you back 1,000 times if I serve you for 100 years or within 100 years. Did you come yesterday?" "Yes, my lord." "Why come?" "In Lyonese and Bretonnia, when we were retreating, we ran into a knight group led by a female knight." "How do you prove that you are Creighton Crooked Law?" Dastan Lengian said at this time, "My lord." Darkuz understood and said with a smile, "In that case, let's make a friend. I'll give you lustrious property. As for how to compile it, it's your problem. You can say that you plundered with me." After chatting for a while, the freight transfer was completed. Darko snapped his fingers. The remaining one is gone, go home. Chapter 29. After a week's sailing, the bark arrived at Karondecker. Karondecker, the Tower of Despair, also known as the Slave's Gate. The city stands on the edge of the cold Heart Sea, forever buffeted by strong winds, icy rain, and tsunamis. What unfolded in front of Darko's was a shocking sight. He used a monocular to see many slaves still twisting on the black wall of the cliff. Dastan Lengian said that these slaves were disobedient and were tortured by the warlock. Without magic, they will spend the last few hours of their lives in despair, and then become food for the harpy. Day and night, Karandkar echoes with desperate wails as the city's sorcerers delight in uniting the souls of slaves with their bodies. Trapped between life and death, these hapless souls will wander the streets of Karondecker, delighting the city with wails of agony, tremblings of lamentation and beautiful images, and they too will become the harpies. Food. Can you sleep tonight? Countless harpies have built their nests on the spears in the city, and they hover or swoop in the sky. The superstitious Drushi believed that the harpy was a symbol of good luck for the city and that if they left the city, it would fall into the hands of the enemy in less than 90 days. Drushi civilians living in this city usually need to lean on the edge of the road when walking, and they must also be wary of the harpies that may swoop down at any time. There's a reason why Karondecker is called the Slaver's Gate, as this is where Black Ark usually settles its cargo at the end of its raids. Thousands of all races died while crossing the vast sea to Karandkal, suffocated in the bottom of ships or tortured to death for the pleasure of the Black Ark pirates, and these were the lucky ones. When the slaves were finally unloaded onto the icy docks, their best days were just beginning, because there was nowhere for Kalandkar to escape. On the docks, slaves were brutally driven out and whipped, and those who fell were trampled to death. Some unlucky ones whose chains fell off would be skinned on the spot and thrown into the cold sea. These entertainment methods were wildly admired by the onlookers Drushi, who threw stones to trip up the panicked slaves and fanned the flames nearby, hoping to incite the slaves to riot so that they could swarm over and slaughter them. Those slaves who come to the dark square will be roughly inspected and divided by age and gender. After being weighed and presented to the Witch King Malekith, the slave traders will swarm over and divide these slaves up. These slaves are destined to be at sea. They worked to death in the dark rock of G-Grave and the gem gold mines of Grond, worked hard in the dungeons and kitchens of various cities in Nagorot, or were directly bought and sacrificed to Cain. The slave traders' mansion area overlooking the city is full of mansions decorated with the bones of dead slaves. These white-gloved men rarely leave the comfort of their mansions, lured only to dark, rain-flooded squares by tidbits of great value. A captured azure was extremely valuable, and slavers would trade their possessions, or even their own families, to please the nobles behind them. The city also houses auction houses, where slavers conduct hard bargains to satisfy the greed of captains and Black Ark admirals, ensuring handsome profits. The admirals can return with satisfaction, but those captains usually don't get the profits they expect, because they know that a large number of Cain's assassins are lurking in the crowd, quietly waiting for the slave trader's commission. The captains decided that it was better to leave Kalandkar with a small bag of sovereign than never to leave. However, everything in this city has nothing to do with Darkos, because the relationship between this city and Krikarond is not very friendly and there is a competitive relationship, especially in terms of animal taming. Darkos will not sell goods here. He will cross the chilling sea, cross the dark light tower strait, enter the sea of resentment, and return to Krikarond, which is his home. It's funny to say that Krikarond's ships and the Black Ark usually don't go to Karandkar, but the dignitaries of Karandkar need to order ships and must go to Krikarond for repairs and maintenance of the Black Ark. Yes, Kalandkar could only repair the ship because it rained all year round and there was no ship wood that could be cut. Darkos continued to look at the city curiously with his telescope. The Karondecker breakwater is approximately 5 kilometers long and is made of stone quarried from the towering mountains surrounding the city. The nobles in the city raised huge sums of money to hire a group of dwarf slaves who knew how to carve. They carved the stone at the bottom of the breakwater into the shape of slaves, allowing the sculptures of tense, dying bodies to rise and fall with the icy tide. For thousands of years the breakwater has been known as Nella Wall, the Great Lament. When slaves arrived in the city and saw such lifelike statues, they would utter terrible lamentations, thinking that this would be their future fate. Nobles never tire of this joke. Whose is this Black Ark? Dastan Lang said directly without looking at him, young master, the tower of the god-blessed evil party of the Fallen Heart family. Where's the smaller one over there? Master, that is the ultimate oblivion. What a great creation! After the civil war failed, Malkitha's plan to use magic to lift the maelstrom of Ulthuan failed. The magic bounced back to Nagarath, and then the sky fell apart and the city where the Hellscourge family lived was also exploded. Malkith and his followers used their last magical power to survive the ensuing storm, and used magic to transform these disintegrated cities into black arcs that could travel on the sea. Malkith and his followers then fled Nagarath, heading northwest across the great ocean to the desolate land of Nagaroth. At that time, there were more than 20 black arcs, 5 of which washed up on the coast and became the current city of Druish. The Hellscourge family's malevolent temple remained and is still in use today. These huge floating fortresses on the sea vary in size, the longest is 5 kilometers long, and the smaller ones are 2 kilometers long. Capable of carrying tens of thousands of Druchii warriors and slaves, sorcerers and beast trainers summoned leviathans from the depths and built fortifications on the Black Ark. According to Darkus's understanding, the family's Temple of Viciousness has a matching black dragon, war hydra and abyssal kraken. When necessary, it can also summon sea dragons to help. The Black Ark is now out of 10. After 5,000 years of changes, some were damaged in battles and sunk, some were stranded on the coast, and some were pulled into the mysterious space. The progress of the Black Ark manufacturing factory in Crickaland was extremely slow in Darko's opinion. It would take 800 years to build a 2-kilometer-long Black Ark. The stone used to make the Black Ark still needs to be obtained from Hagrid Grave. Pull over. But other Drushi don't think so. In their opinion, 800 years is just one generation. Darkus suddenly thought of a place where, if possible, Black Ark could be mass-produced in a short time. Chapter 30. Darkus put down the monocular and returned it to Dastan Lengian. He looked at his eager expression and comforted him, "Don't worry, it will be there." The boat travelled for 3 days after passing Carondecker. There were boats in front and behind, all rushing back. A few days later, the Sea of Resentment would freeze over, so it stopped at Carondecker for the whole winter. Maintenance costs are too high. Those captains like to go to Crickaland after selling slaves. There is a large trading market there and you can recruit good hands. You can sell the plundered things in one winter and get a good price. The cost of ship maintenance is also cheap. That day, Alyssa came to Darkus and said that she had a strange dream last night, as if it was some kind of omen, but she couldn't explain it at all. Darkus means that your destiny has changed. Where does this omen come from? Was it calculated from scratch? 80% of it was caused by Lilith's boredom. If you have similar omens in the future, come to me and I will interpret your dreams. It is not ruled out that Alyssa found an excuse to talk nonsense to him. The ship sailed for another 2 days to reach the Dark Light Tower. Looking at the 15-kilometer-long strait, Darkus's mind was filled with questions. How did Eltharion get in? Dry land boating? Are all the guards on the Dark Light Tower blind? Lilith took action to cover it with mist? Or did they use Druz's ships and equipment to sneak in? If you don't think about it anymore, it has nothing to do with him. Darkus was swollen. These days, he and Chipakoko were studying the Lustria slates together when they had nothing to do. The two wise men studied over and over again, but Mao couldn't figure it out. He only knew that the slates were made of obsidian and some years old. What is Happy Planet? No, what is the big plan? Darkus gave Ren an honorable and arduous task, which was to teach Chipakoko to speak Elvish. Originally, he was going to do it himself, but he found that this cunning skink could speak with a Lustrian accent. Imperial language, because Chipakoko had a lot of dealings with humans in the port before. If Chipakoko is to be taken out of Crickarond, the skink must speak Elvish so that it appears normal. If Darkus had been like that before, those Druza would have discovered something unusual about him. Wouldn't this have caused trouble for themselves? We can't let him speak Imperial language, right? Darkus ordered Chipakoko to learn it, otherwise he would be imprisoned somewhere. It is hard to say how long he would be imprisoned for, maybe a few years, maybe hundreds of years. Kalian was broken. The cold lizards he originally brought out were all broken, and he no longer needed to take care of them. The 3 trainers of Pegasus and Warhorse could take care of them without him having to worry. Now he spends the whole day staring at Chipakik in the room. What a fuss! He can't beat Chipakik with the dragon tendon whip. If he can, he wants to beat the skink alive. Except when he was eating, he had to stay in the room every day. One time, he didn't pay attention. Chipakik leaned too far out and got stuck in the porthole. It took a lot of effort for him to pull him back. As the weather gradually became colder and Chipakoko also gradually disappeared, Carlion thought that his good days were coming. But Ren is here again, and now he wishes he could go deaf. Ren was also troubled because he couldn't understand the Empire's Lustryan dialect. Chipakoko was even more upset. He felt that the stupid, chattering, and dancing elf in front of him was stupider than the monitor lizard. Torture. When the ship arrived at Krakaland 2 weeks later, a biting wind blew in from the northwest. Darko stood on the deck of the ship, his arms lying on the railing of the ship, watching Krakarand getting closer and closer. Strands of black hair were blown up by the wind and danced in the wind. The cold wind caressed his face, making him shiver even though he was already wearing enough clothes. The taste of victory? No, Darko's is not very competitive, but there are still a lot of belongings in the cabin, but it is reasonable, so that no powerful person will pay too much attention to him, as long as his cousin is in the spotlight. Dastan Lengian walked over, looked at the black ark in the noble dock area and said, "Master, the soul claw has returned from Cathay." Darko's nodded and said, "If you were the admiral of the black ark, what would you want to call it?" "Master, I can't even think about being an admiral of the black ark." Darko's rolled his eyes when he heard this. "That's not what you said before. I wish it was called the Herald of Despair." Darko's was too lazy to pay attention to him and told him to get lost. He could hear the sound of waves lapping on the shore, and continued to look at the towering tower of destruction and countless other spears, recalling the city in front of him. This is the second largest city in Nagarote. City of Ships and Tower of Destruction are both the titles of Krakarand. The city is located on the plains on the edge of the Black Ridge Mountains. The Red Poison River winds through the city and flows north into the Sea of Malice. The city has expanded outward countless times in the past 5,000 years. Countless spears have sprung up like bamboo shoots. Most of the buildings are mainly black and purple, exuding an atmosphere of darkness, weirdness, mystery, and terror. The Tower of Destruction is still erected on the west bank as the symbol of the Hell Calamity family, and various beasts deep underground are being kept and studied. Wharfs, shipyards, markets, taverns, inns, animal farms, warehouses, and slave quarters occupy the east bank of the Red Poison River estuary, while the Black Ark docking area and Noble Wharf occupy the west bank of the river estuary. The city's walls, athletics, and the fields, noble manors and narrow civilian streets extend to the west. 3 bridges made of black marble and black steel on the Red Poison River connect the east and west of the city. They are hard and wide and can accommodate the passage of the war hydra. The middle-class nobles of Krakarand hired thugs, scoundrels, and mercenaries to demand Red Poison River sightseeing fees from civilians traveling on the bridge. The city guards said they had no knowledge of this. These city guard soldiers were recruited from the common people. Centurions were composed of minor nobles, and a squad consisted of 10 soldiers plus a captain. 5 people hold repeating crossbows, and 5 people hold contradictions and belong to the garrison. There are about 6,000 city guards in Krakaland. They can go out of the city to fight in the field when necessary. They are commanded by Nukul, the young master of the Hell Calamity family. To sum it up in one sentence, it is the Drushi version of the shield-bearing Triton. The internal environment of the urban areas in every city in Drushi is basically the same. The streets are intricate like a maze. In some places, the space is so cramped that it is almost impossible for 3 people to walk side by side. Each home is an independent castle. The crossbow holes in the narrow windows watch the passers-by, be wary of intruders on the street, and be wary of the surrounding neighbors. Some buildings in disrepair have collapsed in the road, blocking entire streets, and many streets and alleys lead to dead ends, greeting the unlucky with traps or poisonous sewers. There are 2 city gates standing in the city. The Screaming Gate on the south side of the Red Poison River leads to the Venom Woodland, while the Despair Gate on the north leads to the far north. There is a road about 10 kilometers long that is paved with gravel. There are large areas on the roadside of noble estates and plantations. At the end of the road there are several forks leading to the north and west. Once there, continue walking north to start the journey for a few weeks. If you are lucky, you can reach Hagrid Grave through the dark road. Usually this road, if no one leaves, Drushi will choose to go to the sea if he is not mentally ill. If you choose to go west, you need to cross the Shadow Forest to reach the town of Storgkol. The ship belonged to the Hellscourge family, and it was flying the Red War Hydra flag. It sailed directly into the noble dock area without being inspected. It feels so good to be home. Chapter 31. It was already afternoon when the bark docked. Darko's personal belongings and a few very important stone slabs have been sorted out, and Chipakoko was placed in a cage and covered with a black cloth. The steward of the noble dock area and Malkitha's tax collector have been waiting for a long time. Darkuz was the first to step off the ship, wearing Hadrika and aristocratic silk robes with outer purple and inner purple. Carlion behind him was holding the scepter flag of the Hellscourge family, and he was finally free. The waiting Druzy officials and city guards bowed their heads and saluted him. Go and find some horses. Since the expected value of property was not distributed, Dastan Lengian got his share of the loot. He had to stay on the ship temporarily to deal with the property. After saying goodbye to him, several Druzy rode away. Centurion Edmund took his dissatisfied centurion back to the military camp, and the Black Ark pirates also wanted to return to the corresponding military camp. The three brothers and sisters were going back to the noble area to start repairing the ancestral home of the Takaya family. Kalian and several animal trainers followed Darkuz back to the Tower of Destruction. It was already dark when we arrived at the noble district. There were street lamps erected on the street, which emitted a dim light. The road was flat and wide, and scattered four-wheeled carriages were travelling under the protection of guards. When passing by Darkuz's team, a carriage opened its curtain, and the Drushi dignitary inside raised his head and nodded to Darkuz, who also raised his head and saluted in return. After walking away, Darkuz frowned and asked, "Who was that hanging hair just now? Does he have a problem with his neck? Which family does he belong to?" Ren whispered, "Sir, that is the head of the Calvo family." Darkuz nodded and took note of this Druzy. From time to time, the sounds of people drinking could be heard from the surrounding aristocratic manor, as if a party or reception was being held inside. Darkuz shook his head, and the team immediately marched to a crossroads, where a group of fully armed cold lizard fear knights roared past him. The warhorse started to frighten. Darkuz held the reins with his right hand and touched the horse's neck with his left hand to calm the horse down. The group of cold lizard fear knights who had run away laughed loudly, seeming to be mocking Darkuz. A bunch of people are rushing to the streets. Darkuz recognized the group of cold lizard fear knights as his cousin's group. Should we say goodbye? I remember your manor is in the other direction. My lord, yes. Then let's say goodbye here. It should be fine for now. You don't have to come to me. I'll go back and ask the housekeeper about the dwarf slave construction team that has a schedule now. Thank you, my lord. You're welcome. I'll be a guest at your place when I have time. Ren, I'll finish the painting in the meantime. Yes, sir. You must remember. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, the people who come to visit you will be young Master Nookle's people. They are not as easy to talk to as me. The three brothers and sisters immediately got off their horses and knelt down. Okay, bye. Darkuz took Kalian and the others away directly. After walking through another street, I finally arrived at the gate of Knight Governor Castle. I looked up at the Tower of Destruction that was attached to the castle, and then looked at the housekeeper and several waiters lined up at the door. Butler Dia, did you miss me? Butler Dia smiled after saluting Darkuz. Haha, I thought so. Master, is this trip going well? It went very well. Darkuz got off his horse and walked directly to the butler. This is a gift for you. After saying that, he took out an emerald as big as an egg and stuffed it into the butler's hand. Master, this. A small gift for you. Darkuz ignored him and said with a smile, I'm a little hungry. I'm going to eat first. I'm going to take a hot bath later. Butler Dia saluted Darkuz again. Darkuz walked straight in, crossed the square, and stepped onto the steps of the main castle. 20 well-equipped dread spearmen lined up on both sides of the steps and bowed their heads to salute him. He nodded in return and entered the hall. Elite troops, this is it. Before he could finish his thoughts, he heard the sound of breaking through the air in his right ear. Darkuz quickly turned to the left to avoid, only to see his cousin Morainer attacking him. Darkuz laughed and scolded, You are so naive. After saying that, he raised his foot and kicked it. Morainer quickly stepped back and said, Hey! 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 I just changed my robe, don't get it dirty. Darkuz retracted his feet and walked over, holding Morainer's shoulder with his left hand, and lightly holding the hammer with his right fist and hitting Morainer's chest. Darkuz said, The horse that scared me just now will scare me again. It's still so out of place. Morainer didn't answer and laughed. After saying that, the two brothers hugged each other and patted each other on the back, then separated. Morainer said, I thought you wouldn't be able to come back this year. You think I look like you? Darkuz glared at Morainer. At a corner on the second floor, the family champion Kesley looked at the two brothers fighting on the first floor quietly and shook his head, with a look of helplessness and disgust on his face. Then disappeared into the shadows. Morrainer raised his hand and pointed at himself with a thumbs up, and said, "Is the person I found for you reliable?" "Reliable, very reliable. Francis spends half the time lying in bed." Morrainer laughed again. Hey, let's go to the Magar family's party. There are many young and beautiful female Druzi. You come with me too." After saying that, he asked Darkos to take his hand away. Darkos took a step back and glanced at the dark circles under Morrainer's eyes. It was obviously not painted on, and he looked like he was over-rewarded. "No, I've been floating on the boat for more than half a year. Let's have something to eat and rest early." "Forget it, what are your plans for tomorrow?" "Go take a stroll in the market area. The Soul Claw has returned from Cathay. I guess you're going there, and you don't have any other hobbies. Then I'll come back early and take a day off tomorrow to go shopping with you." Morrainer looked at Darkos with disgust, and walked out without waiting for Darkos to reply. "My dear brother!" Darkos called to him. "What's wrong?" "My dear brother!" Darkos took out a velvet bag and threw it over. Morrainer grabbed it with one hand and opened it to see that it was full of dazzling gems. "You caught a big one this time. You're a smart kid. I'm worried about not having anything to give as a gift." Darkos ignored him, gestured to him and went in. Morrainer took a few steps outside and his face became serious. "Why does my brother seem to have changed? Has the trial made him grow?" Morrainer shook his head. His brother was still his brother no matter what he became. Chapter 32. After finishing his meal in the dining area, Darkos returned to the spire where he lived before. Opening the door was a spiral staircase. The edge of the staircase was filled with mirrors. You could directly see the top of the interior of the spire from the door. He closed the door, drew out the noble curved sword, placed it across his chest, took out a flintlock pistol, turned on the safety, and left. "Go up. The top room is spacious and the interior furnishings are unique, with only one barred window that requires being inside the tower to open." I looked at the tabletop and it was spotless, which meant that the waiters were cleaning it regularly. Darkos checked around the house to make sure it was safe, then walked into the bathroom to run water for a bath. I should have passed this level, but since I haven't met the family law enforcement champion Kesley and the young master Nukkal, the clan mother doesn't have to think about it. The old man must be studying dark magic on the top of the tower. Darkos, who was lying in the bathtub, let out a sigh of relief. Stay for a few days and find an opportunity to run away. This cousin is still the same. He should be 25 this year. He originally completed the trial and came back to join the Black Ark raid. As a result, the trial was delayed for half a year. The Black Ark is gone, and he just came back, and at that time everyone thought he was abandoned, but the clan mother Anasera sacrificed and divined several times before she found out that he was fine. What about a father who is kind and a son who is filial, and brothers who are hostile to each other and turn against each other? Yes, after all, the Hell Calamity family has been standing in Drushi society for 5,000 years, which has its own advantages. Nukkal's uncle was defeated and died, and the family there has never been any internal turmoil again. It can be said that there is harmony and the family is happy. After all, the family law enforcement champion is no joke. 5,000 years ago, the head of the family at that time was the husband of the clan mother Anasera. He led the troops and died in Tal Onlek in Nagarath. Then his younger brother took the opportunity to seize power and was captured by Anasera and Morathi. Die. Later, the Hellscourge family, like the corrupted Heart family of Kalond Kal, was one of the few Nagarot families whose blood was thicker than water. Go to bed. The next day, the weather was sunny and the sun was very red, like a glowing tomato. Darkos was still sleeping on the bed, and a sound came from the crystal ball on the bedside table next to him. "Good morning, young master. Young Master Nukkal has informed you to go to dinner." Butler Dia's voice came from the crystal ball. When he heard the name Nukkal, Darkos suddenly lost all sleep. "Hold the grass. Nukkal. What's going on? Why is this old guy looking for me?" Darkos jumped up, packed up and went downstairs. Butler Dia held a sword in front of him, directing him to follow him and walk to the study. Butler Dia led the way and said in a low voice, "Young Master Nukkal just now knew that you were back and wanted to see you." Darkos had a slight cold sweat on his forehead, and his legs began to shake a little. This was not due to adrenaline secretion, but simply shaking. He thought as he walked, the lifespan of the elves in the medieval Warhammer is only more than 1,000 years. I don't have the ability to deal with Drush who has lived for 5,000 years. This brother usually avoided him before. After a while, they arrived at the door of the study. Butler Dia knocked on the door gently, and a voice came from inside, "Come in." Butler Dia turned around and signaled that Darkus took a deep breath and pushed the door in. After entering, he closed the door, took a small step forward with his right foot, pointed his left face to the ground, raised his hands flat, and bowed his head in salute. "Good morning, young master." After Darkus came in, Nukul stopped eating, looked up at him, saw him raising his hands flat, and said, "Don't be nervous, come sit down and have something to eat." Darkus put down his hands, walked slowly to the dining table, sat down, and looked directly at Nukul in front of him. He only saw Nukul's middle-aged appearance, and he felt the majesty, calmness, and subtle aging in Nukul. Nukul said slowly, "Don't be nervous and eat." Darkus lowered his head and picked up the tableware and started eating, his hands shaking slightly. Nukul saw all this. He took a few bites and was a little confused. He didn't even know what he was eating. "I heard that you fraudulently opened a village in Azul." "Yes, with luck, Ren of the Takaya family deceived the main forces in the village and town." "Hey, luck? Not many Drushi would go after their cousins during the Haxaya trial voyage. The dignitaries in the city were very crazy last night. There has been no war for almost 500 years. It's been a long time since there have been so many cousins in Krikaland." Nukul stopped eating, wiped his mouth gracefully with the napkin around his neck, then leaned on the chair, crossed his arms and looked at Darkus. Darkus also stopped eating, put his hands on his hands, looked at Nukul, and did not answer. He didn't know how to answer. "Have you become the chosen one of the Oracle Weaver Mora Ig Hague?" Darkus was suffocating, and cold sweat began to flow from his head. He began to think quickly, "Damn it! How did he know? The 3 Takia brothers sold me." Nukul stared into Darkus's eyes and smiled sinisterly, "Is it hot in the room? You are sweating." After a pause, he continued, "Last night, Kessler went to visit the 3 of them. Brother and sister, they persisted until the last moment, and they proved their loyalty to you. After that, Kessler gave them something to drink, and they said everything." He continued to pause, and then said, "After all, they are you, we can't kill them, can we?" What could Darkus say? Why can he stand up and yell at Nukul angrily? "Don't be ridiculous," he could only nod in agreement. Nukul continued, "These 3 brothers and sisters of the Takaya family are very good. I like them. They are better than their ancestors. Maybe the hope for the revival of their family lies in them. Regarding what happened last night, I hope you will not mind you, I just added an insurance policy for you and taught you a lesson. You must know that you are a descendant of the Hell Calamity family and don't believe these Drushi." Darkus nodded in agreement. "I have arranged for a dwarf construction team to help them repair their ancestral home. This is my reward for them." "Thank you, young master." Nukul continued, "Are you full?" Darkus shook his head and said, "No." After that, he continued to eat. Nukul was dodged for a moment, looked at Darkus who was lowering his head and eating something and raised his eyebrows and continued, "Don't worry, I won't ask you why you became Murayag Heg's divine choice, as long as you it's enough that he is a descendant of the Hell Calamity family." Darkus continued to eat with his head down, and he almost finished everything on the table. "By the way, what happened to that lizard?" Darkus knew he couldn't hide, so he put down the tableware, swallowed what was in his mouth, looked into Nukul's eyes, and said thoughtfully, "I have a magical ability to talk directly to that skink, and there's no language barrier." Nukul nodded and said, "This is unplanned, and it is also your own business. Of course, you can make some requests to the family, and the family will try its best to satisfy you. In addition, who knows about this?" Nukul's words were beyond Darku's expectations. The 2 Takaya brothers, the beast tamer Kalyan, and the captain Dastan Cold Eyes, "I'm not sure if Franaz knows about it. It's okay. I'll let Kessler handle it. As long as they don't talk about it, it will be fine. And you need to practice your martial arts skills. You can't beat a monkey, even though you are only an adult. The title of monkey belongs to the arrogance of the older generation of Drushi. When they were all powerful, those humans were still in the primitive stage and were indeed no different from monkeys. This arrogance continues, but the powerful still have to learn the language of these monkeys. After all, we can't expect these slaves to learn the Elvish language, right? It can also be used when going out to sea for raids, but it is very fragmented anyway. Yes. What do you have in mind next? I'd like to spend some time on a tree farm on the edge of the Black Ridge Mountains. Nukkal looked at Darkus for a while and said with a smile, you are a bit unexpected. I thought you would go to work at Ebony Claw like your brother, or go out on adventures. I can't wait to go. Lustria or something. Okay, there's nothing to do now anyway, so if you want to go, go ahead. By the way, there's another thing. Last night, the patriarch of the Thorns family asked me to let his youngest son, who just returned from the trial, be your retinue. As he spoke, Nukkal paused and then said sinisterly, you have to promise me to ensure his safety. This is very important. These powerful people in the city have been disobedient again recently. Darkus thought, what the hell, is he my subordinate or am I his? Why is it the other way around? What is this? A political hostage? Is there going to be someone to assassinate him? Like a Kane assassin or something? It should be possible, or it should not be. He came back empty-handed from this trial, and his legs were a bit sloping, but his father still loves him very much. The other 5 brothers and 1 sister are very dissatisfied with this. Seeing that he could not refuse, Darkus said repeatedly, I understand, I promise. There is no place for weaklings and cowards in Nagaros, but the slope does not prevent him from becoming an excellent cold lizard fear knight. Okay, this is a test for you. The Soul Claw is back. Are you going to go to the market today? Yes, go shopping and see if you can find any treasures. Nukkal's expression relaxed and he chuckled and said, I'm sorry, I talked a bit too much today. I haven't talked to the younger members of the family for a long time. In this case, I won't keep you. If you don't have enough sovereign to ask for Dia, I wish you the best. Success. Darkus stood up, pulled out his chair and bowed his head to Nukkal and saluted, then slowly backed away, opened the door with his backhand and backed out, bowing his head again and saluting before going out. Inside the house, Nukkal regained his majestic expression, stood up, and leaned against the window to think. After a while, he saw Darkus walking quickly across the garden, smiled and shook his head, turning to look at the map hanging in the study, looking at Nagaroth in the northwest of Ulthuan. Chapter 33. Butler Dia, who was waiting outside the door, saw Darkus coming out, bowed his head and saluted him, and then said, Master Morainer just came back this morning and is sleeping now. I'm afraid I can't go to the market with you. Darkus laughed and said, it's expected, isn't it? I have to go out. See you in the evening, Butler Dia. When he walked to the corner of the stairs, he met Kesley, the family's law enforcement champion. Darkus heard from his cousin that this Drushi had studied at Halgansi, followed the path of an executioner, and was good at using a curved blade. Execution knife. He has never spoken and seems to be mute. Darkus smiled and nodded at him. Kesley stood there blankly looking at him, his face unchanged at all, and the 2 Drushi passed by. In the hall, a waiter walked over quickly, saluted outside the 3 swords of Darkus, and then said, Master, a noble named Walter Thorn in the waiting room requests to see you. Okay, you go and ask him to come out directly and meet me in the stable. After saying that, he walked down the steps, walked through the garden, and walked towards the stable. He had to go see the 3 Takaya brothers and sisters. Darkus was holding the horse, and at this moment, a Drushi on the slope came towards him, stopped at the position of the 3 swords, and said, Sir, your retinue Walter Thorn salutes you. He said I had to kneel down on one knee after all the effort. Did you come on horseback? My lord, no. Can you ride? Sir, I will. Get up and ride a horse. Do you know where the ancestral home of the Takaya family is? Sir, I know. Darkus looked at Walter. He was only wearing a thick brown leather chiton. He had neither a robe nor a hadrika, and there was no noble curved sword on his waist. What's the situation? Broken settlement? Can't be done. Walter struggled to get on his horse, and controlled the horse until he was 2 swords away from Darkus. Where are your robes and hadrika? Walter's face was pale and he said with lingering fear, Sir, there were 2 stone vipers in my closet just now. I reacted quickly and ran out directly. I ran out and came here directly. After saying that, he lowered his head. Damn it, why does it sound so familiar to me? What kind of malice script? Darkus asked, if I weren't here, would you still be in the waiting room? Yes, my lord, I have nothing left. Darkus shook his head and said, let's go to the Takaya family and ride faster. Two Drush dignitaries galloped wildly in the noble area. Although Walter's foot was a little lame, his equestrian skills were very good. A group of patrolling city guards passed by Darkus, walking in line without squinting, as if the two powerful men did not exist, and the rapid sound of horse hooves seemed to have never appeared in their ears. The ancestral home of the Takaya family is very dilapidated and incompatible with the surrounding aristocratic manners. It looks very, very old. Several spears have collapsed due to years of disrepair, and the outer walls of the ancestral home are covered with withered vines. The garden was full of weeds, and there was a cart and several shovels next to it. There were some shoveled weeds on the cart, and there were signs of fighting. It was a mess. Darkus looked at the scene in front of him and thought, our family has declined? What the hell is this place? 4 people will go crazy if they go in. Those who didn't know thought it was Sylvania. There are probably people inside. A sleeping vampire. My lord, now. Let's go in and take a look. After speaking, Darkus got off his horse, tied the horse, and drew out the noble curved sword. Walking up the steps and just about to open the door of the ancestral home, the door opened by itself. A waiter from the Hell Calamity family stepped back and saluted him. He looked at the waiter. Why are you here? Master, Butler Dia sent us here to serve. Darkus nodded, took back his weapon and said, where are they? Master, they are resting in the bedroom upstairs. Convenient. Master, they are still sleeping, do you need me to wake them up? Then I won't go up and disturb them. I'll come back tomorrow and you have to take good care of them. After saying that, without waiting for the waiter to answer, he turned to greet Walter and left. He was in a hurry in the morning and wanted to go back to get some sovereigns, self-defense repeating crossbows and flintlock muskets, and then got one of his own for Walter. Noble robes and curved sword. He dared to pat his chest and guarantee that the 3 brothers and sisters would be extremely grateful to Nukkal tomorrow. Forget it, don't think about it anymore, just let nature take its course. After coming out of Night Governor Castle, we walked and chatted until we reached the bridge. The gangsters who collected the Red Poison River sightseeing fee ran away from Darkus when they saw him. The bridge is 15 meters wide, with the statue of Cain standing at the highest point in the center, with his right foot forward, wearing spiked armor, his hands raised flat, his left hand holding his heart, and his right hand holding a serrated sword with the tip of the knife pointing upward, with a ferocious expression. Darkus frowned and looked at the statue and thought, you are really crazy. I will punch you when I see you next time. Where did you go for the trial? My lord, Leonis of Bretania. Darkus laughed and said, hey, what a coincidence. Did you meet that female knight? Cain was on board. We encountered him. We encountered him not long after we landed, not only her, but also the knights she led. Half of the Drushi died on the spot, and only a small part of the Drushi ran back to the ship. Darkus looked at Walter sympathetically and said, I also met a Drush who was participating in the trial before. He bumped into him when he was retreating. Darkus stopped in the middle of the bridge, with the cold wind ruffling his hair. He looked at the black ark parked in the noble dock area on the west bank, and the countless Druza plunderers parked at the dock on the east bank, with their black masts crowded together. The coast of the city of ships is neatly arranged on the sea of resentment that is about to freeze. On the horizon, there are scattered Druzi raiding ships returning one after another. Looking at everything in front of him, Darkus felt extremely unreal, as if he was in a dream, but he couldn't wake up no matter what. He was speechless, his eyes were closed tightly in pain, and he let the cold wind blow through his body. After a moment, he opened his arms to embrace the world. Walter seemed to feel Darkus's emotions, his body trembled slightly, and he looked at Darkus quietly. After crossing the bridge, crossing the square, and walking for a while, Darkus looked at a tavern and said, let's go get something to eat first. It's strange to say that I ate a lot in the morning, but I feel like I haven't eaten anything, so I feel hungry again. Seeing how Walter was shaking, he probably didn't eat anything in the morning. After tying the horse, Darkus saw that Walter could dismount normally, so he walked straight up the steps and pushed the door open. The moment he entered, the noisy tavern suddenly became quiet. The boss behind the bar, the scantily clad female Druza waiter walking in the aisle, the noisy old sea dog, and the fist-pumping mercenary all stared blankly at the man wearing purple noble silk as if they were under a silencing spell. Darkus in robes, wearing a hadrika, and a noble curved sword hanging from his waist. Darkuz entered the door, waved his left hand casually, and walked towards the bar. The Druzy around him quickly stood up and backed away, and rushed out of the door quickly. The bar owner broke out in a cold sweat, swallowed his saliva, and knelt down at the bar. Later. Get up, I'm delaying your business. Send someone to the door to keep an eye on my horse and get some delicious food. After speaking, he took out a sovereign and placed it on the bar. The boss stood up tremblingly and said in a distorted voice, "No delay, no delay. It's my honor for you to come." Darkuz didn't want to talk nonsense to him, so Walter asked at this time, "What food is there in the store?" "Sir, there are freshly baked grilled lizard meat and mushroom soup." Walter looked at Darkuz and he nodded. At this time, there was no fourth Drushi left in the store, they had all run away. Darkuz found a relatively clean table and sat down. Walter found a piece of cloth and wiped the table, then stood beside him. "Come here and eat together." Chapter 34. After finishing their meal, the two Drushi dignitaries continued on their way. "Maybe I should wear something simpler." Walter looked at him and said thoughtfully, "Sir, even if you only wear a worn-out thick leather chiton, they will still recognize you at a glance." Darkuz looked at Walter in surprise. The market finally arrived. It was not so much a market as a bazaar in a large open space. During wartime, troops and supplies were gathered here, and in leisure time it became a bazaar. The market is filled with low-end slave traders, civilians, pirates, pickpockets, and some gang members. Several city guards patrol constantly to maintain order. The current market is the busiest time of the year, and the products are all plundered from all over the world. It can be said that there is a dazzling array of products. Cages in the fairgrounds were filled with Drushi, Norscan Yankees, and human slaves, as well as all manner of beasts. Darkuz also saw a war hydra in the distance performing a show of swallowing Druzy alive. There was an unlucky guy standing at the front of the crowd watching the fun, but was pushed out by the ones behind him. Good guy, Grandma Lu really opened her eyes when she accidentally broke into Panjiawan. "Walter, have you been here before?" "Sir, no, this is my first time." When Darkuz was 8 years old, he came once with his cousin. His unreliable cousin gave him an Arabi lamp and told him that there was a jinn inside. If the jinn came out, he could turn to the lamp. God makes 10 wishes. But before that brother only had one wish, that is, he hoped that his mother could return to his side and accompany him. But as he grew older, he gradually understood that this wish would never come true. He also asked his cousin, who hesitated and said that the magic lamp might be broken. The magic lamp was polished by him and is still on the bedside table next to the crystal ball. Since then, he has been running here every year, most frequently before winter. He always looks for some strange things and takes them if he likes them. The family guards and waiters who follow him are responsible for paying for them. Now Darkuz is also curious about this place and comes to take a look. Walter also looked around, his eyes full of novelty. There was a special auction house in the aristocratic area, and auctions were held regularly. None of the powerful people in the city would go here idle. Darkuz comes with a large-scale silencing aura and a small-scale dispersing aura, and the scene where he wanders around and loses his wallet. No Drush would walk into the Three Swords for no reason, unless he wanted to return to the arms of Es Hyai. "If you see anything you like, tell me." As he said that, he turned around and saw Walter stopping. Looking in the direction he was looking, he saw a slightly attractive female Druza slave listed for sale. Darkuz was speechless for a moment. "Damn it, I'm so heartbroken. I almost died this morning, and now I'm thinking about women again." Darkuz called him, "Walter. What are you looking at?" Walter came back to his senses and said hesitantly, "Sir, no, I didn't see anything." Darkuz looked at Walter and said seriously, "Walter, the strong do whatever they want, while the weak suffocate in blood." After hearing this, Walter was stunned for a moment, then turned over and dismounted, kneeling down without saying a word. Darkuz also dismounted and led the horse away. "Let's go shopping." After walking around for a while, there was everything in the market, including war hydras, manticores, harpies, giant wolves, and a bipedal dragon. Darkuz even saw a bed, standing next to it. There are some great smarts, but aren't they very smart? It really refreshed his understanding. Robbery in bed robbery? What's that? A blue-skinned goblin. "Sir, this seems to be a Hadean spirit, right? I saw a sky blue gnome locked in a large glass bottle, with the seal sealed with an iron mesh. The Hadean gnome could only curl up in the glass bottle, sometimes squatting in the water, and sometimes sticking its face out of the water. He was holding on to the iron net to breathe, which was so funny and pitiful. There is a huge cage next to the Hadean goblin. There is a stone-horned beast lying in it with its head languished. The skull-shaped stone mask on its face and 2 stone horns are missing. The body has turned to stone. Duck Woozy stood there and looked at it for a long time before confirming that it was the stone-horned beast from the Mountains of Mourning in the Old World. The stone-horn seemed to be aware of Darkoz's gaze, and its one eye looked towards him. "It's dying. My lord, how do you know? The most valuable thing about the stone-horned beast is its stone mask and stone horns. There are gems inside. Its body has completely turned to stone, indicating that it has entered the countdown to death. It is also blind in one eye. It should have been the mount of an ogre before. The heart it will turn into a blood diamond, which is the only value of its current life. Sir, this blood diamond. It takes natural death to have a chance of happening." Darkoz saw some Cathay-style utensils placed on a stall, and a gilt 3-legged copper incense burner with dragon patterns attracted his attention. The surface of the stove is mainly black lacquer, with gilt relief dragon patterns. It has a deep round belly and strong 3 dragon head and feet. The whole instrument is majestic, solemn, simple, and solemn. Darkoz liked it at one glance and walked over. The stall owner seemed to be a pirate on the Soul Claw. When he saw him kneeling on the ground, he picked it up and took a look and was very satisfied. The shape was intact and there was no trace of corrosion by sea water. "How to sell? Bargain? It doesn't exist, there's no such thing, of course the money still has to be given." Darkoz threw 2 sovereigns into an object, took the incense burner into his hand and started playing with it. "Sir, look, there is a cheetah over there." Darkoz looked over and saw that the Arabi cheetah looked the same as the leopard in its previous life, except that it was a bit larger. "Not interested in. He's not an animal tamer either." After shopping for half a circle, Darkoz bought a beautifully crafted black quilt belt inlaid with gold, an obsidian lunar pendant, an Arabian-style monocular telescope and an exquisite pocket watch made by Nun. "I bought an ancient silver round-headed cane sword for Walter, which seemed to have been used by a vampire before." Walking to a bookstall, Darkoz squatted down. While flipping through the book, he said, "Use this cane sword first, and change the length later. Do you speak Old Esperanto?" Walter happily played with the cane sword and said, "Thank you, sir, I can speak the 3 main languages of the Old World." Finding that they were all imperial scriptures, Darkoz put the book back boredly, flipped through other books, picked a book that was not a scripture at all, read it, flipped through a few pages and put it back. "It's all scripture, imperial law, poetry, and recipes." As he spoke, he picked another book and read it, carefully flipped through a few pages, turned back and handed it to Walter and said, "Do you want to read it?" After saying that, he picked up another book. The cover of this book was shabby and a few words could be read, which was a comprehensive outline of dragon-slaying techniques. Darkoz had a question mark on his face. After flipping through a few pages of this handwritten book, it was filled with information and experiences in fighting giant beasts. He believed everything he said, and then turned the book to the middle, where there was a beautiful illustration of the Knight of Bader fighting the Cyclops. "Sir, what is written here is all about the Imperial Navy, as well as some legends and knowledge about the Sea of Claws and the Southern Sea of Chaos. It has reference value and will be used in the future, right?" "Yes, my lord. This book is also quite interesting. It should be a record of Lord Knight Bader's journey to the Holy Grail. It can be used as a bedtime reading. I want these 2 books, as well as those cookbooks." Chapter 35. Where have you been? The stall owner lying on the ground stammered, "Sir, we came back from the Tarantula coast of Lustria." Darkoz nodded in understanding and started playing with a Lustria-style staff. "Well, that's right. Pakayukik should like it." After handing the staff to Walter, he took a necklace from the stall and looked at it. He said that the necklace was actually a very long fang with a dark red rope threaded through it. It looked particularly auspicious when held in his hand. "There is a strange power in it. Where did these things come from?" "Sir, I got it from a very strong lizard man. It attacked us in the jungle. We broke up 2 teams before killing it." Darkoz was not interested in the story. He came here to hunt for things, not to listen to the story. He placed the tooth across his chest and found that the length of the tooth was beyond his expectation. It was not for his body type. Forcibly wearing this thing might kill him. He held the tooth in his hand again and closed it. Feel its power with your eyes. Darkus could clearly feel the violent emotions in his heart, as if he would stand up in the next second, draw his weapon, and devote himself to the wind-like killing. This should be a Tyrannosaurus tooth, a Tyrannosaurus necklace? It's useless. Saying that it was useless, he handed the necklace to Walter. Darkus saw the tambourine sitting under the butt of the previous stall owner. He was a little dazed looking at the tambourine. He felt like he had traveled back in time, to some antique time. In the ancient town, this tambourine is double-sided. Darkus came to his senses and said, "Pass that drum over and tell me the story of this drum." "Sir, we found this in the ruins of an abandoned city in Lustria." "You just said you were going to the Lustria Tarantula coast." "Yes, my lord." Darkus thought, it can't be that war drum, right? What's it called? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Picking up the drum and playing it, he looked at Walter and asked, "Do you feel anything strange?" Walter looked at Darkus with a blank expression, hesitated for a long time, and said uncertainly, "Sir, I feel more powerful." Darkus asked the stall owner and several drushi who were also lying on the ground behind him. "Sir, do I also have this strange feeling?" Darkus seemed to be sure that this drum was the Zawitok war drum, the echo drum. He suddenly thought of Xuanzang's drumming of the bliss banquet in the legend of the cat demon. Elegant. It's so elegant. I should have removed the hairpin just now. Maybe this is also a way to get closer to the god of love and art. Darkus took out 20 sovereigns and placed them on the stall. When we got far away from the war hydra, the horses were very resistant and refused to go any further. Darkus stood there and looked at the war hydra. At this time, the war hydra seemed to be full, and all 5 snake heads were lying on the ground and taking a nap. The war hydra is a gigantic monster of the mountains, one of the largest beasts in all of Nagaros. Its bad temper and cannibalistic nature have undoubtedly turned many of its victims into corpses. It is very difficult to tame a war hydra. The tamer's whip must be steady and sharp, otherwise it will be eaten. At the same time, the hydra is also quite difficult to die, not only because its scales protect it, but also because it can quickly regenerate the injured part. The only chance to kill it is to quickly chop off all the heads. Even if only one head is left, the remaining heads will quickly regenerate, or use war machines and magic like the Reaper Ballista to conduct overclocking attacks. One sentence summary: it is 8 meters tall, has 5 snake heads, a body, 4 legs, and a snake tail. It can only walk or run, cannot fly, and has a particularly strong ability to resurrect. The third head is not named Saburo, Drushi's core war machine. What a beautiful, perfect war machine! Walter suddenly said coquettishly, "Sir, do you know that legend in the north? The Beast of Lima." Darkus was speechless. Of course he knew that there was a legend circulating far north of Nagaroth, where there was a huge war hydra. The monster never ages, and as the years pass, it grows larger, its scales denser, its teeth sharper, and its claws longer. Every time the Hell Calamity family heard the news, they would send out trainers to look for them, but they found nothing except fighting with Kalland Karl's trainers. The trainers obtained Ainslema's response through sacrifices. This monster does exist. The two walked to a weapons stall again. Darkus looked at the dazzling array of Cathay-style weapons on the stall, including swords, guns, swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks. With a question mark on his face, he took the phoenix-winged gold-plated phoenix from the weapon rack. It was about 2.8 meters long, with a thick wooden pole covered with iron and a braided tip. The body of the phoenix should be made of Nangjao iron and weighed about 5 kilograms. He put his head on the ground, held the shaft and shook it, played with it for a while and put it back, then took out a 3-pointed 2-edged knife and played with it. Darkus raised his head and said, "I want this, and that too." He has no interest in these weapons. In his opinion, these weapons are the same as the Drushi halberd. He has no system. He doesn't know whether the D&D exotic weapon talent is bright or not, and he does not fight immediately. In this life, just know how to use halberds and shields, spears, knives and swords and shields. Besides, he was wearing a set of Gothic armor similar to that of the 15th century, holding a gold-plated phoenix wing, and then shouted, "A man is born between heaven and earth? There's something wrong with your style of painting." Walter leaned over with difficulty and picked up 5 dragon-headed crossbows of different shapes on the stall. Darkus began to hang the dragon-headed crossbow on the horse bag, and said while hanging it, "It looks very interesting. I will take it apart and study it when I have nothing to do in the winter." After walking for a while, a black pearl caught Darkus's attention on a jewelry stall. This pearl was extremely black and huge, and was set in a pendant. Darkus picked up the beads and played with them, smiling sinisterly. "Are you keeping your beads true?" The stall owner was a dealer, and there were 2 drushis dressed as thugs behind him. The 3 drushis were kneeling on the ground. The dealer said urgently, "Sir, keep it safe, keep it safe." "Where did it come from?" "Sir, I collected it in Grand." Darkus picked up another inverted triangular copper pendant, inlaid with blue flowing opal, and raised it in front of him to face the tomato-like sun. "What about this?" The dealer quickly raised his head for a glance and then immediately lowered his head and said, "Sir, this is the same. Both of them were sold to me by the sorceress." Darkus weighed the black pearl in his left hand and the opal in his right hand. He looked at the other jewelry on the stall and asked, "Are these Grand's goods?" Yes, sir, these are all goods that flowed out of the Dark Witchcraft Monastery. My sister practiced there and collected them through her channels." Darkus then grabbed each piece of jewelry in his hand, closed his eyes and felt it, feeling that 2 of them were extraordinary. "You 2 stand back." The 2 drushi thugs immediately crawled backwards. Darkus glanced around, and other stall owners were also kneeling on the ground. Darkus asked softly, "How many times have you restocked?" "Sir, this is the 3rd time." "Raise your head." Darkus looked at the dealer. "What path did you take?" "Sir, there is a military transport team in Nagarand and Grand. As long as you pay enough sovereign, you can follow it. After arriving in Nagarand, take a boat and go to the underground sea and pass through Hague Grave to get here. Won't they just handcuff you as a slave? Or find a secluded place to sacrifice you to Cain?" The dealer whispered, "Sir, what you said often happens, but there is no way. My sister needs sovereign to practice in the Dark Witchcraft Monastery. Maybe one day I will disappear, or my sister will disappear, and my brother has disappeared." Darkus joked to the dealer, "You are lucky. Your luck is even better today. I took all these jewelry." After speaking, he waved to the city guard in the distance. The captain of the city guard ran over and knelt on one knee outside the 3 swords. Darkus threw a sovereign to the captain and said, "I'll give you an errand to take him to the Takaya Manor in the noble district tomorrow morning." After walking for a while, Darkus still couldn't find what he was looking for, and he shook his head in disappointment. Darkus handed the opal amulet to Walter and said, "This is my meeting gift to you. Sir, this. If this thing is real, it should be able to block a fatal attack for you, you know." Walter gratefully replied, "Thank you, sir. It's getting dark, let's go back." After saying that, the horse galloped. There may not be any tonight, so don't wait. Chapter 36. Horses galloping, pedestrians and patrolling city guards gave way. Running directly back to Knight Governor Castle, Walter's equestrian skills were very good and followed closely behind Darkus. Although there is an undercurrent surging in Krikarand, it is not going to involve an assassination attack by Cain or an ambush on the direct descendants of the Hellscourge family. Of course, it will be difficult to say after leaving the city. After dinner, he asked butler Dia to arrange a room for Walter. It was impossible to go back to the Thorns family. He would definitely not be able to survive tonight if he went back. By then, Nukul would be able to kill Darkus. Nothing happened tonight. After taking a bath, Darkus took the magic lamp and wiped it hard, just in case he was the chosen one. Fake. This magic lamp must be fake. Darkus began to rummage through the cabinets in the house to look at the legacy of his former brother. Because attackers can be hidden in cabinets, Drushi's cabinets usually don't have doors. Open a drawer, it is full of glassware and gemstones and other objects, sparkling. "Brother, are you smog? There is nothing weird in this room, they are all normal items." Opening the drawer, an emblem of an 8-pointed star was prominently placed there, corroding Darkus day and night. It doesn't exist. The guards and waiters of the family are not fools. When they buy something, they will notice if there is poison on it or there is something wrong with it. If they are not sure, they will ask the family warlock to take a look. Opening another drawer, Darkus was instantly slapped in the face. There was an ancient, fossil-like horn inside. He didn't reach out to touch it and began to recall when he bought this object. "I bought it the year before last. This should be the beastman's horn, right? I think it was blown before? Darkus took out the horn with a look of disgust on his face and looked at it over and over. Isn't this the horn of the beast ancestor? Well, maybe we can use it in the future. When we go exploring the old world and fight the beastman, we can blow it to add a buff to the beastman on the opposite side. Darkus threw the horn to the ground and took out an Aslay-style quiver to look at it. Well, it's old. This hollow pattern is really beautiful. I probably know where it comes from. It's a good thing and can be used. I looked through 2 more drawers, and they were all filled with gaudy handicrafts. Darkus shook his head speechlessly, opened the first drawer again, and began to check the items inside one by one. This ruby is good, isn't it? Darkus held the palm-sized, flat gem under the candlelight and examined it carefully. The ruby is engraved with Asuryan's emblem, and a lifelike phoenix is burning with flames, but the flames have been extinguished. Is this Asuryan's emblem, the extinguished phoenix binding curse? I found a lot of good things this day, and the chosen one is actually myself. I remember this thing has fire and magic resistance, right? Bringing that autism won't burn me, right? Darkus put the quiver of arrows and the extinguished phoenix binding curse on the table. He originally wanted to ask the waiter to take the horn away, but he shook his head and forgot about it. Today, Darkus' main purpose was to find something about pharmacy, but unfortunately, he didn't gain anything. He opened the safety of the repeating crossbow and placed it beside his side. After reading the recipe for a while, Darkus fell asleep. The next day, nothing happened. After breakfast, Darkus took Walter to visit the 3 Takaya brothers and sisters. The 3 brothers and sisters can already walk normally, and no scars can be seen on their bodies. If they could be seen, the family law enforcement champion would have to stretch his hips. After the introduction, several Drushi dignitaries sat in the dilapidated living room and chatted. Alyssa was appreciating the gems she received yesterday. After chatting for a while, the dealer also came, chatted with him for a few words, and after settling sovereign to him, asked the waiter to take him to the family caravan. The last caravan to Garan this year was about to arrive. Let's go. Darkus pushed Walter away, and the 3 brothers and sisters knelt in front of him. Grown-ups. Darkus leaned on the chair, rubbed the bridge of his nose with his right hand, closed his eyes and said slowly, "Young Master Nukul, you told me everything." After saying that, he stood up and leaned over to the 3 brothers and sisters and said, "I'm sorry. You have suffered." Grown-ups. Darkus walked over and helped the 3 brothers and sisters up. While helping them, he asked, "Get up. Do you know what you drank at that time?" The 3 brothers and sisters shook their heads in confusion, and Ren said regretfully, "I drank that thing and started to lose control." Darkus snorted sinisterly, "Oh, pharmacy and black magic." Franz had something more to say. Darkus said directly, "Okay, let's change this story. I went to cook and learned another trick last night. I can't wait to try it now. This matter has been finalized. It is meaningless to repeat those few words about the car wheel over and over again." In the afternoon, after drinking and eating, Darkus was watching Ren draw. Walter found a book and started reading, and Franz and Alyssa began to measure in the manner and discuss how to plan. Cousin Darkus's followers came to the door. Kuel performed an aristocratic salute delicately and pretentiously, and sang exaggeratedly, "Ah, good afternoon, sir, Kuel of the Magar family salutes you." Darkus waved his hands with a look of disgust and said, "Oh, okay, please don't look like this. You should really look at yourself in the mirror. Does my cousin have anything to do with me?" Kuel returned to his playful smile and said, "Yes, sir, Morainer invites you to the show, and I have brought all the horses. We are all old acquaintances and have often played together since we were children. The Magar family is the core of the Hellscourge family, and the Soul Claw belongs to their family. Kuel's father is a Fear Lord, and there are people in the Drushi 100 Council. 2 seats." It started to snow in the sky, and a group of dignitaries set off in a mighty manner, crossing the bridge and arriving at the city wall of a square in the civilian area. On the city wall, Morainer sat there carefree, with his right leg shaking on the table, holding a wine bottle in his hand and sipping. He turned around and saw Darkus, making an exaggerated hug, holding a wine bottle in his hand, and said with a smile, "My dear brother, why didn't you wait for me yesterday?" Darkus stared at Morainer speechlessly, picked up a clean wine glass on the table, poured himself wine, and drank. The 4 children of the Hell Calamity family and Morainer's retinue came over to greet him. Darkus began to introduce each other to everyone. For the three Takaya brothers and Walter, this was a high-end game. Marrainer suddenly looked at a Drushi dignitary with a serious face and shouted, "Elvis!" He stretched out his finger and shook it. The powerful man named Elvis was trying to talk to Alyssa. He turned back to look at Marrainer and saluted immediately after he realized what was happening. "My dear brother, did you ask us to come here to enjoy the snow?" Marrainer raised his head and said viciously, "No. No. No. My dear brother, blood is prettier than snow." Chapter 37. After chatting for a while, Kuel shouted, "Here we come." The dignitaries stopped talking and looked over. Marrainer took another sip and said nonchalantly, "Varahar of Hagrid Grave, the bastard son of Lihan the Fallen Blade." Darkus felt the power of fate again. He picked up the monocular on his belt and looked at it. There were 13 Cold Lizard Riders, headed by a female Cold Lizard Rider, who should be Malice Blackblade's younger brother. His girlfriend Lunala, more than 30 Drushi mercenaries, pulling more than 100 human slaves and more than 30 Azure slaves, were driving into the square in a mighty manner. Perhaps my arrival has allowed these Asur cousins to live for half a year longer. Marrainer snapped his fingers and said, he should have sold these cousins in Kalon Kal and sold them at a high price, instead of coming to Kalon to find trouble. After that, he stood up. Lying on the wall stack, looking at the square. A Cold Lizard in Lunala's team roared, and Darkus heard 2 thumps on the city wall, and a crossbow arrow shot into the Cold Lizard's shoulder. The ambush has begun. Malice's shoulder armor was also hit by the crossbow, and then bounced away, only 2 centimeters away from his nose. He quickly looked around. Chaos instantly enveloped the entire team. More crossbow bolts pierced the air, and the slaves howled and screamed. The mercenaries began to wield whips and sticks to maintain order, asking the slaves to line up, while the mercenary captains on both sides began to issue orders. More angry roars echoed from the mouth of the Cold Lizard. There were 2 black crossbow arrows on the right shoulder of Malice's Cold Lizard Vicious. Small wounds oozed fine pus, and the beast's scaly skin was obviously blocked many impacts. Malice saw the attackers. They were squatting among the boulders on the right side of the road. They were firing at Malice's team with repeating crossbows. They were wearing dark brown and grey robes that blended perfectly with the rocks. With smooth movements, Malice took out the repeating crossbow from behind the saddle and pulled the sword out of its sheath. Malice pointed the tip of his sword at the attacker's position and shouted, "Lunala! There's a repeater on the right." Lunara turned her head and saw the attacker. Darkus could clearly see her twisted face in the telescope, and then turned into ecstasy. She raised the Soul Eater and beckoned her Cold Lizard riders to start charging. The screams of the riders and the roar of the Cold Lizards echoed in the air, which was terrifying. They drove the Cold Lizards to avoid the boulders on the road, jump over smaller stones, and run clumsily on the rugged square. The tip of the gun was still pointing toward the sky. The mercenaries began to force the slaves to lie on the ground, while the mercenaries with spears set up their shields under the command of the captain and faced the direction of the crossbow arrows. Malice stopped in place and observed another circle, and then began to control Malice. Malice let out a roar and began to charge. More than 20 repeating crossbowmen in robes lurked among the rocks. They maintained their line and fired volleys at the charging Cold Lizards. The crossbow arrows hit the Cold Lizards' heads and shoulders, but the Cold Lizards had become bloodthirsty and crazy, and nothing could stop their charge. The skilled rider did not lift the Soul Eater upright until the last moment and stabbed it into the enemy's body. Darkus could clearly hear the sound of flesh being torn and bones shattering on the city wall. Lunara, the leader, rushed towards the repeater who was loading the quiver. There was not much time left for the repeater. They could not fire another volley. Only then did they realize their mistake. The repeater captain screamed hysterically and drew his sword, but Lunala's Soul Eater had already stabbed him in the chest. The half-meter-long gun head pierced through the cloth and mail like paper, crushing Captain Dullian's sternum and ribs with a crunching sound. Then the gun tip came out from the back of Captain Dullian's crossbowman and penetrated the head of the ambusher from behind. Druxai's head exploded like a tomato, spraying blood, bone, and brain matter over his accomplices. Ouch! Darkus exclaimed as he looked at this 16+ picture. Lunala directly abandoned the Soul Eater, pulled out 2 serrated swords and started slashing left and right, while the Cold Lizard bit the other screaming crossbowman into 2 pieces. When Malice was charging, he saw another group of repeating crossbowmen hiding behind a huge rock, with their backs against the city wall. He raised his head and glanced at the dignitaries on the wall. He held the sword tightly, controlled the hatred and charged directly. At the last moment, he lowered himself on the saddle, held the reins tightly, and shouted something unknown. Resentful's explosive hind legs jumped up suddenly, landed on a boulder, and then jumped to another boulder. Malice caught a glimpse of a group of frightened pale faces staring at him. He chose a target among them, stood in the saddle stirrups, and raised his sword high. The Malice pressed down on two of the Drushi with an earth-shattering crash. Malice swung his sword at the face of one Drushi, splitting the man open from the top of his head to his groin. Thick blood sprayed on his face, and the air was filled with the stench of overflowing internal organs. Resentful hind legs stepped heavily on the body that fell to the ground. A chopped tomato rolled like a ball on the cold ground, leaving bright red bloodstains on the path. At this time, a thrown spear hit Malice in the chest, bouncing off his breastplate and causing sparks. The two surviving Drushi ran towards the city wall, and Malice pursued them without Malice's control. Malice caught up with them in 3 leaps, catching one of the Drushi in his jaws and shaking its head like a giant hound. Druz's flesh and blood flew out in all directions, his limbs tumbling in the air and flying in all directions. The Malice threw the lower half of Drushi's torso heavily against the city wall, and then slid to the ground. The second Drushi turned sharply to the right, opened his eyes wide, and howled hysterically. Without thinking, Malice jumped from the saddle and chased after him, howling loudly from his blood-stained mouth. After chasing for nearly 20 meters, the Drushi suddenly turned around. Without thinking, Malice swept his sword in front of him and directly knocked away the sawtooth dagger thrown at him. Malice swooped forward, as fast as a poisonous snake, but the Drushi blocked Malice's sword with his own sword, and quickly stabbed Malice. Malice was about to attack the Drushi thighs, but only heard the harsh friction and collision sound of the armor. Malice quickly struck back, almost cutting the Drushi's throat. Suddenly, the Drushi struck upwards and also attacked his throat. Malice twisted sideways at the last moment, and he felt the cold sword blade slide across the surface of his neck, and then he stabbed the Drushi's thigh with his sword. The Druze was wailing hysterically. He lowered his head and saw that the sharp sword had pierced his thigh, and bright red arterial blood flowed out of the wound along with the beating of his heart. Malice drew his sword and Drushi collapsed to the ground. He roared and prepared for the killing blow. Suddenly, resentment slammed into him, and the huge impact caused him to roll in the air. He hit a boulder and passed out. Wonderful! Kuel exclaimed, clapping his hands. When Malice regained his sight and breath, he saw the Malice gnawing the injured Drushi into pieces. Its pupils rolled wildly in its sockets, shaking its heavy head as if exhausted by pain. Suddenly, it turned back and let out a harsh roar, revealing rows of scarlet teeth as long as daggers, still stained with flesh and blood. It spun in a circle, biting into the air, then its nostrils expanded and it began to run backwards, roaring in rage. The cold lizard is going crazy. The beast was lost in a bloodthirsty frenzy, looking for the source of the scent in the air. The remaining 12 cold lizards threw off their riders and aimed their heads at every living creature they could find. The riders themselves were unharmed because they were smeared with potions and the cold lizards treated them as one of their own kind, but the others were not so lucky and were about to become prey. The mercenaries tried to fight against the violent cold lizards, but their formations were shattered like glass under the violent impact. Dozens of mercenaries were crushed or torn apart, their black steel armor useless against the powerful teeth and claws of the cold lizards. Spear points were thrust into their bodies, but the cold lizards showed no reaction to pain or injury. The cold lizards rushed into the slave group, and the bloody carnival really began. Malice screamed in despair, and the square instantly turned into a boiling slaughterhouse. Darkuth should have felt psychologically uncomfortable or turned his head away at this time, but he was still looking down at the square. He knew that he had to face these things if he wanted to survive in this world. He suddenly burst into laughter, and his laughter infected the other dignitaries, who all began to laugh. Malice heard the laughter on the wall. He looked back, his face full of hatred, and quickly turned back and ran towards Malice. As he ran, asking the riders to come with him, he saw the crossbow bolt on Malice's shoulder. "There's poison on the crossbow arrows. This poison drives lizards crazy." The purpose of this ambush was never to take slaves, but to let these slaves die. Malice dodged the swipe of a cold lizard's tail and rushed towards the side where the crossbow arrows were inserted. "It's eating the torso of a dead slave." Malice jumped quickly and pulled out the 2 crossbow arrows. It trembled, turned to look at Malice, and was stunned for a moment. Then it walked to the left side of the road and began to circle, sniffing the air. After a while it squatted down due to overexertion. Malice raised the arrow with his bloody hand and yelled something angrily. The other riders next to him also began to approach their cold lizards, and looked for opportunities to pull the crossbow arrows out of the scales. The square was stained red with flesh and blood. Pale bones and reflective shackles shone in the snow. The black steel armor fragments of the dead mercenaries were scattered on the ground, their bodies twisted and broken into unnatural shapes, and the air was filled with the cries of the wounded. Malice Baneblade's trial of Haxia's voyage fell short, falling at the last step. The sound of armor and weapons rubbing against each other came from outside the city gate. A group of city guards marched into the square. The soldiers lined up in formation, aiming their spears and repeating crossbows at Malice. The district steward followed closely behind on horseback. The steward glanced at the horrific scene in the square, then walked not far from Malice and said a few words. Malice raised his head and looked at the dignitaries on the city wall with hatred. The two Dacus brothers waved at him, and then he said a word calmly. After that, he took out the repeating crossbow from the saddle and fired. He looked at the noble dock steward's face. Malice called to his riders and escaped through the city guards. Morrainer snorted dissatisfied, "A bunch of trash, mud that can't hold up the wall." "Good afternoon, Cricarond. The dead man lotto just now has a dead man, and the final result is a full 200. But a noble steward also died, I think you all have to pay for it." Darkus walked to his cousin and asked, "The auction of my batch of Asur slaves will be held later tonight." Morrainer was still looking at the square, nodding his head, and said with a sinister smile, "I don't want his name to be lined up with the Hell Calamity family and become the subject of discussion among the powerful, so I agreed." Furland Baller's request. Hearing this, Darkus also sneered sinisterly. Chapter 38. In the evening, in the dining area of Night Governor Castle, Darkus was eating with relish, but Walter didn't even eat after he came back. He went straight into the room and never came out since. "Are you Druish, or am I Druish? That's all." The next morning, the Black Arknagel arrived in Crikalund. A welcome banquet will be held at Night Governor Castle in the evening to welcome the arrival of Admiral Barnes Bale. The waiters began to set up under the leadership of Butler Dia. In the family martial arts training ground, Darkus was beaten in various ways all morning. Kesley used a curved-edged execution knife, which left him unable to parry. Kesley's steps were concise and efficient. Once he attacked, the curved-edged execution knife would dance into an afterimage, and he would keep attacking him. There's nothing to say about this, just practice. After all, people have been trained for hundreds of years and often fight on the edge of life and death. You can't defeat Darkus just after he debuts. That's really a mule and a donkey that can sing. You are outrageous. In the afternoon, Darkus took Walter to visit the underground breeding room of the Tower of Destruction. His cold lizard was broken in Leonis and he had to choose a new one. "As soon as I got down, I saw the high-level animal trainer Jaeger sitting in a daze on the stone chair in the corridor. Only the top of his head had hair left, and he wore braids that were even more exaggerated than Carlian's. On the stone wall behind. "Good afternoon, Master." "Good afternoon, Jaeger, thinking about the next claw contest." Jaeger stood up, sighed, and shrugged. Darkus understands that Larkas from the Karond Karl Thousand Devours family is too popular. In the previous competition, he used all kinds of tricks including drugging, assassination, and negotiation before the game. However, during the competition, there was a tacit understanding that the wizard the king looked happy and delighted. The victory and defeat took turns, but the appearance of Lakasa broke this tacit understanding. If he loses the Talon competition next time, Cricarond will kneel down 3 times in a row, and Kalian will not be able to stop him. Jaeger will have to bear his responsibility, and the seat of the Drushi 100 Council will not be guaranteed. He had to sacrifice to Ain Slima. Darkus had a helpless expression on his face. He was not an animal tamer, so what could he do to help? "Master, do you want to choose another cold lizard?" Jaeger began to lead the way. "Yes, let's pick one for him by the way." Entering the cold lizard breeding room, Darkus looked at the densely packed cages and asked, "Jaeger, how many cold lizards are there here?" "Master, there are a total of 346 adults and 123 cubs." "Good guy, this can arm 6 formations." Darkus wandered around while thinking about it. Because he didn't apply any medicine, the cold lizard in the cage was very agitated when he saw him. It roared manically and began to bite and hit the cage based on instinct. After walking around half a circle, Darkus walked to a cage and took a look. He saw that this cold lizard was smaller in size, with dull grey-green scales and a small horn sticking out of its head. He didn't make any noise or fuss in the cage, tilting his head and looking at him quietly. Hey! It's strange, young master. This cold lizard is a hybrid of Hagrid Grave and Lustria. It is usually the most manic here. Even if you apply potion, you can't get close. And it grows very slowly. There are still some deformities on the head, we are going to get rid of it. Darkus turned his head and looked at Jaeger in surprise, confirming that he was not joking. I couldn't help but wonder, the subspecies is so rare? Even high-level animal trainers can't tell? This seems to be Lustria's giant horned cold lizard, right? That's right. Druxi can barely control the cold lizard, but the horned lizard really may not be able to handle it. Darkus turned back and continued to look at the giant horned cold lizard. The little naughty pair still tilted its head and looked at him calmly, its pupils full of novelty. Suddenly, Darkus stretched out his right hand in front of the cage with his fingers spread out, and said in a pretentious manner, "Nod if you understand." The giant horned cold lizard raised his head in surprise, was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. Darkus was stunned, Walter was stunned, and Jaeger was also stunned. Jaeger trembled all over and said in a daze, "Ainslima is on top, Ainslima is on top. Master! Master! Are you trying?" Darkus continued to pose and said, "Can you understand what I am saying?" The giant horned cold lizard was stunned again and tilted his head, as if wondering why he asked this again, and then nodded again. Jaeger also ignored Drushi's Sichuan etiquette, rushed to the cage, put on the same posture as Darkus, and said, "Nod if you understand." The giant horned cold lizard turned to look at him, as if looking at a mallet, snorted, was too lazy to pay attention to him, and looked at Darkus again. At this time, Darkus took back his hand and stood up again and said, "If you can really understand, you can make them quiet. It's too noisy." About 10 seconds later, when Walter and Jaeger thought there was no chance, the giant horned cold lizard let out a loud and sharp roar. Suddenly, the cold lizards in the entire cold lizard breeding farm fell silent. What the hell? Let them dry up again. The giant horned cold lizard looked at Darkus blankly, seeming to have some doubts. This time, about half a minute passed before the giant horned cold lizard roared again. The cold lizards in the entire breeding farm began to go crazy. Jaeger looked at Darkus in shock, then reacted, turned around and walked quickly to the door, saying as he walked, "Young master, I will report to the young master." At this time, Kalian appeared out of nowhere and stood guard at the door. The animal trainers in the family were very smart. Except for the animal trainers in the cold lizard breeding room, no one would come over to watch the fun. Darkus also felt confused and asked again to the giant horned cold lizard, "Can I ride on you?" The giant horned cold lizard responded quickly this time and nodded immediately. Darkus turned to look at Walter, who was also shocked. He said to Walter seriously, "You know." Walter reacted instantly, knelt down on one knee and said, "Sir, I understand, I understand. I understand." Darkus asked a few more questions. "You little naughty pair is a bit stunted. Do you like beef? You can't bite me? Can you swim? Can you fly? Can you stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? You, is it a male or a female? Can I call you Nicole?" The questions became more and more outrageous, but no matter how outrageous the question was, the giant horned cold lizard nodded or shook his head, tilting his head and looking at Darkus innocently with his eyes, as if wondering what a stupid question this was. Darkus was confused. Although untamed cold lizards are very good at teamwork, as long as you are coated with the slightly smelly musk cold lizard, they will treat you as the same kind, even if there is a very obvious difference between them. It can be seen that this creature is very brainless. But what's the point of talking directly to cold lizard? Could it be that this giant horned cold lizard is intelligent? Blessed by an ancient saint? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are so smart, you are actually wise. After speaking, Darkus put his hand against the cage. The giant horned cold lizard stretched out its tongue and licked his hand, licking it gently, giving him a direct tetanus warning. Darkus took his hand back instantly and looked at the bloody wound on his palm speechlessly. Chapter 39. In the castle, Jaeger walked quickly to the door of the study and knocked on the door hastily. Nucker, who was working in the study, said, "Come in." Jaeger walked into the house, and Nuckle continued to handle official duties without raising his head. "What happened?" You are so panicked. Jaeger told what happened just now. Knuckle nodded calmly, then turned to a corner and said calmly, I understand, Kessler will go down below to deal with it, and make sure that every animal trainer needs to take care of it. Seal it, if there's a problem, you know it. Kalyan. Come here and open the cage. Kalyan ran over directly, looking nervous. Master, this is a bit dangerous. Besides, you haven't applied the potion yet. It's okay, I trust this little naughty pair. Darkus had something he didn't say, I am more willing to believe in beasts than Druxai. Kalyan gritted his teeth, shrank his cheeks, took out the dragon tendon whip from his waist and shouted to the two trainers, come here, you two. Get ready to open the cage. Darkus waved Walter back, and two trainers ran over and stood on both sides of the cage. At the same time, he unlocked the door and quickly stepped back while opening the cage. The giant horned cold lizard slowly walked out of the cage, turned to look at Kalyan who was blocking Darkus, and snorted at him with contempt. He looked at him as if to say stay away from me. After completing this set of actions, the giant horned cold lizard leaned its head towards Darkus's arms. Darkus touched its head, and it leaned down and rested its head on Darkus's arms. Darkus touched its head with his left hand, and put his right hand on its chin to scratch it. It stretched out its tongue full of barbs to lick Darkus's hand. Darkus instantly took his hand back, stretched out the wound on his palm in front of its eyes and shook it. It was stunned for a while and seemed to understand. This should be a giant horned cold lizard. Why is it half a circle smaller than other cold lizards? Maybe it doesn't have enough food? It's no different from petting a cat. It's just a little bit irritating and smelly. Karlian, who retreated, stared at this scene dumbfounded with his dragon tendon whip in hand, his mind filled with great confusion. After all, he was an animal trainer who had participated in the claw competition. Because this is completely contrary to Druxai's animal training process. The animal trainer needs natural empathy, and cruelty alone is worthless. All elves share a mystical harmony with the natural world, but while most elves embrace this bond for greater wisdom or communion with other creatures, Druxi's trainers instead it's used as a weapon. Through unswerving training and improvement of torture techniques, the beasts will succumb under the whip of the trainer. To sum up, the method is to torture the beast first, and then tell it to be obedient and get meat. If it is not obedient, continue to torture, similar to Stockholm Syndrome. Of course, these beasts are not from the circus. These beasts are very risky and can easily lose control. For example, the War Hydra is the core of Druxi's war machine, but because this beast is too grumpy and unpredictable, many Druxi troops do not want to deal with them. What the hell kind of way is this? Kalyan began to think about it. Ainslima is here, could it be that the young master is the divine choice of Ainslima? What about Lakasa? No, what happened to the skink before? Kalyan, you will lead him to choose a cold lizard later. As Darkus spoke, he comforted the giant horned cold lizard. The giant horned cold lizard reluctantly walked back to the cage, turned back and tilted its head to look at him. He waved to the giant horned cold lizard and turned away. Good guy, the archdruid is actually myself, and my nickname is Hook Claw Lan? Isn't that right? Jaeger returned, followed by Keesley. Jaeger, why were you walking so fast just now? Take me to other breeding rooms. Jaeger cheered up and said, no problem, master, which breeding room do you want to go to? What kind of beasts are there underground? Chimera, War Hydra, Manticore, Harpy, Giant Wolf, Abyssal Kraken, and the Ankylosaurus and Triceratops that just came from Lustria. The Black Dragon was missing, but Darkus didn't ask where the Black Dragon was. Because he knew very well that this brother's mother and Morainer's mother both died near the dragon's nest. The two brothers were still young at the time, and that day someone made a fuss about going to see the Black Dragon, and they bumped into the person in charge of recruiting Malkitha's Blackguard. The Blackguard are Malkitha's personal bodyguard, and they only obey the orders of the Witch King. Descendants of a family beloved by the Witch King, these children would be taken from their mothers, who would then be killed. Therefore, without the bonds of family, these children will grow up in the barracks of the Black Watch and learn all the skills of killing and destruction required to become the best of the best under Malkitha's command. Malkith has a tacit understanding with the Hellscourge family, and it is impossible for direct descendants of the Hellscourge family to join the Blackguard. But fate is unpredictable. The person in charge just came here. He ignored the dissuasion of his subordinates and wanted to break this rule. As a result, Morainer's mother died in the battle, and Darku's mother died of exhaustion while casting spells. His mother's last words were to Morainer, "You must protect your brother." The soul of that rule breaker was burned forever by Anasara in the Tower of Destruction, because Darkuz's mother was one of Anasara's favorite maids. Darkuz shook his head and followed Jaeger to the breeding room of the War Hydra. 4 War Hydras lay listlessly on the ground unresponsive. They have eaten enough, and it is almost winter now. Although the breeding room is not so cold, they still have hibernation reactions. Then, Jaeger said to Darkuz expectantly, "Master, will you try again?" Darkuz stared at the War Hydra for a long time, then closed his eyes, made gestures, and shouted, almost taking down the drum of echo and dancing. The War Hydra's 10 eyes stared at him viciously, and he understood that look, which meant that you should try taking a few steps forward. It was like this after another round. The 5 snake heads of the War Hydra lay lazily on the ground listlessly, not wanting to pay attention to him. Jaeger looked reluctant and said, "Master, do you want to go to the breeding room of the Abyss Siren?" "No. Go and see the Manticore." At this time, Walter finished choosing the cold lizard and walked over with Kalian. The same was true when he went to the Manticore's breeding room. Jaeger was already devastated. "Jaeger, what's going on with me?" Jaeger said feebly, "Master, to be honest, I don't understand. Or is that cold lizard smart?" "That's not right either. It seems I can't help you." "It's okay, Master. I'm almost 700 years old, which is a long life for Druxai." Darkuz thought, "Have you considered those people? Besides, can I only deal with Lustria's creatures? Let's go. Go to the breeding room of Triceratops and Ankylosaurus." Jaeger's face showed a hint of hope again, and he quickly led the way. Walking behind, Walter asked softly, "Sir? This last year's claw contest held in Nagarand was crushed by Kalond Kalsrikas. There were 8 War Hydras in the breeding room before. I understand, if Krikaron still loses in the claw tournament 100 years later." Walter Thorn, a Drushi who couldn't protect himself, actually showed sympathy on his face. "After walking for a while, we came to the breeding room of Triceratops and Ankylosaurus." Jaeger introduced, "Master, I just collected this a few days ago." Before he finished speaking, a magical scene happened again. 2 Triceratops and an Ankylosaurus, which were lying listlessly on the ground, stood up when they saw Darkuz coming in. Jaeger knelt down on the ground and shouted, "Ain Slima is on top." Walter looked at some of the people around him with a confused expression. As for Carlian, he just stood at the door and refused to come in. Darkuz thought, skin lizard? Cold lizard? Triceratops? Ankylosaurus? What do they have in common? They are all from Lustria. Does it mean that I can only empathize with species from Lustria? Not in Lustria. Is it okay if someone was born in Chia? Is the water friend on the post bar actually me? Hearing the angrily screams of Triceratops and Ankylosaurus, Darkuz came back to his senses and asked, "Are you cold?" Triceratops and Ankylosaurus hesitated for a while, then started nodding. Walt didn't shout about Kane or anything like that because he was used to it. Jaeger had recovered, stood up and said with a surprised look on his face, "Master, what are you doing?" Darkuz said, "I'm not sure. Maybe I can only sympathize with the beasts of Lustria. It seems that I have to go to Lustria. I have a hunch that it will be more than just one trip." After saying that, he climbed up. He went to the Triceratops and hung on it like a skink and said, "Get more hay, it's too cold for them here." Then he played with the Triceratops and Ankylosaurus for a while. "Come on, this is a dinosaur, so cool." Chapter 40. In South America, there is a temple city located in the Lustria jungle. It is dazzling and radiant. It is called Hesiota, the City of the Sun. Due to its location and history, the City of the Sun was the most fortified and militarily powerful of all the temple cities. Teams of lizard warriors patrolled the square and city walls. The scars on the outer walls were witnesses of the city's countless experiences in resisting foreign aggression over the millennia. The most dazzling building in this city is the South Sky Star Pyramid, with the star observation room at the top. The leader of the city, Lord Mazdamudi, the most powerful and oldest Slan demon priest in existence, slowly woke up from his short sleep. "Come." Mazdamudi raised his head and stared at the deep universe. He thought about whether the ancient saints were still there and whether the big plan had any meaning. He lowered his head. Only Pakipakai was waiting beside him, and his favorite dried worms had been prepared. Dakyusui wandered around below for a while, and stopped by to see Chipakoko. Kalyan's main responsibility now was still to take good care of him, but the situation was better. The skink could speak some commonly used Elvish, albeit with a distinctive Lustryan accent. Now that the weather is getting colder, Chipakoko sleeps in the hole all day long, looking like he is going to hibernate. When Darkus went to see him, he was covered with 3 layers of quilts inside and 3 outside, sleeping soundly, and Darkus didn't wake him up. A skink snores even when sleeping. Jaeger, aren't you going up to the banquet? Jaeger shook his head calmly and said, Master, I'm sorry, I don't like it very much. I prefer to stay with beasts. The welcome banquet of Night Governor Castle had begun, and the main hall was already dark. Darkus was not interested in participating. After coming out, he took Walter through the side door and went to the dining area for dinner. Then he relied on his memory to avoid the crowd, and walked to the 3rd floor in a zigzag manner. Standing on the corner of the upper floor, he looked at the reveling Druza dignitaries below and shook his head. At this time, Darkus noticed a gaze directed at him from below. He looked over and saw a young male Drush, over 2 meters tall, chewing on a bloody cow heart and looking at him. Seeing Darkus looking at him, the Drush stuffed the remaining beef heart into his mouth, chewed it while showing a perverted smile, and waved at Darkus. His eyes were fierce and full of murder. Meaning? Sir, that is Mangile from the Heart-Eater family. Darkus said coldly, I know him. If you don't want to attend the banquet, just go back to your room first. Walter's good brothers and sisters all came, and Darkus didn't tease him and just let him go back. He had an impression of Mangile, the son of Kral, the patriarch of the Heart-Eater family. He met him once during a banquet of the city's dignitaries. He was very oppressive with his height of 2.2 meters. At the banquet, he looked at him very provocatively, as if he was looking at a chopping board. The meat left a very deep impression on him who was not yet an adult at the time. I'll find an opportunity to kill you and take my eyes out. Darkus also showed a sinister smile, stretched out his right hand and gave Mangile a middle finger, turned around and continued walking towards the 4th floor. The Black Ark Fortress of Resentment belongs to the Heart-Eater, a small black ark 2 kilometers long. It has repeatedly attacked the coast and waterways of Ulthuan, as well as Norska, Bretonnia, Arabi and the southern city-states. Take advantage of it and spread fear everywhere. The Patriarch Kral is a fear lord. Like the Magar family, he has 2 seats in the Drushi 100 Council, but this family has its own ideas and opinions. At the entrance to the minaret of Darkus, Morainer was lying on the fence watching the banquet below, gritting his teeth. His expression was gloomy, as if he was thinking about something happy. My dear brother, if you don't go down to the banquet, what are you doing at the door of my room? Morainer turned his head and smiled at Darkus, I'm waiting for you here. My dear brother. Darkus said with a look of disgust, what do I have to wait for? There are so many young and beautiful female Drushas waiting for you downstairs. Morainer's face darkened again and he said, today's protagonist is not me, but the Bale and his son. He paused, sighed, and then said, in the afternoon, young Master Nukkal came to see me, the Heart-Eater. The family patriarch, Kral, wants to marry his daughter to me. Darkus also lay next to Morainer and glanced down. He knew her, the famous courtesan of Krakarond and Mangile's sister. She has a pair of purple eyes of Nagarath blood. She is slender, poised, and light. She is wearing a green silk dress. Her thick and smooth black hair is combed into a thick braid that hangs down to her waist. There are scattered on the braid wisps of glistening grey-white bone fragments. Her hairstyle represents a dark legend of Drushi that is full of dirty deals. She seems to be pursuing something secretly. Maybe it is a way to get closer to Slaanesh, the god of love and art? At this moment, a group of young Toms surrounded her. Darkus didn't tease Morainer because he could feel that Morainer was unhappy at the moment and would explode at any time. Oh poor Morainer, this is the test given to you by young Master Nukkal. As he said, Darkus took out a gold velvet bag from his arms and handed it to Morainer. The contents in the bag, the jewelry is very, very beautiful. It comes from the gold mines of Galund and has been processed by the sorceresses in the Dark Witchcraft Monastery. It is in very good condition and she will definitely like it very much. Morainer poured the jewelry into the palm of his hand and looked at it. After looking at it for a while, he put the jewelry back and put it in his arms. Darkus said sinisterly, my dear brother, you can choose one to give to her. His subtext is to apply slow poison to jewelry. Morainer thought about it, then shook his head and said, no, the success rate is too low, and it is easy to be discovered. If it succeeds, the powerful people in the city will guess that it is me. Darkus understood, raised his head indifferently, and said, then it depends on Furland Bale. Find an opportunity through him to lure her out of the city. For example, if there is any poison that can kill both of us instantly, or some reason to join forces to usurp power. The eve of winter is coming soon. I have to leave for the forest farm in a few days. Then you can find some good people and I will handle this matter. I will send her back intact. Krikarond. In the hall at this time, Furland Bale's face was full of pride, and he seemed to be very satisfied with yesterday's plan. A group of female drushis were surrounding him, and he seemed to be the most beautiful drushi tonight. Morainer thought again, then smiled viciously and patted Darkus on the shoulder. You are truly my dear and good brother. I'm going down first. The female drushis downstairs are still waiting for me. I want to find a sorceress tonight to appreciate the jewelry you gave me. Darkus ignored him and continued to lie on the fence and look down. It seems that the dignitaries in the city are disobedient again. What are the Thorns and Heart-Eaters families plotting loudly? Then he thought of the old Calvo family who couldn't bend his neck the day he came back. Druksi's power struggle was pathological, and there was no Eastern Roman three-step process of hairpin, castration, and monastery. Rather, it is the ultimate and pure one, focusing on destroying the body, without any lower limit, not willing to destroy everything, and full of intrigues in a Byzantine style. Day of the Dagger? I like it. Chapter 41. The next day, the Dark Road. Malice Blackblade got into big trouble. He killed a noble steward of Krikarond, and failed in the trial of Haxia's voyage, returning empty-handed. Now, he owes a lot of foreign debt, and his father Lihan can discharge the debt with a casual nod, but he is a burden to his father, and his father will not nod. Malice's father didn't like him, but he didn't throw him to death on the spot when he was born, because his birth was a deal between his mother and his father. His half-brothers and sisters seemed to sense this as well. They were all much older than him and could kill him at any time. However, they stopped at monopolizing the family's wealth and allowed him to slowly wither and rot. Malice was foolish and naive in thinking that they were too busy with other plots to have any intention of killing him. But how did they know they were selling goods in Krikaland? Who were those dignitaries waving to him on the city wall the day before yesterday? Far to the northeast, Karandkar is one of the most remote large cities in Nagorot. Could there be a courier who could run faster than the assassins of Cain, riding towards death, along the coastline through the Sea of Chilling Heart and the Sea of Malice? Is it possible? Or were they connected through the sorceress's crystal ball? These questions have tormented Malice during his journey on the Dark Road. It would have been unconventional and rash to sail directly to Krikarond, ignoring the slave gate Karlund Kal, but even so his enemies were waiting for him. Even that damn letter, he thought with disgust. Krikalund, Knight Governor Castle Martial Arts Training Ground, Darkus was still being beaten by Kessler, but it was better than yesterday, he could at least block it. Suddenly a waiter came in and said that there was a drushi from Nagorond in the waiting room who wanted to see Darkus. Nagorond? The Witch King Malekith noticed me? Did he send someone to ask me to learn black magic from him? With doubts, Darkus asked the waiter to invite the distinguished guest to the living room. After practicing with Kessler for a while, he didn't say anything when asked. He just repeatedly indicated Darkus' steps and the way to draw the sword. Sorry, Kessler, that's all for today's training. I have to go meet the distinguished guests. After saying that, Darkus saluted Kessler. Kessler returned the greeting, and then looked at Walter. The meaning was obvious, you don't need to go, I will practice with you. Darkus put on the noble robe, Hedrika, and noble curved sword three-piece set and walked to the living room. After just a few steps, he heard Walter's scream and the sound of weapons falling to the ground. He knew how badly Walter was beaten without looking back. Walter was only good at equestrian skills, but his martial arts skills were not as good as his. Shook his head. In the living room, a middle-aged male drushi was sitting quietly. Dozens of family guards were waiting for an opportunity. They were all a little nervous. They were keenly aware of this quiet drushi and his dangers. Although his left arm is missing. Outside the living room, Butler Dia was waiting for Darkus. Who is in the room? Master, he should be a blackguard. Darkus looked at Butler Dia in surprise. Butler Dia nodded in confirmation and said, Master, I want to report to the young master. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and entered. The living room is as long as the hall, with a Hagrid grave marble table placed in the middle, about 10 swords long, a sword is 2.4 meters, and the man is sitting at the far end of the table. Seeing Darkus come in, he stood up, nodded in salute, and said calmly, Nagarand, Bane Bloodbane, salute the Hellscourge family, salute you. Darkus Hellscourge. After saying hello, Bane looked at the family guards around him. They looked at Darkus and shook their heads slightly at him. Darkus visually measured the length of the table, and then said, this is not the way to entertain guests. It is not good to spread the word. You should go out first and keep the door open. After saying that, he adjusted the angle of the chair, sat down, put his left hand on the table, put one foot on the ground, and scratched the ground to make sure it wouldn't slip, and then adjusted his sitting posture so that he could rush out of the door at any time. At this time, Kessler entered the living room carrying a curved-edged execution knife, looked at Darkus's sitting posture with disdain, and then stood on his left side. The family guards were filing out, and Bane looked at Kessler with suspicion. Let me introduce to you, this is Kessler, the family law enforcement champion of the Hell Calamity family. It is not convenient for him to speak. Bane stared at Kessler for a long time, nodded and said, I heard about you in Nagarand. I heard that you are very good at fighting. Kessler raised the curved-edged execution knife and shook it. Okay. Let's practice later. Darkus was speechless. Bane began to introduce himself. I was once a blackguard, the Lord of Destruction, and the Master of the 12 Towers. Out of politeness, Darkus didn't stare at his missing left arm. Bane laughed self-deprecatingly, of course, that was all in the past, I am useless now. Darkus asked suspiciously, then you come to me. I came to you according to the Oracle of Edris, the Lord of Blades, to teach you martial arts. I heard that you can't even defeat a monkey. Darkus thought, hey. Why doesn't this Drushi open any pot? Thank you Marayag. I praise you. My dear old grandma. Then, Darkus said thoughtfully, I would like to ask, where is your left arm? Corrin Blackhand. Bane nodded in despair and said, yes, Corrin took the initiative to challenge me for a duel. He said he had made a new breakthrough. How long have you been in the service? Bane raised his head and said proudly, 388 years. Damn it! What conditions do you have? Darkus immediately added, except for letting me defeat Corrin Blackhand, you can offer anything else. Bane was choked and didn't know what to say. Darkus could see that he was a very pure Drushi, a Drushi who only knew how to fight and kill. Darkus stood up solemnly, straightened his noble robes and said, I know a place that should be able to restore your arm. It's up to you to avenge this. Bane was stunned, hesitated, stood up and said, I have no heirs, wealth and land have no value to me, where is that place? Darkus smiled mysteriously and said, don't be anxious, there is no point in being anxious. I am probably the only one who knows that place. When the opportunity comes, I will take you there. I will do what I said. Is it time for the competition now? After that, he walked out of the living room. Theoretically, Drushi's 8 Wines magic can be used, but no one teaches him. 5,000 years ago, there was a powerful male mage of the life system. But unfortunately, Malekith read the prophecy of destruction, which said that he would die at the hands of a male mage. Since then, the most tragic and untrustworthy creature in Drushi society was born, that is, the Warlock. Malekith cursed them with the hollow spell, and their souls have been wandering between the mortal world and the realm of chaos ever since. Slaanesh, the god of love and art, has more and more control over their souls. As this control tightens, dark runes will flash the light of life on the flesh, and evil flames will slowly pass through their skin, torturing watching them. Afterwards, Malekith placed a bounty on the heads of the new generation of warlocks. Once found, they would be locked up with red-hot steel chains and sent to him. He would let the warlocks experience the beauty of this world. Chapter 42. In the Hell Calamity family's martial arts training ground, Bane took off his noble robe with one hand and took a Drushi halberd from the weapon rack next to him. The two martial arts masters set up their starting stances. Kessler was very afraid of Bane, even though he was missing an arm. Bane directly attacked, and he shot out the halberd with one hand very fast. After Kessler dodged sideways, he made a wide slash. Bane used the halberd to point on the blade of the curved-edged execution knife, which directly resolved the attack. After several rounds of fighting, it was difficult to distinguish. Kessler didn't take any advantage. Knuckle showed half of his face on the side of the study window, watching the fight below and asked, Bane Bloodscourge? If I remember correctly, he is the Tower Master of the 12 Towers? I saw him last year. Isn't it a joke that a big family with 5,000 people can stand tall in Druka society? There are secret rooms and secret passages in the conference room. If necessary, he can break a cup as a sign and can directly kill the swordsman, but Darkus doesn't know about it. Butler Dia lowered his head and said respectfully, Yes, young master, the family guard in the secret door of the conference room said that he came to teach Master Darkus martial arts according to the Oracle of Edris. Nukkal whispered with confusion on his face, the chosen one of Moray Igar Hegar? He can actually let a tower master who believes in Edris come over to teach him martial arts? Why didn't he send a killing sister? Have I lived too long? When did these gods become so reliable? Then, Nukkal turned to Butler Dia and said, Go and arrange for Nagaran to check on him and his arm. Adres, the Lord of Blades, is the god of war among the elven gods and belongs to the Thiserae pantheon, which is also the underground god. He is obsessed with superb war skills, but his status is very low. In Drushi society, except for the legendary Killing Sisters and Black Guards, few Drushi believe in him, and despise him for being unwilling to fight in pursuit of honor. Behavior. However, once Edris decides to fight, he will show no mercy. In his death arena, any tactics are allowed, including Ashina's swordsmanship, and he constantly redefines the boundaries of this arena in the mortal world. It is not until he dies that he may know that he is already in the arena. He is the patron saint of duelists and is revered by elves who seek glory in battle. He is revered by the tree-dwelling Everwatch, who often participate in justs at the behest of their lords. To be able to fight in the Blade Arena is the highest honor that every Eternal Guard desires. Because this is not only the continuation of Edris' death arena in the mortal world, but also the way to sacrifice one's own life for charity. All in all, it's quite contradictory. The two martial arts masters in the martial arts training ground fought for a few more rounds, and Darkus clearly felt that Kesley had entered a decline. After 2 more rounds, the tip of Bane's Drushi halberd stopped in front of Kesley's throat. Kesley was still holding up the curved-edged execution knife and was preparing to chop it down. The outcome is decided. Bane then put away his halberd, put it on the ground, and bowed his head to Kesley. Kesley also retracted his curved-edged execution knife, bowed his head and saluted, saying, Awesome. Darkus looked at Kesley in surprise and thought, I thought he was mute, but it turns out that he can really talk. It's strange that he is also the law enforcement champion of the Druza family who can talk. It's not very reassuring. Bane put the Drushi halberd back into the weapon rack and turned to look at Darkus. The meaning was already obvious. Darkus' scalp was numb. Newcomers enter the tower, welcome ceremony. After half a round, Darkus curled up on the ground. As mentioned before, the Black Guard of Nagarand is known as the Old Guard of Malekith and is composed of noble children. The Black Guard's military camp is divided into 20 towers. They will fight and torture each other through war. And start competition. Malekith encourages this competition and holds a tournament at the beginning of each bloody season to determine which tower will gain dominance over the others for the following year. Each tower is led by the Tower Masters, a group of Black Guard veterans who are highly versed in the arts of death and combat. These Drushi are willing to continue serving Malekith even after their 200 years of service. These powerful warriors lead their forces with iron discipline, and in their eyes any act that brings disgrace to the tower through a lack of discipline, or through any display of mercy, is intolerable. The martial arts of these 20 Tower Masters are the leaders in Drushi society. Because of their loyalty and bravery, they were awarded Black Dragon mounts and became the Lords of Destruction. Very few Black Guards can survive 200 years of retirement. Even if they survive to retire, the Black Guards will choose to continue to be loyal to Malekith until death or disability, because these Black Guards have no choice, and any uncontrollable signs will be destroyed by Corrin. The Black Hand strangled. To talk about Malekith's right hand, Corrin Black Hand, first of all, we can't get around Nooker's father, Alan Ryan. He was Malekith's adjutant, friend and partner when he travelled to the Old World in his early years. Keith's trust. It was he who taught Malekith the Dwarven language, and it was he who dealt with the other 2 elves who had contact with the dwarves to ensure that Malekith had control over the diplomatic discourse. All the bad things Malekith did in his early years had his shadow. And even some bad things were caused by him in persuading Malekith, until Alan Ryan died in Tal on Lek. This is one of the reasons why Malekith tolerated the Hell Calamity family becoming a vassal. Nukul also served as an adjutant beside Malekith in his early years. Of course, these were all things that happened 5,000 years ago. You are the true Phoenix King, His Majesty Malekith. You are the son of Enarion and the heir of the Phoenix King. This is your right, merit, and origin. I am willing to use my life to witness this ancient the wrong is reversed and your rightful status is restored. As an elf, I can think of no higher calling. This is what Corran Blackhand swore to Malekith when he became the captain of the Black Guard. He rose 500 years ago. His wisdom is sharp and his fighting skills are infinitely sharp. He became Tower Master within the first 10 years of his service. Not long ago, he threw the former Black Guard captain off the east wall of the Black Tower and was promoted to captain of the entire Black Guard, responsible for commanding all Black Guards. He possesses the rarest thing in this land full of betrayal, a loyal soul. He is a warrior who is completely loyal to Malekith. He has become Malekith's trusted lieutenant after Alandryan and his son. There are few such cherished qualities in the land of Nagarote. Chapter 43. The auction was held as scheduled in the evening. Darkus flipped through the auction list handed over by Butler Dia, shook his head, and handed the list back. The list was full of cousins he had brought back, and they had been sorted into different categories, but he was not interested. Morainer needed to attend this auction on behalf of the Hell Calamity family to entertain the Druchid dignitaries in the city. Morainer came back and changed his clothes without even calling Dacus, because Morainer knew that my cousin doesn't like dealing with those powerful people. Darkus sent a waiter to call the 3 brothers and sisters of the Takaya family. The dwarf slave construction team has already settled in and is currently repairing the interior of the ancestral home. The winter in Krikarond is not suitable for exterior construction. The entire consumption is provided by Nook. Mr. Er pays the bill. The royal painter Ren had finished the painting. Ren also drew a sketch of the Cold Lizard Fear Knight and the Bretonian Knight confronting each other. After reading it, Darkus was very satisfied and prepared to take it with him wherever he went. He has no system, but he has a heart for achievement. In the evening, a small welcoming ceremony was held at Night Governor Castle to welcome the arrival of the former Tower Master Bane. After understanding the situation, Nukul also came down, chatted with Bane for a few words, drank half a glass of wine and left. Darkus was accompanied by several Drushi dignitaries and 2 members of the Hell Calamity family. Bane was unsmiling throughout the whole process. The banquet process was extremely boring, but it was still necessary to hold it out of etiquette. In the second half, he kept covering his head. He yawned with his mouth shut, relying on Lane and Walter to drive the atmosphere throughout the whole process. The next day, Darkus went around the family warehouse. He wanted to find some stones that would make his head glow green. As a musician, Drush, he wanted to do a whole lot of work without any limit. After walking around, Darkus found what he needed, a dimension stone sealed in a special box. He stood far away and asked the waiter to open it and confirm. The moment the box was opened, the warehouse was filled with green light, and Darkus ran away. Who knows how much radiation this thing has? I found another set of stands for the Triceratops, but that stand was old and had not been maintained at all. The raised lustria decoration on the back had turned black, and the wooden stand was almost rotten. Darkus also saw a large number of cold lizard chariots sealed in a secret vault. He looked at Butler Dia, who said helplessly, His Majesty the Witch King's black dragon Sully was pierced through the heart with a spear. Are now using cold lizard chariots, so His Majesty the Witch King ordered the destruction of all cold lizard chariots, and he is the only one in Nagaroth who can use cold lizard chariots. Darkus really didn't know about this, and said in surprise, What? It's so outrageous. Butler Dia said nervously, Master, be careful what you say. In the evening, Morainer found Darkus and told him that he had become famous in Krikarond and became the subject of discussion among the powerful people in the city, although he was quite famous before. Today, the dignitaries will push the carnival to a climax. The priests of the Temple of Cain are particularly happy because their KPI this year has exceeded the target. Morainer went back and said that Ferlin Bale had failed. Darkus persuaded Morainer to find an opportunity to kill this useless Iron Man who had failed to achieve anything but failed. Morainer thought for a long time but did not agree. Saying there is no chance, maybe it will trigger a war. Darkus was too lazy to pay attention to him, and asked Morainer to arrange for Kuel's brother to find a way to lure her out of the city. For example, the Magar family was dissatisfied with the Hellscourge family's long-term rule of Krikalund, or something like that. A new way to please the god of love and art, or to have fun with those cousins, no matter what method, as long as she is out of town. Both East and West Darkus are ready, and they can ask her to take a plane at any time. She doesn't have to worry about riding the Dark Pegasus. Darkus's bow and Alyssa's amber spear can kill her. Darkus wanted to take shelter from the limelight. Since he chose to go to the forest farm, he must set out before the dusk tide and be fully prepared. He didn't want to risk his life there, and he didn't want to slide and shovel the manticore or the like. Beast. Twilight Tide, the night of mystery, is the most ominous night of the year. This is one of only 2 ominous nights, the other being the cursed night of chaos. But for the believers of the 4 gods, this is a night of celebration. Chaos believers gather together to praise their 4 gods, while the lawful people hide in their homes, light candles, and pray in fear, hoping that dawn will come as soon as possible. During the twilight tide, the evil moon Morsrib will move to the point closest to the Earth in its elliptical orbit, and the magical winds between mortal worlds will become strong and unpredictable, weakening the boundary between reality and the warp. The rift between reality and subspace will gradually widen, allowing the arrival of chaos demons to walk among the mortal world and spend this night full of chaos and destruction, while necromancers and vampires can also raise undead armies. This night has many names. The Empire calls it the Witches' Night, the Dwarves call it the Night of the Living Dead, the Elves call it the Twilight Tide, and Bretonnia calls it the Night Before Winter. In Imperial Sylvania and Bretonian Mucilon, peasants would abandon their houses and hide in castles and crowded places. In the Ogre Kingdom, they would sacrifice cauldrons filled with flesh and blood to appease the Big Maw god and gain his blessing. Beneath Dwarf Torrent Pass, the dangerous caves are tightly sealed by runesmiths, and their exits are guarded by iron breakers and butchers. In Ulthuan and Athel Loren, cousins whisper prayers to Asurian and Isha. Lawful races in this world, whether they are nobles or poor people or children or old people, all hope that the bad luck brought by this night will not befall them, and everyone also hopes that this evil night will not bring bad luck to them. Its malice was brought to them. What a medieval Halloween! Drushi, who lives in Nagaros, is no exception. There are beastmen in the Black Ridge Mountains near Krikarond, although this beastman has a bit of a unique style. Darkus went to the underground breeding room again and took the Takaya brothers to choose cold lizards. Pachacoko was still sleeping, Triceratops and Ankylosaurus were still languid, and he played with the giant horned cold lizards. A while. After chatting with Jaeger for a while, he asked him to arrange to make a set of black steel and copper-edged armor for the dinosaurs as soon as possible. It should be the kind with a sandwich layer so that the warlock can heat the sandwich layer and insert armor plates in the summer. In addition, Darkus asked Kalian to bring the animal trainer with him to ensure that something big would rush out of the Black Ridge Mountains on the eve of winter. Jaeger responded to Darkus's request. He was still waiting for Darkus to give him a few Tyrannosaurus. He would crush them directly in the next claw competition, unless Larkus could kill the Lima beast. Please come over. This week, Darkus has not left the Night Governor Castle. He and several of his subordinates are training martial arts under Bane's guidance every day. Kesley will ask Bane for advice when he has nothing to do. After asking for advice a few times, he can get along well with him. Bane is open at 55, and can even vaguely suppress Bane. There is no way that Krikarond is not like Nagarond. This place is full of people who play with water and beasts, and there are no powerful martial arts masters. Kesley had no place to improve if he wanted to, and he couldn't go to the arena every day and deal with the Killing Sisters. In the morning, Centurion Edmund brought a fully replenished Centurion, 2 teams of Reaper Ballistæ, 4 Disaster Walker chariots, a wild Ankylosaurus, a wild Triceratops, a low-level Sorceress officer, and 3 the half-step Slave Master and half-tower Master are already in place. The slaves are pulling 4 carts, which are filled with luggage and baggage. Later, 2 Centurions from the Venomous Forest will be added to the forest farm. Under the watchful eyes of Morainal and Dia Butler, Darkus set off in great style. Morainer waved goodbye to Darkus and shouted, "I will find time to visit you, my dear brother." Darkus shook his head in disgust, ignored him, and stretched out his hand to wave. Chapter 44. The team didn't go far when they saw Druxi dressed as a waiter of the Thorn family waiting for Walter on the side of the road. Ren looked at Walter and said jokingly, "Your waiter. Ren, go take a look and be careful." Ren directly turned over and jumped off the cold lizard. He held the hilt of the sword behind his left hand and walked over cautiously. The waiter respectfully handed over a gold velvet bag. Ren directly pulled out the noble curved sword and picked it up on the rope of the bag, saying, You can get out." Darkus raised his head at Ren and said, "Did you see it? Learn from it." Most of these are sent by your good brothers. Ren came back, took out the serrated dagger hanging on his boots, cut the edge of the velvet bag, and poured out the contents. There were no needles or blades, just a letter. Ren took another pair of gloves from the bag next to the saddle, put them on and checked the envelope carefully. Alyssa also got off her horse and leaned over to check whether there was any magic or poison on the letter. Ren said to Darkus with a serious expression, "Sir, it should be fine." After that, he handed the envelope forward. The envelope was made of very good material, and the exquisite and beautiful fire lacquer seal was stamped with the Thorn family's logo. Darkus opened the letter, glanced at it for a few times, handed it to Walter, frowned and said, "I'm in a bad situation now. This it was written to you by your good brother." Walter opened the letter and took a few glances at it. The scrawled notes seemed to have been written just now. "To my dear brother. I wish you a happy life under Lord Darkus Hellscourge, and may you live a long and healthy life. Give my regards to Lord Darkus Hellscourge. Your brother is Baizong Thorn." There were only these two sentences in the letter. After reading it, Walter said, "Sir, this is what my third brother wrote to me." After that, he folded the letter and put it into the bag next to the saddle. "Well, that needs to be put away. What a nice souvenir. If I were you, I would frame it and put it in the most conspicuous place." Walter was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Sir, you are right." After leaving the noble area, a group of city guards were waiting there. They guided Darko's team out of the city. The team shuttled through the winding and twisting streets. The pedestrians on the road were sparse and the pace was fast. In the early morning, the sounds of clashing swords and shouts of death were heard in the alleys next to civilian streets. Gangs in the city began a new day of morning exercises, while the marching city guards continued to walk forward as if they were deaf. Darkus observed the buildings on both sides of the road. There were not even street lights, only the dim candlelight reflected through the small windows in the houses on the roadside. He could vaguely hear the cries, curses, screams, collisions of objects, and moans coming from inside. What the hell? What the hell is this place? The folk customs are really simple. If I were to go alone, I would definitely be beaten by ghosts. Fortunately, I started as a corporate dog. If I were a street kid, I would be in trouble. The policies and laws of each big city in Druish are different and strange. For example, Hal Gunsi, the main altar of the Kane cult, has the best public security. Murder, theft, and gathering for money are considered crimes there. There is only one punishment for the offender, and that is to be sacrificed to Kane. This is a great pain for the Drushi who lives there, and his inner joy can only be released through the midnight of death. Kalandkar prohibits the hunting of harpies, and Hagrid Grave has a strange ritual. The southernmost Krikarond is free and open, and you can do whatever you want. So what is the population of Druish? There are 2 roads out of the Screaming Gate. One leads to the farthest forest farm along the south bank of the Red Poison River, which is the destination of Darko's trip. The other leads to the Venom Woodland, which is considered a small town. It is full of military personnel or civilians escaping from big city life. It has military camps and material distribution centers, which are usually replenished to various forest farms. The Red Poison River originates deep in the Black Ridge Mountains. The river is about 80 meters wide. The river crosses the Shadow Forest and flows through Krikarond into the Sea of Resentment. The river is filthy, and the cold wind in the mountains howls by, blowing dark. Us hair, you can still smell a faint smell of sulfur while walking on the road by the river. Every Tuesday is log day. The soldiers will instruct the slaves to park the carts on the river bank and push the black pine logs into the river. The black pine logs will float along the Red Poison River to the shoals at the mouth of the east bank of Krikalun City, where slaves would pull the wood to the shore, and the dried wood would be made into various ships, ballistas, and chariots, adding to Drushi's war machine. Darkus admired the surrounding scenery. The black pine forests on both sides of the river that had been cut down for thousands of years have now turned into endless noble manors and plantations. Germany's underground Sea and Sea of Resentment continuously provide food for northern cities, and crops similar to winter wheat have been sown in the fields. The trackers on the Volga and the helots of the happy southern paradise. The dignitaries were hanging at the back of the team on cold lizards. Darkus nodded to Alyssa. Alyssa took 2 animal trainers and rode into the sky on a dark Pegasus and began to investigate. "Walter, do your good brothers have a manor south of the Red Poison River?" "Sir, yes. It is 8 kilometers outside the city. My second brother and third brother have a manor there." Darkos smiled sinisterly and said, "Do you think we will be ambushed?" Franus said calmly, "My lord, I don't think there will be an ambush. It is winter now and the fields next to it are bare. Even if the ambush is hidden behind haystacks and wood piles, it will be too conspicuous unless they are in the fields in advance. A hole was dug to hide soldiers." Ren also added, "Will there be paddle boats setting off from the city and going upstream? And then the ambushers will rush out of the manor." Darkos shook his head and said, "It's unlikely, the risk is too high, unless those families with ideas get together and play all the cards." He paused and stretched his waist, "It's boring. Let's not talk about this anymore, I'm going to try my land of hook claw now, please don't control the mount. Big guy, let's turn around." The giant horned cold lizard under Darko's crotch was smaller than the one next to him. The giant horned cold lizard let out a low cry, and the 5 powerful cold lizards turned around instantly. "Big guy, charge up!" The 5 cold lizards began to trot and gradually accelerated. After accelerating, Darkos asked the cold lizards to slow down. The big guy turned his head and glanced at him, as if asking, but the speed slowly slowed down. Then he tried several more difficult tactical coordinated actions. The 2 Takaya brothers and Walter were used to it. Ren also raised his hands exaggeratedly. Bane asked curiously, "Sir, are you an animal trainer?" Darkos laughed loudly, "That's right." Chapter 45. The animal trainer who stayed behind to investigate came back on a dark Pegasus and reported that 2 paddle boats had just come upstream and came over, but for some reason they stopped for a while and then retreated back to Crickayland. Winter has just begun, the coldest time has not yet come, and the Red Poison River has not frozen yet. Darkos stopped on the road and looked at the dense haystacks and wood piles in the fields in front of him. He felt that his intelligence was greatly insulted. Digging a hole to hide soldiers and a whole roadside bomb were 100 times stronger than this. Alyssa said that there were a large number of Drushi ambushing behind the haystacks and wood piles. After seeing her dark Pegasus, they all returned to the manor. There were probably more than 200 Drushi. Darkos shook his head in disgust and said, "That's it? If I give you a chance, you will not use it to lure me into a trap? Then I have to try." Then he shouted, "Edmund! Leave a few teams and a team of Bally stay behind the haystacks to watch the Red Poison River, and there are others. It's still the old rules." The veterans who followed Darkos to participate in the voyage of Haxia cheered. "This is big business." They raised their serrated swords and spears and praised loudly. Darkos rode the big guy to the side of the 2 dinosaurs, pointed at the manor in the distance and said, "Did you see it? Go smash it." Triceratops and Ankylosaurus were armed with a layer of black steel and copper-rimmed armor, and wore eye protection. Under the stimulation of magic, the sandwich heated up, and the 2 dinosaurs became slightly more energetic. Known as the Living Fortress, Ankylosaurus is a bulky and powerful reptile covered in thick armor. Their armor may even be the most powerful in Lustria. Ankylosaurus is a walking fortress in the true sense. Its wall-like bone leather armor has a layer of natural scales on the outside. The steel-like tough scales can sometimes even block the bites of Tyrannosaurus. Even if it penetrates the outermost armor plate, it is difficult to cause substantial damage to the Ankylosaurus, because they have more than one layer of protection, several layers of hard skin on the inside, and layers of scales on the outside. Triceratops are ancient beasts that inhabit the forests of Lustria, even before the arrival of the Old Ones. The heads of these giant beasts are covered with thick crowns, and huge long horns stick out straight from the crowns. With bony scales and spiked body armor, Triceratops has few opponents in the jungle. It's a moving iron lump, and you need to hit its vital points, such as a spear or harpoon crossbow into the eyes and mouth, magic or a war machine to destroy it. The Reaper Ballista Squadron is equipped with 4 units per team, totaling 33 Drushi. A Reaper crossbow is served by 8 Drushi. 1 Drushi carries the gun body, base, and bow respectively. 4 Drushi carry the crossbow arrows, and 1 Drushi is responsible for the command. The 2 dinosaurs nodded, then turned and started jogging. The 8 squads of Edmund's Centurions and the Reaper Ballista Squad have been lined up. The other 2 squads are about to drive the slaves and carts to the fields. The 4 Disaster Walker chariots are separated from the left and right under the command of Carlion. Went around. Edmund pulled out his serrated sword, pointed at the manor and shouted, "Rush! For Lord Darkos!" The soldiers began to line up and charge behind the dinosaur with their shields raised. The Reaper Ballista team was even more active. Seeing these Drushi carrying the ballista parts and running hard behind them, Darko's thought of the mortar team that attacked in his previous life. The dinosaur began to run faster and faster, and the soldiers following behind had no choice but to raise their shields to speed up and run faster and faster. This is why beasts are the core of Drushi's war, but Drushi soldiers don't like to deal with them. The beasts are too temperamental and unpredictable. The soldiers can only cooperate with the beasts in turn, attack out of touch, attack and trample the Drushi next to them. Soldier stuff happens all the time. Not taking it too seriously, Alyssa manipulated Gurswind in midair, releasing Payne's hard fur and covering the dinosaurs and soldiers with a layer of hard skin, giving them greater protection from weapons and other forms of harm. The ground was shaking. The dinosaurs and soldiers ran faster and more out of touch. The soldiers' formations were scattered. The soldiers couldn't even shout the usual spears and shields or Drushi's slogans. The manor was not very far away, so they rushed over quickly. 2 dinosaurs and 1 dragon took the lead. The Ankylosaurus directly knocked open the door. Behind the door were lined up rows of Drushi mercenary spearmen. The Ankylosaurus was not stupid either. The hammer swung over, a death pendulum. The Triceratops that rushed in from behind did not stop, lowered its head, flattened its horns and pushed into the crowd, directly pushing through the formation. Mercenaries are mercenaries. Those in the front row immediately backed away when they saw the dinosaurs rushing in. The order was immediately disrupted. Then screams rang out. The spears were broken without even piercing the black steel and copper armor. The Ankylosaurus the tail hammer directly knocked down a group of Drushi mercenaries. The Drushi mercenary who fell to the ground and howled was directly trampled to death by the Ankylosaurus, nourishing the earth and losing all life. The Ankylosaurus struck another death pendulum, and the formation and order of the Drushi mercenaries were completely disrupted. The Triceratops is very upright. When Darkus told it to smash the building, it just went and rushed into the manor without stopping. It rushed away a bunch of Druki mercenaries and thorns from the building. The family's guard, Triceratops, saw it and jumped on him. The 3 horns on the head were strung together several times. The surviving Drushi was still struggling and wailing on the horns, pushing the horns and trying to push himself down. The Drushi next to him was either knocked away or trampled down. Immediately, the Triceratops pushed directly against the outer wall of the building. The marble wall transported from Hagrid grave was unscathed. The eyes of the Triceratops were full of doubt and confusion. Then it pushed against the wall again, but the wall remained motionless. Every cent. It felt a little pain in its head. Suddenly, something touched it from behind. A family guard held a spear with both hands and pierced it through the gap in the black steel and copper-edged armor. The spearhead was pierced a quarter of the way and it couldn't be penetrated anymore. The triangle the dragon roared and began to go crazy. It swung its tail directly. The family guard did not fly out screaming, but hung on the tail spine without any life. The Triceratops began to turn around and attack the group of Drushi. The Drushi soldiers who followed behind rushed into the gate and bypassed the beasts, and began to form a formation to attack the group of Drushi mercenaries. Tisk, 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 at this level, you can't stand on the stage, and you still want to stage an ambush. Darkus shook his head as he listened to the killing cries and screams in the manor. The big guy under his crotch raised his head and expanded his nostrils, smelling the smell of blood in the air, feeling restless. He took out the endless dim pearl from the bag on his waist and threw it to Walter. "Sir, what is this? This pearl can absorb the fear and inferiority of the wearer, making it stronger inside." "Walter. We are warriors. Warriors first need to be strong in their own hearts. Not some god. I think you need it now, can't you wait? Give it back to me when you need it. You are the protagonist today. Don't let everyone down." Ren's eyes were full of curiosity and he couldn't help but sigh, "This black pearl is really black." Franz gave Ren a disgusted look. From just now, Bane has been looking at Darkus, and his eyes have become a little abnormal. Maybe someone is remotely connected to him. Darkus just waved his hand in a friendly way and said hello. Tube. Waiting for the slave to pull the cart to the field and set up the Reaper ballista, Darkus controlled the big guy to walk to the cart, picked up the echo drum, and said to the captain of the Reaper ballista, "As soon as there is a paddle boat going upstream, fire directly." Darkus began to charge with 4 dignitaries. The dignitaries did not need to control the cold lizard at all, and were directly controlled remotely by the big guy. Big guy is hungry. Chapter 46. The battle situation in the manor began to become stalemate, and the Drushi soldiers began to suffer minor casualties. The 5 dignitaries of Darkos rushed in, and the stalemate was broken. The Drushi mercenaries and family guards had never seen such a formation. A Reaper ballista was set up, and the shotgun shells that hit the face directly swept away a piece of it. The lucky ones who were directly shot to death, and the ones who survived began to wail. On the roof of the manor building, a group of artillery crews ran out. Several Drushi chaotically assembled a Reaper ballista. Alyssa had been observing the battle situation from the sky. After seeing the situation on the roof, she directly summoned a scorching ballista. The amber spears and the tricky angles were connected in series, which frightened the other Drushi to drop their things and run away. Maybe they were thinking wrongly, so this group of Drushi came back to continue assembling. Alyssa was angry. She hung her staff on the saddle, jumped down again, rolled around on the roof, cast the Claws of Fury spell, turned her hands into sharp claws, and started to scratch those few people. A Drush! The Drushi mercenaries and family guards in the manor were shaken. Some dropped their weapons and tried to run out of the manor through the side door. As soon as they left, they were forced back by the disaster walker chariot that had been waiting for a long time. Darkus turned over and jumped off the cold lizard, hung the drum of resurrection on his back, drew out the mercil knife and rushed into the building. Bane and Franz were blocking him in front of him, and Walter and Ren were behind him. The big guy led the cold lizards to continue killing in the manor. These little naughties who were born in the underground breeding room were extremely excited and manic when they saw blood for the first time. There are no Drushi left in the building, only a few sporadic waiters, and I don't know what they are doing running around. The 5 dignitaries of Darkos cleared several windows facing the rooms in the manor. All the repeater crossbowmen inside were killed, and then entered another room. Darkos felt danger by instinct and bent down directly. But to no avail. He felt that his soul was being burned and his body was filled with pain. The 5 powerful men were screaming and yelling while cursing. The family guards in the house were attacking them. Darkos stared angrily, gritted his teeth and tried to overcome the pain from his soul. He transformed into a black cat sergeant, pulled out the flintlock musket in the holster of his right leg, and flipped the safety. He shot the warlock directly, and the lead bullet flew away without any surprise, hitting the warlock's ear. He interrupted one ear and continued to cast spells, and the other ear covered his ear and screamed. Bane and Franz relied on their strong will to overcome the pain and fight with the family guards. Walter fell to his knees and wailed, with his hands clenched in fists and cold sweat streaming from his head. Ren held a repeating hand crossbow and knocked down 2 family guards at close range. The arrow box was empty. He leaned over to pick up the repeating hand crossbow from Walter's waist and roared at him, "Stop lying down." The Cruciatus curse released by the sorcerer of the second 5 men only lasts about 20 seconds. If Malekith, Morathi and Anasara were here, the 5 dignitaries of Darkos would be hanging directly on the wall. Bane slashed a family guard with a messer knife with one hand. After all, he was a martial arts master in the Druka society, ranking among the top 20, even if he was missing one arm. Franz was uninjured this time and started slashing with the messer knife. Ren emptied the arrow box again, then left the repeating hand crossbow on the ground and started slashing with the serrated long sword. Darkos pulled Walter up, who was still kneeling on the ground, and slapped him hard. After regaining his composure, Walter also joined the battle group with the Nightleaf hammer in his hand. In a moment, all 12 family guards were lying down, and Bane had 7 of them lying down. Ren cursed and rushed over, kicking one in the ear. On the face. "Don't kill yourself. Isn't there no evidence for this?" After saying this, Darkos wiped the blood from his face. Bane turned the messer knife in his right hand, playing tricks with the knife, walking around. When he saw the family guard still struggling on the ground, he went up and struck with the knife. The battle in the manor was over. Although the mercenaries knew that surrender would mean death, they still couldn't stand it. They put down their weapons, knelt on the ground and raised their hands. Kalian drove in the disaster walker chariot. There was a struggling Drushi tied with a steel chain in the vehicle. The trainer next to him kicked him impatiently and then jumped off the disaster walker. The chariot calms the dinosaur that has ended its madness. Edmund led 2 teams into the building and surrounded the family guards blocking Walter's brother in a large room. 5 dignitaries from Darkos also came in later. Alyssa's black silk dress was stained with blood. Her hands had returned to their original shape, and the tips of her fingernails were still stained with flesh. She looked at Darkos and smiled at him. "Lord Darkos, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please let me live." Darkos said nonchalantly, "Then what can I gain?" "Hey! Then he looked at the chandelier on the roof, and after confirming that there was no lurker like Kane's assassin lying on it, he said, "What the hell are you doing? It's really good to put together such a big battle." After speaking, Darkus took out his flintlock musket and began to load it. Walter's brother clasped his hands together in front of his chest and prayed, "Sir, I was wrong, I was really wrong, go around me once." Darkus continued to load the ammunition, curled his lips and said, "You were wrong. You should have gone up directly from the beginning, instead of hesitating. What about playing if you can't go up?" He raised his flintlock musket, aimed and fired. The lead bullet hit the shield. The family guard holding the shield staggered and the lead bullet was embedded directly into the shield. After shooting, Darkus continued to reload. Walter's brother couldn't continue acting anymore and said angrily, "You guys from the Hell Calamity family have gone too far. You have ruled Crookhaland for too long. Fight with them." Before he could finish his words, a family guard's head exploded and Darkus shot him. "Woohoo, where are you talking about, Nima?" The group of family guards rushed over, and they were all laid down after encountering each other. Only Walter's brother was still standing. Darkus took out the echo drum, beat it slowly, and stretched his voice with an aria, "Ah, now the story is about to reach its climax, and our Avengers will take a new step forward." Ren looked back and saw Walter looking at his brother blankly, waving to Edmund and starting to back away. Now that our Avenger has come to the center of the stage, what wonderful performance will he give to everyone next? Darkus continued to beat the drum of echo, and the sound of the drum became more and more intense, as if a curtain was about to open. Only then did Walter come to his senses, picked up the nightleaf hammer and walked towards his brother. Walter's brother seemed to want to say something more, but he could never say it because his skull was cracked. Walter threw down the nightleaf hammer, found a place where no one was and sat down, looking down at the floor. The drumming stopped abruptly at the climax. Chapter 47. Darkus turned around and waved, and the dignitaries and soldiers exited the room one after another. Edmund. Cut off all the heads and pile them into the manor. Ren, lead a team of soldiers to search this building carefully to see if there is anything special. Darkus issued 2 orders in succession. In the manor, the cold lizards were munching on the corpses on the ground, and the soldiers were cutting off heads in groups of 3. 2 animal trainers carried a drushi who was tied by a steel chain and pushed him to the ground. The drushi was still squirming and struggling. Darkus saw the thorns of Hadrika on the drushi's neck. "Mark," Darkus nodded, and a trainer took out the dragon tendon whip and whipped it directly. Darkus smacked his lips and said, "Today is a good day. The head of the Thorns family lost 2 sons in one day. It is really sad news." After speaking, he laughed, and then said, "Young Master Lord, let me protect the youngest son of the Thorn family, but it's a pity that you can't." One Ear had no chance to find his boss uncle. He was tied up with a steel chain by Kalian, but the steel chain didn't burn red. Darkus waved his hand and called Alyssa over. "You and Kalian will go back later and send them to Night Governor Castle. If you are lucky, this miserable Ear can catch the last boat to Nagarun to meet the great Witch King Ma. Your Majesty Rikus, I believe that His Majesty the Witch King will definitely give him a good harvest." Alyssa turned to look at One Ear. One Ear's mouth was blocked. Even if there was poison in the teeth, it couldn't be used. His eyes were full of despair and pleading. His end would be terrible. Darkus was not interested in hearing his story, such nonsense as being forced to do so or being coerced. He would not be so stupid as to leave this Ear by his side and let him teach Darkus magic. As a direct descendant of the Scourge of Hell, he would have to deal with the Witch King Malekith sooner or later, and he might even have to become a Adjutant of Time, Postmaster General, and the like. Malekith can't see the magical wind on his body? At that time, Patriarch Alandryan will be useless when he is still alive. Darkus doesn't want to find excitement for himself. If there is a shortage of warlocks, he will just ask the family for them. The big guy's food is so delicious, it makes me hungry. It's amazing that there are no Kane assassins here. Franus said respectfully, "My lord, they are better informed in Crookhaland, so they will not get into trouble like this." Darkus said nonchalantly, "By the way, what are those mercenaries still doing? They really want Sovereign to risk his life, and they dare to take any job. Sir, please spare your life, please spare your life." These dignitaries said they were ambushing his younger brother. "We didn't want to offend the Hell Calamity family. My lord, please spare your life. This is a problem of poor information. Without poor information, he would not know how he would die." The mercenary captain led his team into the abyss. No matter what those mercenaries said, Darkos would not be able to spare them. The Drushi society did not have kindness and influence. On the contrary, these Drushis would think you were weak and easy to bully, and you would have opportunities to take advantage of them. Are you looking for something to do when you are idle? The ruling method of Drushi's top leaders is very direct and brutal, which is extreme fear and pure violence. As a member of the Hellscourge family, Darkos must first maintain the family's rule in Krikarond. Nukel threw Walter to Darkos and asked Morainer to marry the daughter of the Heart-Eater family, which was clearly a way to practice the skills of these two brothers. The killing started again over there, and Darkos took the echo drum and beat it rhythmically. He was waiting. The killing was over and the drumming stopped. Ren came out and said to Darkos in disappointment, "Sir, I checked carefully and found only some letters, but not what I was looking for." Then Ren doubted himself and said, "Maybe I have too little experience." Not found? The scene of Slaanesh, the god of love and art, that Darkos was expecting was not there? But he didn't want to go in and walk around again. It's carnival time again. Go look for anything valuable. Disband now. In the manor, except for the people of Darkos, there were no other Drushi who could stand. There were only a group of locked slaves in a shed, unable to escape even if they wanted to. This group of soldiers, whose only thoughts were on conquering superiors, counterattacking Ulthuan, killing, looting, and Cain, cheered and went to collect their belongings. This opportunity was too rare. There was no war and only fixed military pay. Although most of the soldiers have already received the Haxia's voyage trial property, but which Drushi dislikes Sovel Indo? It's not easy. These Drushi don't need land. Old Chin? North and South? Military regions? Fan towns? Jin people? Ho Jin? Good guy, the Jadushi is actually me? I have to write an investigation report when I have time. Anyway, he was also a successor. Walt walked out carrying his brother's head. Darkos raised his head at him, indicating that there was another brother on the ground. Walt became more agile this time and did not say anything about the villain's acceptance speech. He just took out the serrated dagger. After bleeding his brother's neck, Walter calmly watched his brother drown in a pool of his own blood, then cut off the head quickly. After doing all this, he walked to Darkos and knelt down, saying incoherently, "My lord, I'm sorry, who cares about a lame Drush? My father likes me on the surface, but in fact, I want to see our sons fighting back and forth so that we don't peek at his position, and now I've dragged you into the water as well." "I'm sorry, sir." Franz and Bane wisely avoided it. "Oops, okay." Darkos blew the wind in the square for half an hour while Walter and Bane were in a daze beside him. Franz was pulled into the building by Ren. Ren seemed not to believe in evil and looked around again. Several soldiers rolled out 3 carts from the warehouse, and the rest of the soldiers moved the wounded, dead soldiers, and trophies onto the carts one after another. Darkos also saw several murals and leather goods with strange paintings. "Sir, the search has been completed. We have searched the basement and hidden compartments. There is indeed nothing." Soon the soldiers lined up and Edmund and several captains searched them one by one to prevent them from hiding. The soldiers were smiling and seemed very satisfied with today's killing and looting. The heads were piled up in the manor, with the heads of Walter's 2 brothers on top. Darkos nodded with satisfaction. "Walter, I'll count the points when I get back. Give me a list before you give them." The soldiers knelt down and shouted, "Thank you, sir. Pull out all the slaves and burn this manor. Darkos just wants to tighten the noose, make things bigger, and make the rats move." Chapter 48. After the cold blizzard was full, Darkos and his party returned to the road in a mighty manner. At this moment, the black smoke coming out of the manor could be seen from the high spire of Krikarond. After the dignitaries of other manors saw the departure of Darkos' troops, they sent people to check the news that the patriarch of the Thorn family had died 2 sons. Gradually spread among the noble circles in the city. "That's good. No, am I influenced by this brother? Or by this environment? Entering a group will only make people blind? A rabble? Domestic huskies become the wolf king of the wolf pack." While looking back at the blazing manor, Darkos began to think wildly. "Ren, you have another mission." Ren glanced back and immediately said with a smile, "Sir, I understand, is the view from the river okay?" Darkos nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, you understand me." When Franz heard this, his expression changed and he glared at Ren, who in turn realized that he had said the wrong thing. Relax. Today was not a day for clearing trees. No pedestrians were seen on the road on the south bank of the Red Poison River. Only Darko's team was walking on the road. Suddenly, the animal trainer who was scouting in the sky reported that a group of cavalry was coming from behind. After a while, Darkos heard the sound of horse hooves coming from behind. Darkos shouted to Walter, "Don't be in a daze. Someone is coming from behind." After saying that, he picked up the monocular telescope on the belt and started looking. A group of dark cavalry came. The leader saw 5 dignitaries from Darkos lying on the roadside. He ordered the team to stop, took out the flag of the Hell Calamity family, and rode forward alone. The captain dismounted and walked over with the flag. When he got to 6 swords, he knelt on one knee and took out the warrant from his arms and said, "Sir, our team is stationed at the forest farm under the orders of Krikarand Varahar, and we are here to report to you." "What time did you leave?" "Sir, let's set off in the afternoon." Darkos took out his pocket watch and took a look. It was 4 o'clock now. There were too many slaves and the march was very slow. "How many troops?" 40 dark cavalry, including 10 company crossbowmen. Walter turned over and jumped off the cold lizard, holding a cane sword in his left hand and a knight's leaf hammer in his right hand. He walked over, took a look at the warrant, and turned back and nodded to Darkos. "You guys go to the front and maintain order among the slaves." "Yes, sir." Then the dark cavalry circled around and went to suppress the slaves in front. It was already dark when we arrived at the forest farm. The forest farm was particularly lively tonight. 2 newly arrived centurions and an original centurion were driving away slaves to build the camp. The forest farm has a fortress structure, similar to a camp, rather than the well-organized northern forest farms. The wall is 6 meters high and made of felled black pine. Soldiers will patrol the wall day and night. The Black Ridge Mountains are not like the old forests in the north. Although there are no copper bulls and no skaven in this mountain, no more green skin. But there are beastmen, various beasts corrupted by chaos, and the shadows who were exiled from Krikarand after their political struggles failed. The barracks, slave sheds, warehouses, stables and the chief officer's residence are all equipped in the village, except that there are no cellars and cold lizard fences. After all, no Drushi dignitaries will come to stay here, even if they come here. We need a cellar, and there's no cabbage in this damn place. Don't sleep tonight. Mobilize these slaves and start digging cellars and building camps. Let the soldiers also move. Don't be idle, Edmund. You are in charge." A crow landed on Darko's shoulder. He thought for a while and said, "Franaz, you 3 brothers and sisters, go and live in the big room." Franaz said hesitantly, "My lord?" "This." Darkos glanced at him, and Franaz nodded. Then he looked at Bane and said, "Thank you for your hard work tonight, let Walter live with you, and you guys live in that room." After speaking, Darkos raised his finger and pointed to a small room. Bane nodded numbly. "Disband." The crow flew away again. Darkos guided the 2 dinosaurs to go to the warehouse to spend the night. The 4 disaster walker chariots commanded by Kalian and Alyssa also returned. The trainers began to spread straw in the warehouse and fill the air leakage with wooden boards. Alyssa once again activated the magic heating compartment. Darkos thought that Nukul would give some instructions, such as what to do well or whether to go too far, but in the end there were no instructions at all. Darkos understood and the fire could continue to burn. After a simple dinner, the soldiers moved Darko's personal belongings into the house because the horses needed to be accommodated in the stables. He didn't want to wake up the next morning with all the horses gone. He commanded 5 cold lizards to enter his house's room. The house is not big, the furnishings are spacious, and the layout of the home furnishings is very creative and thoughtful. You can see the bed and everything in the house from the door. The roof of the spire structure has beams arranged in a cross shape and has no ceiling. There are 4 mirrors on it. When you look at the roof from any angle in the house, you can see the top of the beams through the mirrors. It smells so bad. After entering the house, Darkos checked the injuries of the 5 cold lizards. After finding no problems, he originally wanted to play with the 5 cold lizards for a while, but the big one stood in front of the other cold lizards, so he had no choice but to play with the 5 cold lizards. Can play with big guys. After playing for a while and preparing the repeating hand crossbow and flintlock musket, Darkos, who was lying on the bed smelling the pungent smell of blood and the faint odor of the cold lizard, fell asleep directly. The next day, Darkus was woken up by the big guy. He opened his pocket watch and saw that it was only 6 o'clock. He glanced at the big guy leaning on the bed and wagging his tail vigorously. Darkus touched the claws of the big guy's front legs and said, "Are you hungry?" The big guy nodded expectantly, and Darkus reluctantly turned over and sat up, touching its head. "Are you a pig?" Without washing his face, Darkus led the 5 cold lizards out of the door. Kalian and the animal trainers had already prepared the food for the cold lizards. He explained to the big one for a long time, telling it not to bite people. The entire forest farm slaves and off-duty soldiers were mobilized to dig cellars, with pickaxes clanging. Fortunately, this is the edge of the Black Ridge Mountains. There are several active volcanoes that erupt all year round, and the ground can be dug. It would be unthinkable in Galund. Darkus did nothing this morning, just serving these 5 ancestors. There was no place to put them, and the rains couldn't hold them. If he didn't watch, the cold lizards would have fun in the forest to see who would bite whom, but he could apply so much potion to others. In the afternoon, half of the hole was dug. The top of the hole was covered with purple-blue luminous crystals of unknown material, and the atmosphere suddenly became cyberpunk. Digging was still going on inside, and the cellar had to make sure there were 2 holes that could accommodate the dinosaurs, just in case. Darkus began to guide the 5 cold lizards and dinosaurs into the cellar breeding room. Chapter 49. After placing the cold lizard, Darkus had a good sleep, although there was still a faint smell in the room. In the morning, there was a knock on the door, and Bane shouted, "Sir, don't sleep, get up and practice martial arts." Pushing the door open against the cold wind, I saw Franz, Ren, and Walter practicing martial arts in the open space with their upper bodies bare. Alyssa was also practicing with the noble curved sword. Of course, she wore clothes and put on the white lion skin. On the shoulders, black and white clearly don't match each other, and Bane is guiding the 4 dignitaries beside him. Gong is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. After speaking, Darkus shook his head, closed the door again, pretended not to see it, and prepared to go back to sleep. After a while, Darkus also walked out with his shirtless body, a girdle on his waist, a measle knife on his shoulder, a vulture-shaped steel-clad pinewood shield, and a drushi halberd on his shoulder. The moment he walked out, Darkus Leng's teeth chattered, his body trembled, and he just wanted to turn around and go back. After a while, after he got used to it, he started running to warm up. He was no longer so cold when running. He even turned a few somersaults. Druxi's physique was indeed high. This practice lasts 1 day. Edmund continued to lead the soldiers and slaves to dig the cellar. After digging, he began to deepen the trench outside the stockade. The dusk tide was approaching, and the soldiers began to equip armor-breaking weapons such as leaf hammers and armor-breaking cones. Reaper ballistae began to be placed on the fortress wall, which could both shoot outside and turn towards the shooting square. Who knows if chaos will emerge by then? The wild caves and underground fissures in the Black Ridge Mountains are inhabited by beastmen. They have a unique Nagaroth style. They are about the same height as Druzi, about 1.9 meters to 2.2 meters. They walk upright on 2 legs and are covered from head to toe. They have rough scales, are primitive, brutal and bloodthirsty, and hold stone axes or sticks. Called the most evil being in Nagaros by Drushi of Krikarond. On the eve of the end of time, Krikarond's military strength was insufficient, and the city was eventually destroyed and fell, and they were responsible for this. In the past few days, Darkus learned during chats that the situation in Krikalund was different every time there was a twilight tide. A long time ago, it was recorded that the giants in the Black Ridge Mountains had come down several times, destroyed several forest farms and then disappeared. At that time, there were still 3 Knight Governors CO ruling Krikalund. The huge footprints disappeared after entering the Black Ridge Mountains. Even after all the manpower, material resources and divination prophecies were used, they could not be found. However, the giant has never come down since then, and the animal trainer who went to capture the beasts in the mountains has never been seen. Everyone just assumed that the giant was dead. The twilight tide in Krikaron city will spawn evil demons every now and then. 260 years ago, a great demon of Slaanesh even spawned in the garden of the Night Lord Castle. The poor demon did not eat any delicious elf souls, so he was led by Anasara, Nukul, and Kesley. The family guards and the sorcerers group forcibly sent him away. Sometimes the beastmen would come like a tidal wave. Sometimes waiting all night but nothing happens is like rolling a dice. It's different in the north of Nagaroth. The Chaos Warband, Mongolian, and Agul's Huns Warband are getting better and better every year, and their performance has always been very stable. What medieval Halloween? Monster Siege. 3 days later, the dusk tide arrived as expected. There was no morning exercise today. The dignitaries and soldiers did not get up until noon. In the afternoon, the square was filled with delicious food, and the soldiers were fully equipped and lined up. According to the old rules, 300 old, weak, sick, and disabled were pulled out from the slaves and sacrificed to Cain to pray for his blessing. Morayog hates Cain, but the process must be followed. At 4 o'clock, dinner was served in the square on time, and the soldiers were all given a glass of wine. Darkuz raised his glass and shouted, "Drink this wine under the witness of the gods. May we usher in the dawn of tomorrow. May we meet again tomorrow. Cheers." After saying that, Darkuz drank the wine from the glass amidst the cold wind and the smell of blood. The dignitaries and soldiers also drank from the glasses and cheered. The delicacies had already become cold in the cold wind, but the Drushis still ate with gusto. The cold lizards were also feasting on the sacrificed corpses. At 6 o'clock, it became dark, and the Moor's leap gradually became complete, pouring an eerie green light onto the earth. It was greener than that night in Lyons, just like wearing night vision goggles. There were no torches lit on the wall, there was no need for them. Darkuz stood on the wall and looked at Franaz, who was guarding beside him. The green light reflected from Franaz's helmet was particularly dazzling. The atmosphere was tense, and he wasn't joking. Besides, Druxai didn't understand this nonsense. Without sending out the Dark Pegasus for reconnaissance, the Harpies and Manticores in the Black Ridge Mountains would be in vain. Manticores are huge, lion-like beasts with leathery wings that allow them to fly through the sky. The power of chaos mutation makes them have different shapes. Some manticores have snake-like manes, others have skin like iron scales, and many manticores have poisonous stings on their tails. The blood of those who are stung will boil violently. However, all manticores are rabid killers filled with primal rage. They are very ferocious and become the incarnation of Cain, the god of killing. A bonfire was lit in the square, and 2 dinosaurs leaned against it to keep warm, wagging their tails and leisurely eating soybean meal, alfalfa, and corpses on the ground. There was a roar in the distance, and Carlion shouted directly, "Heaven! It's a wild manticore! Reaper Bally, stay ready! There are harpies behind!" Darkuz shook his head, took out the echo drum, and began to beat it rhythmically. Carlion listened carefully and shouted again, "Close! Get ready! Reaper crossbows shoot wild manticores, harpoon crossbows and repeating crossbows shoot harpies. Leave professional matters to professionals, especially matters related to life and death." Darkuz did not become the Fear Lord. The Centurions were also commanded by Edmund. Darkuz wanted to see what he was capable of. Just add the buff effect to Darkuz. The Tamer's harpoon crossbow and the Black Sharp Repeater's repeating crossbow are ready. The Reaper ballista shooter's breathing began to quicken as the drum beat. Getting closer, Darkuz also heard the whistling sound of flight. If you don't hibernate, you have to come down to die. The drum beat starts slow and heavy. A wild manticore took the lead, rushing out of the forest and swooping down towards the village wall. Carlion roared loudly, "Fire!" The shooter of the Reaper ballista slowed down his breathing to the beat of the drum, pulled the trigger, and a crossbow arrow flew out, accurately sending the crossbow arrow into the manticore's mouth. The Reaper ballista in the nearby position also hit wild animals one after another. The body of a manticore. The wild manticore, like a dive bomber whose pilot was killed, hit the wall directly in a parabolic trajectory. Chapter 50. The head of the wild manticore hit the wall of the village so hard that the wall shook, and the wood made a tooth-piercing sound. The Drushi soldiers guarding the Reaper ballista raised their weapons and cheered. If a siege is possible, with luck it may take 2 to 4 teams of Drushi soldiers to eliminate a wild manticore. The terrain like the city wall is just for added fuel, and you get as much as you want. In midair, a dense group of harpies pounced down, the Reaper crossbows switched to shotgun mode, and the Black Sharp Repeater's repeating crossbow and the trainer's harpoon crossbow also started shooting. Darkuz took his bow and shot 2 arrows, accurately hitting the heads of the 2 harpies. The crossbow arrows in shotgun mode swept away a large area, and the harpies fell like raindrops and fell to the ground. Several harpies got through the intensive anti-aircraft firepower and began to attack the Drushi soldiers on the wall. The Drushi soldiers were afraid of the wild manticores, and the harpies had their own ways of dealing with them. The fierce spearman will place the spear diagonally on the ground the moment the harpy pounces, with his body half bowed and his shield horizontally. The harpy will usually directly skewer it on the spear, and the sad swordsman next to him will cooperate to cut off the eagle. The claws of the banshee were processed harmlessly. Franz and Ren raised their shields in front of Darko's, blocking the swooping attack of a harpy. Darko's immediately drew out the mercer knife and cut off the harpy's claws. The second sword cut directly in half, and the harpy screamed and fell to the wall of the village. In this wave of harpies, only a few escaped, and they were still missing arms and claws. One harpy even took a spear away. An hour passed and nothing happened. The Drushi soldiers began to slack off, and for them this year's twilight tide seemed to be over. The dinosaurs lying on the square began to take a nap around the campfire, wagging their tails in various ways. After another 2 hours, the Drushi soldiers began to sit on the ground and rest under the orderly arrangements of the captain and centurion. Darko sat down and asked curiously, "Is it over?" Franz still stood on guard and said seriously, "Sir, it should be over." Darko shrugged boredly. "It's really anticlimactic." After another 2 hours, Darko was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, Carlion shouted, "Be alert! Something is coming, a lot." Darko suddenly became energetic. He turned his head sideways and revealed half of his face to observe. There was nothing in the forest. Close. Darko also heard footsteps. Morse Ribia was plump and plump, standing out in the sky. It had risen to the highest point, as if it was right in front of Darko and could be touched by reaching out. The group of beastmen rushed out of the forest like a tide, waving stone weapons in their hands and striking the wall in a chaotic manner. The ones who rushed over jumped directly into the pit. The group of beastmen began to build a wall and attack. One beastman finally climbed up and was directly hit on the head by Walter's leaf hammer. The beastman did not fall or screamed, but paused, seeming to be a little dazed after being beaten. Walter showed a surprised expression, and swung the hammer again, hitting the place where he attacked before. Darko clearly heard a bone-cracking sound. At the sound, the beastman fell down directly. This kind of beastman completely broke through Darko's cognition. He had always believed that beastmen were bipedal goat-headed monsters, centaurs or minotaurs like those in Duncanwald Forest or Arden Forest in the Old World. This kind of beastman seems to have little intelligence. They have no long-range weapons in command, and they do not carry siege weapons such as ladders, or carry sandbags and other things to fill trenches. This kind of beastman seems to be very smart. They only attack one point on the wall, and only 4 Reaper ballistas can attack the wall. By now the big hole had been filled, and beastmen kept pouring out of the forest. Beastmen began to climb up the wall of the village in large numbers. Why didn't those group of harpies attack at the same time as the beastmen? There was a disconnect between the ground and the air. Darko had no chance to participate in the battle. The battlefield was only so wide that he couldn't squeeze in, and the Druza wouldn't let him squeeze in either. Facing this group of experienced babies coming in like a tide, Darko doesn't need experience to level up. He could only take out his bow and shoot 2 arrows, and the arrow accurately hit the beast man's head, but the beast man continued to climb up the wall of the village indifferently. Although the dread spearman and the gloomy swordsman cooperated well, more and more beastmen rushed up. These beastmen were extremely powerful. The Druka soldiers couldn't stand it anymore, and gradually opened them to both sides, and the battlefield became wider and wider. Small. Several Drush soldiers retreated and were knocked to the ground before they could react in time. They screamed a few times and then died. Kalian decisively commanded the Reaper Ballista battery and asked them to set up the Reaper Ballista in the square and start shooting at the wall. Edmund put the 5 groups of soldiers watching the fun on the other side of the wall and the 5 groups of Drushi soldiers preparing in the barracks between the beasts and Reaper crossbows who jumped off the wall, and fired the crossbow in shotgun mode. He went out and nailed the beastman who had just climbed up the wall to death. Alyssa released 4 scorching amber spears in succession, slightly containing the beastman's offensive. Edmund found Darko and asked to open the gate of the stronghold so that the reserves could go out to surround the beastman and widen the battlefield. A crow suddenly landed on Darko's shoulder, tilting its head and looking at him. Darko's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a very bad feeling. It's too late, we're in trouble, something big is coming. He pointed to the square. A purple portal slowly appeared in the square inside the village. A group of Slaanesh demons rushed out. Darko knows this thing. Among the servants of Slaanesh, there are the most libidos. They are very charming, especially their long tongues, which can lull people to sleep. Although they are hateful in appearance, they can be made extremely beautiful by applying magic. The lust demons cross the battlefield with light steps, and the flashy tattoos on their bodies are like whirlpools of color, all kinds of strange and dazzling. These strange creatures dance in the formation, their claws piercing armor and flesh, causing the enemy to feel fatal pleasure. I talked about the Tide of Twilight before, just like rolling a dice, but this time Darkus rolled a 6. This 6 has a double meaning. 1/6 means that there are a lot of beastmen tonight, and the other 6 represents the relationship between love and art. The holy number of Slaanesh. It's really 6.